मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जय गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी से निवेदन है आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। I request all of you to kindly make yourself comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskaram, good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. Well, it's such a pleasure and honor to see India's brightest luminaries, practitioners and experts from their respective field. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here, and thank you so much for gracing this occasion with your valuable presence. I welcome you all to the inaugural session of 97th Scotch Summit, India Involved, Measuring Commitment to Developed India. Digital transformation, corporate excellence, and environmental, social, and governance. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having enlightening panel discussions and prestigious Scotch Awards. And for that, we have CIOs, CFOs, managing directors, chairmen, and the head of many organizations gathered here. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. May I now call upon stage Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH Group, for the opening remarks and welcome address. Sir, Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal ji, आपसे हम निवेदन करेंगे आप मंच पर आएं. I request you to kindly be on the stage for the opening remarks and welcome address, sir. Thank you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. And as it is generally believed that any journey will always have a starting point. So if we today talk in terms of measuring commitment to develop India under the banner of India Involved, there is an interesting journey behind this as well. Of course, the Scotch journey started in the year 1997. The conferences were born in the year 2002. And the current set of discussions and the assessments that we are talking about under India Involved has its genesis in 2014 when three important announcements were made by the Prime Minister. One was Swachh Bharat, second was Jan Dhan, and third one was Digital India. So we have seen India evolve ever since the Digital India was announced. So public digital infrastructure that was created. So that was to be leveraged both by the industry as well as the government at the state, at the municipal and at the district level. Having said this, the most of the heavy lifting was to be done and is to be done in the future also will be done by the industry. Without their contribution, the road that we are going to travel to India 2047 during this Amrit Kal, wherein we have 25-year vision, is not going to happen. So we say that a company, each company for that matter, a company will have its role in the inclusive growth of India, which is spatially dispersed, job generative, equitable, as well as sustainable. Until and unless we are focusing on all these four things together, we will not be able to look at the commitment of corporate India. So the India Involved assessment, the genesis of that lay back in 2014, and here we started about a year ago asking each and every one of you across various indicators, which is what we put together as more than 250 over the ESG, over corporate governance, over the digital transformation, because each and every one of these three are joined together at the hip. one will lead to another, and another one lead to excellence. So we have, over the last 1 year, looked at hundreds of such interventions, also assessed a whole lot of a number, which again runs into hundreds of top corporates, interacted with you and found out as to what is the way moving forward. And these findings are the ones which are going to be presented by our chairman and founder, Mr. Samir Kocher, after I leave the dais. And with this brief introduction, I welcome you all once again, and a very important announcement also I would like to make, which a legend was born in the year 1964, and that legend turns 60 today. It's a very important day, and that legend happens to be the chairman, founder, and the acclaimed author. That's Mr. Samir Kocher. So let's put together a big round of applause for him and wish him a very happy birthday. Mr. Kocher, with this, I would like to invite you to on stage to talk about the India Involved Assessment.
Thank you very much, Gurcharan. Everybody, tells me, am I crazy or what? You try not to work on your birthday, and here I am. So I said, I've actually timed my 60th birthday with a Scotch Summit, because that's what I like doing the best. I like talking to all of you. People tend to spend time with friends and family on their birthdays. For me, this is the friends and family that I'd rather spend my time with than anybody that, was born into it. I have been working for a very long time. I started working when I was 17 years old. So at 60, I have possibly worked about 8 years longer than anyone else who would have been 60. So technically I am 68 or 70, not 60. I started working when I was 17 years old. And my life is, full of very interesting stories and nostalgia, and they keep getting triggered, which unrelated. So, national anthem was playing, and I realized that, somewhere in deep down in our heart, there is a very fierce patriot that exists. It's mostly not visible. The patriotism comes out when we are playing cricket. It's about the only time, or we are at war with Pakistan or something like that. But with Pakistan, of course, we have this love-hate relationship. So I recall we had gone to Pakistan as a part of a Government of India delegation, and it was on decentralization. So we had gone to look at how they decentralized governance structures work, and as diplomatic protocol would have it, at the beginning of such an event, national anthems of both the countries are played. So they played Pakistani national anthem first, which was protocol wise correct, and then they said, oops, we forgot the Indian national anthem, we don't have a copy. And that is when we felt so challenged, and we stood up and we said that every Indian in the room knows the Indian national anthem by heart, and we stood up and in unison we sang the Indian national anthem in Lahore in Pakistan. And I tell you, it was such an elation feeling. It's the same feeling that I get every time I hear the national anthem play. Since we've had Scotch Summit, we've had it start with the national anthem. So as I said, in the heart of every Indian there is a patriot, but you have to kind of prod it and pull it out for it to become visible, because we are all so busy in our daily rat race. And it's for the first time that Indians have started dreaming again. As a country, when the Prime Minister says that India should become a developed country by 2047, I think it's something that all of us share. And who is going to deliver this developed country by 2047? Because if you look at economic terms, actually most of it has to be done by all of us here. It's not the government. So how do we align ourselves with that goal and say that India is a developed country for 2047. It's possibly going to happen in our lifetimes. We'd probably be around. Most of you would be around. I will probably be around. But that's something that we all look forward to. And since I started Scotch in 1997, the journey has been very long, and I realized that there are a lot of people making efforts. Government is much maligned, bureaucrats are much maligned, bankers are much maligned. So many people, they work so hard, but they're only maligned. No one actually looks at their side of the story and what is it that they have achieved in this time period. So what we have been able to do in Scotch is actually capturing these stories, writing the case studies, measuring the path covered, and documenting it. So we published about 20 books thus far on various, whether it's financial sector reforms, whether it's administrative reforms, whether it's financial inclusion, whether it's poverty alleviation, whether it's digital India journey. And each book has given lessons to the policy making as to what is working, what is not working, and what is it that we could do better. And we willy-nilly became a clearinghouse, possibly the only knowledge repository in India. Ron, can you step back a bit? You're too attractive. I'm just keep looking at my handsome son. So, been capturing this journey and willy-nilly becoming a knowledge repository where we know actually what is going on. Now, one of the most difficult things to do in the world is to do qualitative assessments. Quantitative assessments are easy. So you say who's the best performing company. So you say, okay, so what's your earning per share, what's your stakeholder value, what's your P&L, and done there you are, and there you get an award, right? So you would not call for an award or an assessment for the largest or the biggest because it's an oxymoron. You'd ask for a balance sheet, right? And when we started, there were actually nobody doing qualitative assessment. So many years later, even today, we possibly remain the only ones doing qualitative assessments, which is actually deep diving into what is it that you are doing and what is it that is the outcome of that. Now, India is facing an award fatigue. Now, what we have here is the entire C-suite, and we talk to a lot of C-suite. And one of the qualifications of being C-suite in India is that 100% of the top 1,000 would have received at least 3 awards each. And they could be anything. I mean, they could be for doing your job. They could even be for not doing your job. They could only be for, you calling you to a conference saying you come and sit here, and if you come and sit here, I'll give you an award. Right? So, top 1,000 C-suite has these 3 awards, and you actually have to look at it, and if you're saying that what have I done in life, and you look at your own resume, you will find you will maybe run through those 3 awards and not even bother about them. Only 3% of top 1,000 C-suite people in India would have received a Scotch award. That's a big difference. That's such a big difference, it's not funny, which means that Scotch chooses to be poor, Scotch chooses not to be up for sale, Scotch chooses to be brutally honest, and when you say that you got a Scotch award, it means something. What does it mean? For corporate India, it basically means that you are a good, patriotic corporate citizen who is committed to the cause of developed India. Whatever you are doing is helping the country grow. And it is not my opinion, there is data, there is evidence, there is documentation which tells you so. And there is a very rigorous evaluation. So, one big difference is that the approach of awarding everybody who's there versus being extremely selective about who gets awarded and what are the parameters that go into it. So now there is, this new buzzword called ESG, Environment, Social and Governance. And what happens is, oftentimes we find that the historical wisdom of India comes back to us, very well packaged. Like, yoga. Now the West is patenting yoga and sending it back to us, or eating millets. The West has started consuming millets and started telling us the health benefits of millets. Same is the case with ESG. Since time immemorial, ESG has been a way of life in India. When I say all the social infrastructure in India, whether it was hospitals, whether it was sarais, whether it was roads, how did they come up? They came up through very active societal involvement in philanthropy. Even kings would do it, businessmen would do it, Jagat Seth would do it, people like that. Now we seem to forget that part of our history. Now why would they do it? Were they very kind, whether they were very religiously oriented? If you look at the very core of it, any business takes away from the society. That's the nature of business. If you have to make money, obviously someone has to lose money for you to make money. Right? Now how much can you soften that blow is the philanthropy bit of it. It's to de-risk your business. If a king is doing extortionate taxation and the public will rise up against the taxation, so what do? Let me make 2 dharmshalas. Let me make 4 goshalas and do that. You just soothe them a bit with something like that. So what was the essential purpose of philanthropy historically, which has been the case globally? It is de-risking yourself against state or public intervention. If you are doing a mining company and you're taking away tribal land, you're deforesting, you'll find miners, public will stand up and they'll make a big noise about what you're doing because it impacts them very directly. So what you do? You say, okay, I'll make 5 schools, I'll make 2 hospitals, I'll do this. So somewhere there is a balancing act that is happening. Now this is nothing that the West has invented. This is something which has historically been there in India. But what happens is that West is very good at patenting all this, packaging it and saying, okay, now this is our idea of this. So now we are going to use it to our competitive advantage, like yoga, So there are yoga postures that have been patented. There are rice varieties that have been patented. There is Indian medicine that has been patented, and we have to pay good money to. So what's happening in ESG, that this greening and ESG and all of that is soon going to be used as a competitive barrier. In fact, in WTO, it came up. You say, unless and until you are doing these green goals, your access to market should be restricted. I am telling you it's coming. Right? So then the question is, who defines what is ESG? When you say environment, social and governance. So in India, are we there to solve social problems of Europe and USA, or are we going to solve our own social problem? Does the world have a universal social problem? Is there any such thing that exists? So you'll find there is no such thing. So their problem may be climate change. It's largely caused by them, by really degenerating the environment. India did a fraction of that. But our problem is poverty. We have so many people who are still poor. We have so many people who are still unemployed. We have so many people who are still underemployed. So when I say social, my social is in context of poverty alleviation. It is in context of social inclusion, gender equality, women's rights, minority rights, people like that. Now these things may not exist anywhere else. So what we are trying to do at Scotch is we are trying to say, listen, rest of the world, the global south does not have a seat on the table to discuss what is ESG. Right now it is just a tick box. You just keep ticking, we've done this and we've done that and we've done the other. But listen, we've done so much more. And then why don't we look at that, and this is aligned with our national priorities. And sometimes what happens is that the system in India, which is bureaucrats and regulators, have a large fascination with what the US and Europe is doing. So if they say ESG, and these are the ESG norms, you will find that India becomes the second country in the world to regulate ESG rating agencies, where ESG is not even started. And if you read the regulation, you will commit suicide. You will find no one is doing that business, because the business by definition is an unviable business. You can't do it. You just can't do it. Right? So what we are doing ESG assessment, and we are giving a disclosure everywhere. We are not an ESG rating agency. Because to be an ESG rating agency, you have to be able to do social outcomes, environmental outcomes, and governance outcomes. All of these are not quantifiable. These are all qualitative. And if they are qualitative, then what is the methodology? So if you look at it, Scotch has been doing qualitative assessment of governance projects, of industry projects, of digital inclusion, financial inclusion, social inclusion for the past 30 years without even a single question ever been raised. I mean, it is accepted across political spectrum, across industries, so on and so forth. So there is nobody else who has that kind of a solid methodology, and all of you have gone through that, and you've seen the kind of comprehensiveness that goes into it. So I'm very proud to say everywhere, no, we are not an ESG rating agency. We are an India involved measurement agency. We are just measuring how patriotic are you as corporate India towards Indian development goals, till better sense prevails and India actually takes a stance. Listen, net zero is not my problem, it is your problem. My problem is poverty. So soon enough that will happen, because it will become a political issue. So if you look at India involved international, which is a much larger umbrella than the ESG. So what we did, we talked to a lot of large corporates, and we have deep dived into hundreds of projects which are at the factory level. This is not कि जी corporate वो आ गया कि हमने ये we have made a gender committee or something like that. I mean, all that is also important, but we've actually gone down to factory level, unit level, and looked at what is it that you have done, what was it before, what is it after, what has changed. And we are pleased to say that a lot of people, lot of large corporate in India has participated in a big way. Now, one of the things which is taken for granted in the West is digitalization. Digitalization has not happened to that extent in India. Digital transformation is an extremely important part of being India involved, and of course ESG. And you will find that 40% of the interventions are on digital, 24% are on environmental. Very not surprisingly, but counterintuitively, only 2% people are focused on corporate governance. Social is 14%, corporate excellence is 19%. So this is real data based on corporate India. This is not my gut feel. This is having talked to a lot of corporate and asking them a comprehensive questionnaire and going through what they're doing. So having done that, who are the top 20 India involved companies? No surprises there. Number 1 is Reliance. Number 2 is a surprise, which is Hindustan Unilever, very counterintuitive, because a lot of Indian companies say we have more, but that company is doing just an enormous amount of work, and we've, I think, evaluated about 20 factories of Indian Hindustan Unilever. Adani Group is the 3rd, Bank of India is the 4th, Luping is the 5th, Britannia is the 6th, HDFC, Welspun, Heritage Foods Limited, which most people would not have even heard the name Heritage Foods. It's a very large dairy company in Andhra Pradesh. Indian Oil Corporation, Yes Bank, Ambuja Cements, Bank of Maharashtra, Aditya Birla Health Insurance, New India Assurance, HPCL, Apollo, Asahi Glass, Central Bank of India, HDFC Pension Management, IDFC First Bank, LT Foods Limited, Shriram Life Insurance, State Bank of India, Tata AI Life, Union Bank of India, Ajanta Pharma, ONGC, Indraprastha Gang, Gas, Gujarat Gas, LTI Mindtree, Northern Coalfields, Punjab and Sindh Bank, REC, Skipper, Spark Minda, Tuaman Engineering Limited, United India Insurance Company and SBI Life Insurance Company, Tata Asset Management, Cadila Pharmaceuticals, Edelweiss Tokyo Life Insurance, HDFC Ergo, IDBI, Karur Vyasa Bank, KEC, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance and SBI Cap Securities. A big round of applause for the top 20. Somebody asked me, what stands out for you in this list? I said, what stands out is not the names that are on it. What stands out on this list for me is the names that are not on it. So if you look at the list of top 20, I am sure in your heart you can rattle out a lot of large companies who wear patriotism on their sleeve are scared to get measured. Not there, not doing anything or not doing enough compared to the 20 that are there. So a lot of companies in that list which get celebrated, come give me the award already. Acha, sir, will you come for this conference? Are you giving me an award? No, sorry, I am not giving you an award. What have you done that deserves an award? Right? So, one part, as I said, difference is that only 3% of the top 1000 would actually get a Scotch award. The second is when you get the Scotch award and you got rated, who did you fight with? Just go through the names of these companies again. So, very recently, there was some awards thing, some digital telecom something, and you found that there was one company that got 20 awards or 30 awards. And then how many else? Maybe 5 more people got it. So, boss, competition kahan tha? Who were you fighting against? Yourself. You were the only man in the race, so you came first. Just look at the kind of companies that have joined hands in this evaluation. This is the breakup of industries. Surprisingly, financial services is the largest. Counterintuitively, you would normally say manufacturing should have been the largest. IT, robotics is number 2. Food, FMCG is number 3. Banking is number 4. Then comes petroleum, only 4. So all the people who are supposed to be helping meet the net zero targets and carbon neutrality and fossil fuel, etc., you will find still have a lot of catching up to do. So out of the companies that we surveyed, they had close to 1 million employees. And this is the breakup of the sectors. Now coming to only the ESG part of it. So the earlier India involved had ESG, it had corporate excellence and it had digital transformation. If you look at only ESG, so environment is 58, 56, 59% almost. Social is 36%. Governance excellence is only 5.36%. And to all the CFOs out there, I am telling you that given the kind of regulatory environment that we have, I refuse to believe that our governance excellence is only 5.36%. SEBI would not let you live if it was this. So be open about it. When we call for nominations, do share openly in terms of corporate governance. What is it that you are doing? See, what happens is, I have talked about almost like 140 parameters that are being measured. So what happens is, if you measure everything, then you're probably measuring nothing. So when you ask somebody, okay, so in ESG, what are you doing? What are the top 3-4 things that come to their mind and they report? Is very important. So ये हो सकता है, and sometimes we've seen is that you are, what you're doing as a good ethical business practice is so routine to you that you don't even want to talk about it. क्या इसमें क्या है, ये क्या करने का, ये तो हम करते हैं ना, compliance है. But the fact is a lot of people are not doing that compliance. And if you look at the compliance, what is the data under the compliance? So it is extremely important. And when I go further, you will find in governance who are the top 3 will be quite revealing. So if you look at only ESG, environment, social and governance, number 1 is Hindustan Unilever, then Adani, then Britannia Industries, then Welspun and then Indian Oil. These were the industries that participated. This is the spread state by state, how much of ESG is happening where. So no surprises, Gujarat is number 1 and tied with Maharashtra, and then Haryana and Karnataka and Delhi. What are the top environmental problems that the industry is trying to address? 30% is dependency on fossil fuel, 28% water consumption, 7% waste management, 9%, 8.5% air pollution, 17% energy consumption and 8.47% others. Now we have this data to any level of granularity. Okay, if you say others, so I can even tell you what others means, what all is there. So for these top environmental problems, what are the top environmental solutions that the industry is doing? 45% have shifted to greener options. Rainwater harvesting is 10%. Elimination of hazardous material is 9%. Awareness is 0.92%, thank God. Technology upgradation is 15.6%. Efficient utilization of resources is 9.17%. Water conservation initiative 9.17%. Now what is there under this? All of this is being analyzed and it is going to be published as case studies. So if somebody is fixed pollution problem somewhere, you may have a similar problem. So what did they do? Or are you going to reinvent the wheel? So to whatever extent possible, we are creating this knowledge repository saying, so this is why Adani is very good, this is why Reliance is very good, this is why Unilever is very good, and here is the case study. So it's not my opinion, it's documented. So what are the outcomes they are finding? Increase in green energy consumption, and reduction in energy consumption, rainwater harvesting, reduction is water consumption, reduction is carbon emissions, water conservation, reduction is wastage, reduction in utility bills. And as you go through panels today, you will find that a lot of people have actually ended up saving money by doing ESG. It's not a myth. So in environmental category, pure environment, Unilever 1, Adani 2, Indian Oil 3. Then we come to social part of it. So this is the breakup. This presentation would be available on our website pretty soon. Healthcare is topmost priority, digital literacy is 2, skill development 3, gender exclusivity, cyber crimes, traditional agriculture practices, lack of employment or opportunities, lack of quality education, unskilled workforce, lack of transport, and difficulty in imparting financial literacy. So these are the top social problems, and these are the top social solutions that the corporate India has responded with. And each one of them is a story again, which is available as a case study with us. So one typical example I gave is aspirational district, where the government said that these are the 100 most backward districts in India, and we want to put an intense focus on these with corporate help. And they did that, and Piramal Foundation came in, and Gates Foundation came in, a lot of other corporates came in, and you find that over the years the poverty elevation rate in aspirational districts is far higher than in the other districts. So proof of the pudding is in eating it. These are the top social outcomes. So in social again, Hindustan Unilever is number 1, Ambuja is number 2, and Adani Connex is number 3. Now, let's not look at 1, 2, 3. I mean, this is out of all of corporate India. So that's like being top 20 itself is huge. Being top 3 is phenomenal. These are the top governance problems. Number one is workplace health and safety, operational risks, obsolete methods, reputational risk. Again, reputational risk is one area where a lot of work is done but not articulated and not captured. So this is again an area where you can actually report a lot. You look at a reputational risk only once you have a problem. But why you did not have many more problems is not the area that you look at. And reputational risk management is all about managing that bit. So these are the governance solutions. These are the outcomes. So you'll find mostly it is about safety. And as I said, very surprisingly, the only people who are bothered about reporting governance outcomes in a big way are all PSUs. Maybe because Department of Public Enterprises is, after their case all the time, or they have to be more compliant because they are government. So this tells us that corporate India has to talk a lot more about what they're doing in corporate governance. These are the digital transformation interventions. Number one here is geo platforms, not known, but they have done such phenomenal work on platforms and IT, and I think a lot of digital India would not have been possible but for what is it that Geo is doing. Number two is Lupin Limited, and number three is a regional company which is Heritage Foods. These were the companies that participated. These are the corporate excellence interventions, product performance process. Number one is Bank of India, number two is HDFC Life, number three is Birla Health Insurance. So corporate excellence is taken far more seriously, it seems, by financial sector. So the participation from financial services were the highest, followed by banking, then healthcare, and then manufacturing. This is our ethics policy, which says that we are fairly independent, and we've always been. That brings me to the end of my presentation. So this is the first India involved assessment. The way it does is that every company has a score. So you say if someone is doing pollution and someone is doing education, how do you compare the two? The only way you can convert qualitative into quantitative is to give it a number. So everything has a number. So if you got 6 in education and you got 6 in pollution, then you're at par. And then next year we can do incremental progress measurement, which is what we have been doing exactly for state of governance for 20 years in India, and we intend to do that for the India involved ranking. And if you look at the comprehensive India involved ranking, you can easily come to the ESG rankings of company. And let me once again say, Scotch is not an ESG rating agency nor a financial advisory. Please use your own discretion while investing or making any financial decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, here we will be quickly setting the stage for our panel discussion. Give us a few seconds, please. Ladies and gentlemen, now with this, we are now moving towards our first panel discussion based on comprehensive economic impact of cloud. And we have the esteemed presence of our panelists for this session. And I would like to introduce them with you. Meanwhile, our stage will set up. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we have Mr. Karsi Tavadia ji among us, Distinguished Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation and former CTO and CIO, Bombay Stock Exchange. We welcome you, sir. He has over 42 years of vast industry experience in IT software development, infrastructure services and cyber security for organization operating in financial services, capital market and manufacturing industry. In his second innings, he has embarked on his journey as an advisor in digital transformation and cyber security. I request Mr. Karsi Tavadia ji to kindly be on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Karsi Tavadia. With this, I request Mr. Balaji Adi Vishnu, Chief Innovation Office, Heritage Foods Limited, also to kindly join us on stage. Mr. Balaji Adi Vishnu, हम आपसे भी निवेदन करेंगे आप मंच पर आ जाएं. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Balaji Adi Vishnu has over 20 years of works experience with more than 12 years of working in digital transformation space that includes digital ID Aadhaar, fintech and e-governance. He has spent more than a decade in financial sector, ranging from microfinance, credit cards, microinsurance, micro-pensions and digital payments based on the platform of unique ID Aadhaar. Mr. Balaji Adi Vishnu, we welcome you on the stage. I also request Dr. Brinda Banerjee, Head Tech Policy and Research, Cyber Peace Foundation, to kindly join us on the stage. We welcome you, ma'am. She specializes in internal security and geopolitics and has published extensively on international relations and India's experience with internal armed conflicts. She has served as a policy and communications lead to a Rajya Sabha member of parliament, as a research analyst at SKOCH Group, and as a tech content strategist with India's Mobile Congress. Ma'am, we welcome you. We also request Mr. G. Kiran Kumar, Director and CEO, Swaman Financial Services, to kindly join us on the stage. I request Mr. G. Kiran Kumar ji to kindly join us on the stage. He brings extensive financial services experience across credit strategy, digital lending, growth and organization transformation. Prior to this role, he was leading the financial services and digital transformation mandate as part of his tenure at Strategy and erstwhile Booz and Company. Sir, we welcome you. And now as moderator, I request Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman Scotch, to kindly join us. He leads a research project, impact assessments and field studies in the area of governance, MSMEs, women empowerment and so on. Given his expertise, he has been invited by Government of India to sit on various committees. He also heads the Scotch Center of Excellence on Tribal Affairs. Thank you, sir, and I request Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal ji to kindly moderate this session.
Well, thank you so much. As Mr. Kocha was talking about in the morning, that at Scotch, we believe in doing things differently. So there are only 3 sides to the coin. But generally 2 are visible. We always try to see which one is the third dimension. And particularly in this context, we about a year ago formed a task force of all the leading CIOs putting together to discuss and deliberate as to know what would be the comprehensive economic impact of the endpoint security. This was something which was new. This was something which was not really looked at or thought of in general terms, as generally the CIOs were busy doing all the firefighting and the cyber security and the scalability and the stuff like that. But nobody looked at, in the proper and the comprehensive context, how it should be like. So after a year, the report that we came up with, had startling findings. It was quite a revelation to us. And ultimately, across the industry, this was accepted. Now moving on to the second level, that comprehensive economic impact of cloud. Cloud has become a reality. There are various kinds of clouds that we talk about today. There are various challenges that we have. There is a cost that is involved in a cloud. There is also a different dimension of cloud, whether to go for a pure cloud, go for a hybrid, go for an Indian cloud or go for a foreign cloud. So there are regulations within that, there is a usage within that, there is a cost involved, and as CIO, your job always becomes very, very important. And also difficult at the same time, because the role of a CFO also gets involved when the questions are asked about the cost. So to the panelists, my very first question is, Kersey, I'll start with you. You have headed Bombay Stock Exchange. You, brought it up from a point where it was housed in a small room, ultimately spread over 2 floors, and regulation came in very heavy. Costs were also involved. So are we able to control the costs by way of using cloud, or it is the other way around?
Good morning, everybody. And this has been a question I've been always answering, that cloud, do not look at the cloud from a cost-saving perspective. It is, if you do only arithmetic, maths, a CFO will always look at cloud as a, when you talk about cash flows, it's an OPEX. Okay. So OPEX is always not acceptable to the CFO. So that is, if you tell a CFO, it's a no-brainer. I says you could go the CAPEX model, not the OPEX model. But is there a business? So that's why it is, you, like Kushan mentioned, is it a CFO's call? I will say it is CBO's call, the business call, that what is the value this investment is going to bring into the system, to the business. Because ultimately, it will depend upon how fast you want to start the business, because today, ideas are so agile that while the idea comes to your competitor also has a whiff of the idea. It's supposed to push the first mover. So in this first mover game, that's where the advantage of people start pushing to the cloud, because it's pay per you use. And even if you fail, your idea fails, like your damage is very limited. That's where you people look at it. That's how people are using it as a business cost and not as an IT cost. I would say it's just like you would have spent for marketing, advertisement. That's why people are looking at, this is my operational cost, or to use IT for that much cost. So I think so once you look at that, the CIO's role becomes very diluted in this particular case. His responsibility becomes to manage and see that whatever services are available, whether it is cloud or no cloud, he is able to give that service assurance that all this, and the advantage being that today cloud is no longer an infrastructure provider, it's a solution, it's a complete package provider. So it comes with your hardware, software, security, database, whatever you call, operations management. So you don't require the wherewithal which comes along with the data center. So because data center is not only buying a hardware or a server, along with the server there is so much of networking components, the infrastructure, the ambience itself, the air conditioning, and it's such a huge, data center is a different business ballgame altogether. So unless you are of that particular level of business, you can manage that cost, it's okay. But for a medium and SME, it's a no-brainer. Again, they should start looking at cloud basically from the ease of use. It takes up so much of your business headache, other operational headaches. So it's not a direct cost involved over there. So it's not one jacket, like one fits all. It will all depend upon which industry you are in. Suppose if you're in a regulated industry like an exchange, it is a strict no-no. Like so you don't even think of going and putting your exchange systems on the cloud. Okay, even for that matter, the core bankings are not allowed by the bank. But your CRMs, your HR, you can still use it on. So it will all depend upon the model, the business use case, and the size of the business you're in. So these are all different parameters over there.
So when it comes to the financial services industry, you do have a regulator who is breathing down your neck. But moving on to Balaji, you come from a different industry altogether. So is cloud an answer to all the infrastructure problems that are faced by an organization in terms of IT?
Yeah, Dr. Gurusharan. First and foremost, I'll take a half minute before I answer your question. Many happy returns of the day, Mr. Kocher, and congratulations for continuing to be the torchbearer in the country, for bringing in the change and making a developed country. And coming to your question, as you rightly said, I come from a different industry, and when I was just stepping into the hall, I felt I'm an oddity, I'm an odd man out. I'm not into a technology company. I'm not into providing technology for other clients. But then, when you said each one of us over here has been acknowledged as being a contributor to a developed nation, no matter however tiny it is, that's when I got the courage that, okay, I'm at the right place. I'm at par with my peers. Okay, now coming to your question. So I completely agree with Tawadia, sir. The answer lies in how you look at the problem. Being in a dairy industry, which we started 32 years ago as a social enterprise to protect the interest of the farmers, we are the leaders in terms of adopting technology. Having said that, when I look at implementation of any solution on the cloud ecosystem, from a myopic point of view, yes, it probably doesn't sound really attractive for a CFO. But then if I look at a comprehensive view, when you're talking about comprehensive benefits, it gives me a courage, first and foremost as a CIO, to experiment crazily and fail fast at a much cheaper rate. It gives me to come up with solutions which I wouldn't have thought otherwise, number one. Number two, it also gives me an advantage of sharing my infrastructure with all my ecosystem players. Today, just to give you an example, Heritage Vet Plus, which is a platform as a service kind of an initiative that we have introduced. Nearly 1.5 lakh farmers across various states, although we are labeled as a regional organization. Currently, we are working, we have operations or sales procurement across 13 states in the country. Nearly 3.5 lakh farmers are associated with us, out of which about 1.5 to 2 lakh farmers are interacting with us through this platform, which is offered as a platform as a service, which otherwise they wouldn't have had this opportunity. Most importantly, if I point out on the business angle of it, we are in a journey where we are transforming from focusing on the intermediary or an agent to reaching out to the household to understand the behavioral pattern of the household. We do deliver to 1.5 million households every day, day in and day out. Unless I know insights, deep insights on these households, which involves data collection both from structured, unstructured sources, primary and tertiary sources, it's difficult for me to understand how do I serve them better, how do I ensure that my productivity is optimizing of the data calls and many other, to clock me, this is an exception. But the fact is, we have not touched the ceiling yet. We are maintaining the cost as it was below.
Kersi, what would be your experience, if I may ask you?
I'll just add to what he's saying is, typically when we did, like I'm giving BAC's example itself, we had an X number of workforce, okay? We added multiple market segments, okay? The workforce remained the same. See, that is how I say, like, your fixed cost remains the same, but the business benefits, like when you try to use your automation and all, you are doing so much more business with that. So that itself is, so it's like, so that's why I'm not looking at the cost. I never look at the cost. I'm trying to bring up the top line rather than the bottom line. So that's how the CIO's viewpoint also has to change.
Yeah, in fact, this is true. And when we were looking at the comprehensive economic impact of the endpoint security, one of the findings were very interesting, that while you invest in either a proprietary technology or otherwise in a MacBook, it might be an expensive proposition to start with, investing in an endpoint security as MacBook, but the benefit that it brings to you over a 4-year or 5-year period is immense, both in terms of reduction in your downtime, the happiness quotient of the employees using a MacBook, or the battery which is not required to be recycled every 2 years or something. So the overall impact, also when we talk about the net zero and stuff like this, in data centers also now we're talking of green data centers, green cloud and all those kind of things. Being a digital native, Kiran, how have you actually managed to reach out to 17,000 villages with your product? Would it have been possible if you were not on cloud?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the brief background. So I think one of the advantages we had, being a new age NBFC microfinance entity operating in the country, is that we launched operations only 5 years back. So essentially we didn't have any legacy. So we considered that as a big benefit for us. And from day one, we were very focused that we'll start on cloud and we'll scale up rapidly from there on. I think that is one of the crucial calls that helped us navigate, if I may say, the COVID period, 2 cyclones that hit, the Mumbai coast, and other economic and climatic risks that keep coming in the country. So from our standpoint, I think the advantages that we gained were we didn't have a single minute of downtime in the last 5 years, right? So which kind of shows the power of the architecture of cloud and the way it has helped us. And the second part where it helped us tremendously is the scale of growth that we were able to achieve. So initially, I still remember when we started with a particular configuration of cloud where we were talking about a storage capacity of maybe a TB being sufficient for 10 years, right? But now we have crossed nearly 250,000 customers onboarded, and our data size has increased 10 TB. It's reached 10 TB. So this 10x growth in both processing power, the amount of storage that is required, the number of staff who are operating across the country to cater to all these villages wouldn't have been possible if it was not for the cloud. So today, if I talk at it from a metric standpoint as well, generally in the financial services space, the IT costs range between 5 to 7% of the OPEX. With cloud, over the last 5 years, having invested heavily in the beginning of our inception itself, we are operating at around 4%. And I think one of the benefits is that we went early, we went with full confidence, and then we were able to reap those benefits over the period of time. Yeah.
So the kind of infrastructure problems that you faced or anticipated in the beginning,
Yeah.
how did you manage those, and do you think that it has actually brought value to the business by moving on to a cloud?
Yeah.
So in terms of the total economic impact.
Correct, absolutely. So I think when we talk about the total economic impact, right, so we have to consider that at the fundamental level, we are a financial services provider, and we are fundamentally a lending company, if I may just break it down, right? So in terms of the technology, for us, technology is a key enabler for us to reach the end customer. So that's the way we look at it. So our core area, we've been very clear from inception that we will be very technologically oriented, but at the same time, our business is not technology. Our business fundamentally is lending, right? So technology will be a key enabler for us to do lending better. That's the way we looked at technology. So in terms of how we looked at the entire stack of cloud playing into our growth journey was just breaking out into like respective components, right? One is, in terms of the basic math that a CFO does is just looking at the hardware. But what they miss out is, what about the associated manpower that you have to onboard if you had to do it in premise? What about the associated bandwidth requirements that you have to, justify if you're doing it in-house in terms of your own cloud platform? And what about the capability and capacity of the team that you've built? Because fundamentally, we are a lender, we are not an IT provider. So they might have better opportunities with other players and better career paths going to a IT provider rather than lying with us. So I think these are the 3 pillars across, the process, organization, and technology that has to be looked at in a holistic manner to arrive at how you kind of reduce that cost. And when I said 4%, it's just not the hardware cost. I'm including the entire manpower as well into the total kind of value of how much value we are investing to reach the same outcome compared to a traditional player. So if this setup wouldn't have been there, I'm sure we would be at 2 to 3x the cost in summary. So I think that's where we have gained significant.
Why did you go in for an Indian cloud? When you had the options, or maybe a better option, so you found Indian
Absolutely. Better? Yeah, so I think that's an interesting question. So just to give you all a little bit of background, why we went for an Indian cloud is, again, just going back to the earlier discussion of we being at certain point a patriot as well. That, first we wanted to make our entire P&L as Indian as possible, because at the end of the day, we are an Indian company, we are catering to the Indian masses, and we are catering to the bottom of the pyramid women clientele in particular, right? So First of all, we were very clear from day one that all the vendors, we will support the Indian ecosystem as much as possible. The second constraint that was also a little bit of a regulatory constraint as well, because RBI being a regulator for us from an NBFC standpoint, there were clear guidelines that the data hosted for our customers, because we are at the end of the day handling critical KYC information, including Aadhaar and voter ID. You know, they were fighting these guidelines coming to our country that, you know, just allow KYC to go out, what's the big deal? So I think that somewhere that disconnect came in, and we felt, you know, let's just go with an Indian player where we have complete clarity that, you know, the data is hosted in India, and we will keep even the backup location within India. And India is such a vast, diverse geographic country that we have enough and more locations to take care of that. So I think that was the call we took early on in terms of the Indian side.
That's really commendable. In fact, you know, when we talk about cloud, it's there are a lot of factors that come in. There is time to market. There is, you know, you don't really need to maintain a huge technology team to have your servers on premises, or otherwise, you know, there is security, scalability, which comes all built into the same. So, Kersey, I want to ask you, you know, how many kinds of clouds that exist today, and which one is preferred, and the reason for that preference, why?
So I don't want to, I will make it very simple. There are too many jargons in the IT industry, so you get confused. So once people say it's a normal cloud, what people talk about is the Amazons or the Azures of the world, Google. They basically call it as a cloud, so as a public cloud. Basically, it's an infrastructure on which multiple tenants can be, same infrastructure shared by multiple tenants. Okay, so that's one of the. Then they themselves sell it as a private cloud. It's basically they'll reserve a certain level of infrastructure for you in which you are the only tenant. They'll keep some headroom for you, and they'll keep adding the piece of hardware as and when you need it. So that's another kind of service that they give it. Another thing is people call it nowadays hybrid, which most banks and multinational means they also have a smaller infrastructure within the organizations. They run it, then they transfer the load to the public cloud or this private cloud only when the need be. So basically on say banks maybe do the year-end type of like processing which are there only because once in a quarter you need certain activities, that time they will try and shift the loads there. Certain people do certain tasks here and certain which is non-regulatory, they put the load. So they call it as a hybrid cloud. So that's the another way people call it. Then there's total private cloud, on-prem private cloud also. There are companies like, bigger companies like, they were as large as any of these things. They have a large enterprise, but instead of going out to a third party, they do all the services which the Google does it. But only thing is they host, everything is under, technically it's the own data center only thing, but the software layer which is running over the infrastructure is a cloud wrapper over it. So basically they run all the services like any other service provider would give it to you. So even that is also cloud. So it all depends upon what is the nature, what scale you are. Again, I'm saying cloud is also dependent. Scale of your operations is also very, very important thing. At what scale you are operating. Because a company like, for example, a Reliance, like I don't know, but they are larger than the Google themselves. So they themselves can continue and they might use the services of the other softwares, but the infrastructure that they maintain their own data center is bigger than the Google data center. It could be. So it all depends upon what is your infrastructure capability or the kind of data you are processing. And in power of processing that you need will define your scale and the geographies that you. And also you're from a disaster point of view, like wherever you want, like if you're a multinational company, people prefer India and Singapore. That's a typical, because of the proximity and the latencies, people have generally a data center in Mumbai or India or in Singapore. That's a typical Indian markets work like that. Totally Indian companies will have say Mumbai and Hyderabad or Delhi and Mumbai or something like 2 seismic zones. So it all depends upon the same people follow. Now each cloud service provider themselves will give you a service. I have my DR, they give DR services also. So whether you run say in Bombay data center and my DR will be in say Hyderabad, and they run it. Some people prefer different service provider itself. See, it all depends upon how much risk you want to take. The organization says, I don't want to risk with one vendor only. Suppose if tomorrow there is a raid or income tax or a government thing, they'll shut down their services. That means both PR and DR both are gone from my side. So at least they prefer that one service provider could be company A and I will run my DR on company B, or they distribute loads against two service providers. So it all depends upon the risk-taking appetite of the company, how much risk they are seeing in working with it. Many companies do that. So this is what, since I've been, as an advisor also, I'm working around, so I know people do it, in all these ways people are working out.
So Kiran, you've been using Indian cloud, which is I think WebWorks, right? So what's been your experience when it came to making a choice, like the way Kersey has de-jargonized it? You know? So what made you make this kind of a choice wherein you stayed with an Indian cloud?
Yeah, so I think in terms of the architecture itself, Kersey ji has put it very eloquently about different combinations which are available, right? One is just being a plain vanilla public cloud. Think of it like your Gmail, where you just log in and Gmail is available to everyone. So in the background, the server might be the same. Compare it to another extreme, which is you control your Gmail. In the sense, the server which is hosting the emails is in your own premise, where you are controlling it. Now the variants Kersey ji has talked about is somewhere in between, right? All combinations possible. You know, we can play around with those combinations. So in terms of our requirement, the way we thought about it is first, we are a regulated entity. I think that's still prima facie the key requirement because we are regulated by RBI. And there are a lot of policies which govern the kind of data centers we can actually onboard. So our first requirement was somebody, a player who had a background in supporting any of the large financial services players who have the required certifications in place, right? The ISO certifications, the cybersecurity certifications, and even from a history standpoint, their track record on maintaining uptimes with any of the larger players. I think that was one of the key pillars for us in terms of evaluating the player. And the other piece which was very important for us was the entire cybersecurity. Because we are handling sensitive KYC information and we are a consumer-led lender. So we have a lot of data which is very private in nature, and cybersecurity is paramount for us. So those certifications were very important. So that kind of narrowed down the field of service providers for us in terms of who we can onboard. And thankfully what we found was because of the localization regulations, a lot of the Indian cloud service providers are actually very proactive in supporting a lot of the public sector banks and private banks. So we used that advantage and we just directly went with some of those vendors. And WebWorks actually works with a lot of the public sector banks, creating not a public cloud, but a co-location kind of a cloud where they provide the infrastructure and the banks have hosted their servers on their premises. So that gave us comfort that tomorrow if I may want to move out of the public cloud, the vendor is able to support us.
Did this save you costs or brought you the financial benefits that you envisaged?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in terms of the financial benefits, as I remarked earlier, right, that we had complete control on how much we are spending. And a lot of the upfront investments, I think one of the bigger benefits is got amortized for us as an OPEX, which a lot of people don't recognize that, you know, if you have to buy a server, the costs are pretty humongous actually. People don't look at it because they feel it's CapEx. But over a period of time, you know, the server life in today's time is so short. We look at NVIDIA, right? They are coming up with this crazy chip, which is supposed to be groundbreaking. And what happens to the 10-year-old server, right? Then it's just out of fashion very quickly. So as a company, our principle has always been, we are not in the, you know, IT services space. We are not in the hardware space. So we shouldn't be trying to keep up with the technology trends which are rapidly evolving. So I think that way we have saved a lot of money because we haven't invested in any server. And our entire IT team, because of a combination of cloud plus a SaaS-based model on the lending management software, we have created a nearly 1,000 crore loan book with just 5 IT staff. That's it, right? So that is where the benefits start coming in, because as you're thinking about the entire IT as a stack rather than as core capability in itself, because that's not our core capability. Yeah.
Brinda, you have also been studying a whole lot of projects across the field of such implementations. Would you like to talk about one or two best practices in this that you came across?
Right, thank you. I'll start by echoing your sentiment. When I was asked to be on this panel, there was a little bit of mild alarm for me because, to be surrounded by economists and tech specialists, it's a little overwhelming. But what we do essentially is talk about people impact, and social impact, and we look at how lives are changing, So when I analyze cloud-related products, my question really comes to digital inclusion, people lives, social impact, education, health sector, things like that. So I look at this from 2 points of view. One, of course, is that of cybersecurity. So at CPF, our primary goal is making the internet safe and inclusive. And the second is, how does this change lives? And Samir sir in his introduction spoke about how Jio is doing incredible work, right? So when we were looking at their products, we were looking at, the conversation on the digital divide is one that we've been having for a really long time, but how do you really go about bridging that? What does that mean to the average person who probably has never heard of cloud? You talk to somebody on the street, they have no idea what cloud is, really. But when you've got homegrown tech, when you've got products like, say, GeoMeet, or you've got GeoEngage, what's happening now is people now have access at a very, very affordable price point to technology they couldn't have dreamt of, So that's what we're really analyzing, what that means for the average student, what that means for the average entrepreneur, what that means for a startup. So for instance, with GeoMeet, what we found essentially was, when you've got qualities like the product can be implemented with an existing SIM, with existing infrastructure, you're looking at no additional cost. You're not asking a startup, you're not asking an entrepreneur to invest very, very heavily, so you're making it easier for them to go out and do business, When you're looking at localized language support, you're letting the regional entrepreneur, you're letting the regional ed startup, ed tech startup really get a running start, in a playing field that hasn't always been even. So we're looking at essentially democratizing access, which is very, very important to us. We're looking at it from the point of view of what can a non-tech person expect from new tech? How do I benefit without really knowing what the technical specifications are? So when you're looking at democratizing access, you're actually essentially looking at empowerment. You're looking at inclusion. You're looking at really, truly, making business and governance easy. So, and I do want to say that, I want to echo Samir sir's, opening remarks on patriotism, because when you talk about cybersecurity and you talk about data security, you really are also talking about national security. You're talking about keeping data within the country. You're talking about making sure that, your standards of data compliance are adhered to. So what I often find in my policy reviews is that there's really no way of making a foreign cloud creator really comply with your local standards. You can put it forward, you can have contracts, you can expect it of them and ask it of them, but can you really enforce it? Whereas, when you're working with an Indian cloud service provider, you're essentially working with a shared goal of national interest, right? So when we talk about cybersecurity, we essentially talk about protecting the most vulnerable individual, right? So we're talking about someone who might not understand cybersecurity, but we're talking about making sure that they're safe. And when we found in our comparative analysis, of Indian companies versus, foreign players in the market, is that there's a sentimentality to it. We heard in the beginning about how quantifiable elements are very, very easy to assess, but how do you really check for sentiment? How do you check for patriotism? How do you check for feeling? And that really has...
Yeah. So, the point that you're talking about, the patriotism and the nationalist feeling per se.
Yeah.
So obviously then, the two choices become very clear in front of us.
Right.
But the point is, Balaji, I want to ask you, is cloud meant only for large players? How do small companies and small and medium enterprises, I think they need it all the more. So he's one such example, but he's on his way to become a unicorn. So that's another thing. But is it only for the large players, and how do small companies leverage it?
In fact, I would like to say it's the other way around. It's more important for the small players who can just plug and play. As I said, fail fast. Don't waste your time and resources. So my answer is this. It's more important and relevant for the small players who are bubbling with energy, who have clear-cut focus, no corporate ambiguity. They can do what they want to contribute to the country. I think this is it.
So what advantages would it bring, to a small organization?
No, like I said, it's work fast, fail fast. Like, no, it's any entrepreneur who wants to, he does not want to get embroiled with this technology. He wants to do his business. He has seen, for example, if I want to start if I have a product now, I just want to sell it. Now I don't know to say who's the payment guy. There are enough payment service providers, aggregators over there. I just tag my website to there, take their service and start my marketing, start my business. My cash flow starts flowing in. I don't have to seek and talk and who will do this work for me. There are services available. You just make your own product, your base. The rest, all supporting systems are available on the cloud as a service. So today, whether you want to do your analytics, whether you want to do your security, whether you want to you manage your banking or the payment, you don't have to bother about it. Whether you want to write your books of accounts, even that is available as a service. Ready-made tools are available. You just focus on your core thing, what you want to manage. Even making website is available. That's the thing. So as long as you have any idea and you want to execute, use the digital platform, everything is available on the cloud. So that's where the cloud, like I say, keep on saying, use it as an ecosystem. It is not a on-prem versus a cloud service. So long as you keep talking, hinting that people are always thinking about on-prem, it is nothing to do with that. It's just a type of a market. It's a medium available to you. Now, whether you want to use it or not use it, it's your choice. You always have an on-prem thing. No, but this is like easy. Like today, UPI is the best example. The largest, and every common man, the sandwich fella outside also now takes an UPI and payment. So I think that this is the power of the digital. This is the power of cloud. So it's
in fact, Dr. Gurcharan, if I could.
There is a flip side. There's a flip side to it.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
please go ahead.
And what she mentioned about, and if, since I believe there are government people also around and public sector people, I have seen in every RFP of a public sector bank, there is a classification that he has to be a Gartner, this Gordon. I have nothing against Gartner, please. But again, here on one side that you talk about India and India startup and digital India, whereas you say he has to be in the top quadrant or it is the top 3 tier, then only he becomes qualified. So how do you promote these people who have good products, good ideas, but they don't have funds to subscribe to Gartner? Okay. So where do you, so think about that. I mean, that's also one of the, I would say you and Samir can take it up at a different level, but this just struck me over here because when you're talking about this, why can't we have something like a Scotch parameter? Like, no, since you are also been doing something so much of data over here. So at least all these inclusive company, India product companies which are there, how do you bring those Indian companies itself serving the Indian public sector companies?
Okay, yeah.
Right. So my research actually finds that it's the SMEs and the entrepreneur and the individual that really benefits, because that dip in cost of acquisition and cost of ownership matters to the startup. It doesn't always matter to the established large-scale corporation, you know. So that change, that saving really in economic terms matters to the little guy first.
I see,
you know?
That's important. When we say the total economic impact of cloud or cloud adoption, it seems what we are talking about that the cost really reduces. But when we talk about a small organization which does not have the IT wherewithal or the kind of manpower, for them the cost is always very, very high. The reason is very simple, that you know, at a particular given point in time, it needs to scale up or otherwise it needs to scale down. Do these small organizations, or even the large ones for that matter, have the capacity to do it because it requires 24/7 monitoring? Or otherwise some AI tools or something more additional pieces of technologies, they need to go into that. Balaji, start with you.
So this has been one of the primary factors that we have considered before making this transition. So, you know, as you rightly said, in an unpredictable environment, it becomes really challenging. It's really challenging. But then when you are sure after doing a lot of iterations, we had that it's not more than 6, it's well within that, which is actually surprising to us. We didn't expect these pleasantly surprising results. So I think it's possible to scale up gradually, and you have solutions in the market.
How does it resonate with you?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, right? Because we have been through that journey. So in the beginning, when we took a call that we'll be 100% cloud, the cost was actually 3x because our scale was not there. The economies of scale was not there. But I think one point I would like to highlight here, when we talk about cloud, we only think about the infrastructure, like the processor, the server, the storage. But I think one thing which we realized is that beyond this, the biggest hit that was coming for us was actually the licenses. We have to host a database. Now, which database do you take? You have to take a Oracle or a Microsoft database. Now, that was a big, big hit. And I think as we are thinking about, the India data transformation coming towards cloud, somewhere we have to think about delinking the licenses and even bringing those licenses back into the Indian ecosystem. Because at the end of the day, fundamentally, we are paying US developed country rates for some of these licenses, being a developing country. And I think this is where we should think about a lot more open source solutions need to be made available at a population scale. I think that's what we were lacking when we started out, because the hit was actually coming from a lot of these licenses, because you need a OS license, you need a database license, you need plethora of other 3-4 licenses which are so expensive, rather than even the hosting cost. Hosting cost was actually very small compared to all these. So I think that's one area where I feel there is a huge work to be done and a lot of potential to kind of bring it down.
Yeah, true. Karsi, so there is something called investing in a cloud. The second is efficiently utilizing it. So what's been your experience, and where do companies actually go wrong, and how can this be corrected?
The later part of it, what you said, when people move the workloads to the cloud, it's again like the way the softwares are written to run on-premise, the legacy softwares where people generally use it. There is a biggest fault in the people who are migrating to the cloud. They're just using the infrastructure of the cloud, and infrastructure is not very different. The server in your office and the server in the cloud service ultimately the same Intel box. Okay, it doesn't make a difference. It is you have to rewrite. In many cases, the softwares will have to be rewritten or fine-tuned, which is what people are not focusing on. They said we will do it at a later stage. I mean, this is practical. I have been in the industry and I have seen this, that later never comes. Okay, and by the time 1 year goes, then the CFO cribs and the management cribs, you are going to reduce the cost, it has become 2x, 3x, what are you doing? I am seeing no performance upgrade, except availability height. Availability anyway, it was 95% or 98%, that will become 99%. But generally that is not being looked at so much. Whereas in actual cash terms, there is no savings, nor is the business growth. Okay, your software has not improved, you have not used any other services. So just going by an infrastructure, migrating to cloud, I think people have to be very, very cautious. This mis-selling which is happening by the enterprises to the thing is, you have to be careful. You have to always remember that you will never be successful with just lift and shift. You have to lift, update and shift, or lift, shift and update. It has to be continuous. It has to be continuous. It is not, we'll talk about it. It's your process is incomplete. When you say migration, if you have not touched your software, your migration is incomplete. That is the underlying factor. You have to be careful.
Yeah, so we're coming down to a situation wherein yes, cloud is definitely a good option. It can lead to cost savings. There are very many Indian options also available, and companies like you are already leveraging it, and perhaps your experience tells, I mean, I'm only inferring from your experience that it perhaps has been better than a cloud which is not Indian. Scaling up, with security, sustainability. So let me open this discussion to the house. If the same question, if I have to put to the house, given an opportunity and a challenge at the same time. There are various examples. We have a large team from Geo Platforms as well. She talked about a couple of experiences. So what would you say when it comes to investing in an Indian cloud which you trust is secure, safe, scalable and flexible? Anybody would like to answer that? Can I see any hand going up or no answers in the audience? Yes, please go ahead. Sriji.
Yeah, good morning. I think I agree with what you have concluded based on the discussion here. However, a caveat that I will add there is that there are variances of that depending on the sectors that we talk about. I come from pharma and FMCG industry. In many cases, and we are not small company. If it is a small company, I agree what Balaji was saying, that you should not even think, just go to cloud and get the stuff done. But when you are big enough, there are scenarios where we think, also including the regulatory aspects that pharma is subjected to, where a private cloud makes more sense than a hyperscaler kind of ecosystem. So what Kiran talked about is WebWorks is a private cloud. So we look for combinations of public versus private versus very little on-prem. So we are probably more on private cloud and very little on-prem and a little bit on public cloud as well. So our business, whenever there is a scalability requirement, so we have a digital health business which is open to patients and doctors for cardiovascular diabetes care. There is not even a question, public cloud, instantaneous, no discussion at all. Diagnostics business, that is also on the cloud because it's franchisees and the people who are accessing, as you and me wanting to do a test, needs to access it very easily, and the scalability also happens across the country. But when it comes to the core pharma business, I don't consider hyperscaler or a proper cloud at all. I actually go to a private cloud or a hosted instance that we'll have. Cost is a reason, but also manageability, observability, data, privacy, the PII data that you talked about, and everything else becomes a serious consideration. So that's how it happens. It's a hybrid cloud situation that we have. Multi is only needed when you want to have serious deep risk mitigation that you want to do. So that's what I would say. Yeah.
Great. Would you like to respond to him, any of you, or you're in complete agreement with whatever he's saying?
That's exactly, somebody is practicing, he said exactly the same thing. He is already having 3 different use cases and 3 models for those 3 different businesses. So it's not like, cloud is there to use. That is, it is not use or not to use. It is we'll have to use it. Now, when to use it and how to use it is the question.
So yeah, this is exactly very important. How to use it, when to scale down, scale up or down. See, this is exactly where you control the cost. And it becomes really important that do not get into any such option with the eyes closed. Look at the business imperatives and then accordingly invest in it. So then obviously what we were talking about, have the capability and the capacity to utilize it, not just invest.
Now the only advantage in cloud, you have an option of scaling down. Practically nobody does it because people just forget, like start it and forget it, because only when the bill comes, people realize why is it you are not used it. So it's a very expensive mistake, but people learn after the first mistake. Nobody has done it because practically I've seen every year when the bill comes to you, that's when you realize that you overshot, what happened, it was a test case, आपने 2 महीने के लिए बोला था, experiment करने project. You forgot to shut down the servers after 2 months, after 6 months you get the bill, that's when you realize. So this is one caution that you guys have to put in place is when you spin up a instance, make sure that you have an endpoint. I mean, it is okay that it gives you a warning in 7 days it will shut down. At least somebody will wake up to either to further extend or not. This is what the common expensive mistakes people make over there.
Yeah. So let me ask for another comment or a question. I can see, okay, that hand going up. Mr. Santosh.
Until the mic is passed on, I just wanted to add, until the mic is passed down, I just wanted to add one more W to Tavadia, sir. Besides how and when, I think we need to know for what. What for? That is also an important question. For us, data analytics was the prime reason why we wanted to move. For somebody else, it may be something else. So be conscious of why you are doing it, what for. I think that's another point which I wanted to add.
Excellent.
Just for the fancy of it, please don't go for it. Don't follow the fear of losing out.
Yeah.
One comment from my side.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am Santosh Rai, and I am Chief Information Officer of SKOCH Group. So I'm agree with Kalsi also and Kiran also that we need to lay down the framework of IT whole structure. We follow in security, we can say West standards, whether it's ISO 27001 or NIST, Brinda can add on it. We follow in IT services, ITIL, it's not Indianized. So either we need to switch over like in China, everything is Chinese. You can't access Facebook, you can't access Google, right? Or we need to be, separate out our framework, right? We don't have any operating system. We are talking about long thing. We don't have any system software. Why? So that is my comment.
Thank you. Any question from the Geo team? Mohit? Anybody from out there? Or any comment? Would you like to add to the discussion? Of course, Mohit.
See, I am a dinosaur in IT industry. So it's a mistake when you say India actually had a lot of operating systems which are Unix based. It even had a multi-processing Unix operating system which was ported by HCL Group. System software goes hand in hand with hardware industry. When India signed ITA, Information Technology Agreement, which allowed for free import of hardware at zero duty. So it killed the industry completely. Along with it went the system software. So that is what happened. It was a policy mistake. And today we are saying, oops. So that is what happened.
So I think most of the points are already covered. So at Geo, we are setting up the infrastructure and the data center infrastructure, and we are tying up with Amazon and Google. So I think we are trying to use best of both the world, private and the public. So I mean, that's what the panel already discussed, that it basically comes down what actually you want to do with it. So what is the real purpose of it? And whether it is, efficiency of scale, or you are focusing on the cost. So again, your focus decide which one to choose between public and private. So we are currently focusing on both.
We can take one more comment or question before we close the discussion. Can I see any other hand going up? There's so many people out here who are directly involved, handling their IT infrastructures and the information security and so on and so forth. Anyway, so looks like almost everyone agrees with the panel that yes, it does control costs, but it has to be done with caution. One needs to understand as to what exactly are they getting into, rather than just being fashionable. Also at the same time, making a choice between different kind of options that are available is to be done again with in line with the business imperatives that you have, rather than just choosing a technology because somebody just recommended that it needs to be such. But yes, indeed, there is a lot of merit in going to cloud, and over a period of time, it does bring down all kind of costs, increases efficiency, provides scalability and flexibility to the business operations. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, and the only lady on the panel, and thanks for your comments.
Thank you so much, gentlemen and lady on the stage. We thank Mr. Karsi Tavadia, Distinguished Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation and former CTO and CIO, Bombay Stock Exchange. We also thank Mr. Balaji Adivishnu, Chief Innovation Officer, Heritage Foods Limited. We also thank Dr. Brinda Banerjee, Head Tech Policy and Research, Cyber Peace Foundation, and Mr. G. Kiran Kumar, Director and CEO, Swaman Financial Services, for this panel discussion. We also thank Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH Group, for moderating this session. Thank you so much. दिव्य सज्जनों, इससे पहले हम हमारे बहुमूल्य स्कॉच अवार्ड्स की तरफ अग्रसर हों, बहुत थोड़े समय में हम मंच को व्यवस्थित कर लेते हैं. दिव्य सज्जनों, इसी के साथ अब हम हमारे बहुमूल्य स्कॉच अवार्ड्स की घोषणा करते हैं. आज के अवार्ड्स डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, कॉर्पोरेट एक्सीलेंस और एनवायरमेंटल, सोशल एंड गवर्नेंस श्रेणी के अंतर्गत प्रदान किए जाएंगे. हम सभी अवार्डीज़ को अग्रिम शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अवार्ड्स के प्रथम चरण की ओर अग्रसर होते हैं. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, हियर वी बिगिन विद द फर्स्ट सेक्शन ऑफ आवर अवार्ड प्रेजेंटेशन, एंड फॉर दिस may I please request Samir Kochar sir, Chairman Scotch, and Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal also, Vice Chairman Scotch Group, to kindly be on the stage and give away the awards. I request Samir Kochar sir, Chairman Scotch Group, to kindly be on the stage to give away the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, for ESG category, Adani Airports Holdings Limited, for their project Mentoring and Training, is being honored by Silver ESG Award, and for that I request Mr. Shalin Shah, AVP ESG Environment and Sustainability, to kindly be on the stage. I request Mr. Shalin Shah to be on the stage to receive this award. This award is for Adani Airport Holdings Limited for their project Mentoring and Training. और इसी के साथ मैं आप सभी से निवेदन करूंगी कि जितने भी अवार्डीज हमारे आएंगे, आप सभी का तालियों के साथ उनका उत्साहवर्धन करें. I request all of you to kindly keep applauding for all the awardees who will be coming here and receiving this prestigious award. Silver Award for ESG category, Adani Airports Holdings Limited, Mentoring and Training.
Congratulations. Would you like to briefly tell us about your project?
Thank you, everyone. First of all, wish you a very happy birthday, sir. And very brief, 2 lines if we can talk about what are the interventions that we do in Adani Airports, especially in terms of development and training of our people, is twofold. First is developing our internal infrastructure for developing and grooming internal talents. And second, because as you know, airport is a very niche business where we have to groom, so capacity and capability development in terms of not only technical part, but also behavioral and leadership. That is the core of the whole business. And that's why I'd like to thank our management who puts a lot of efforts in this, and also to people like you who recognize this, and we understand how important this is for grooming people from within to take up roles and responsibility of the future. That's a challenge.
I think as Adani Group has recently started its journey in this airport sector, and we have set various targets and commitments on which we are working. I think it's happy to see that the rankings of overall Adani Group in the form of ESG performance, and we will volunteer ourselves in doing better and better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और इसी के साथ डिजिटल.
So the important point to note here is that leadership development, succession planning are both part of ESG. And I think, well, everybody may be doing it, you forget to report it. So I'll keep pointing out what all you are doing and not reporting. So your performance could have been far, far higher than what it is.
So for digital transformation category, a silver award has been given to Geo Platforms Limited for their project JPL's OSS, BSS and automation portfolio. I request Mr. Jeevan Tilgaonkar, SVP, to kindly receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put some energy in the house. Let's have a huge round of applause for all the awardees. Mr. Jeevan Telgaonkar is coming here to receive this award. This award is for Geo Platforms Limited. Project is JPL, OSS, BSS and automation portfolio. Silver award for DX category.
So your project has a lot of abbreviations, OSS, BSS and automation portfolio. What exactly does it do?
First of all, thank you very much for giving us a chance to be here. Many of you may not know that Jio has launched 5G basis its own 5G standalone core, which no operator in the world has done till date. And we are running a workload of 120 million 5G subscribers on our own indigenous 5G as a core. But to manage such a massive cloud native infrastructure is very difficult, for which you need to have the automation tools. And unlike many other CSPs who lean on to the tier 1 global players, we prefer to develop the automation suite on our own. So we are literally managing the 5G network of Jio, which is now covering 96% of the census towns of India with less than 50 people. So that's the power of this OSS BSS automation that we have developed. Fully Indian. Just one small experience I want to share. I was fortunate to share a panel with Samirji a few years back. I'm not going to share any panel with him again because he's one who has literally pulled me on the radiation that would be caused by telecommunication and all that. I never had a good answer for him for that point in time, but possibly we can debate now. Thank you, sir.
So someone has to be the naysayer too, no?
देवियों सज्जनों, इसी के साथ ESG सिल्वर अवार्ड की मैं घोषणा करती हूं और ये दिया जाता है HDFC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनी लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट HDFC लाइफ स्मार्ट पेंशन प्लस के लिए। मैं निवेदन करूंगी मिस्टर अविनाश कुमार AVP और साथ ही मिस्टर रौनक ठक्कर चीफ प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर से कि वो मंच पर आएँ और अपने इस अवार्ड को आप स्वीकार करें। फॉर HDFC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनी लिमिटेड, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, द सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड इन ESG कैटेगरी फॉर HDFC लाइफ स्मार्ट पेंशन प्लस, Mr. Avinash Kumar and Mr. Ronak Thakkar is here to receive this award.
So what are you doing differently? Because everyone wants the old pension scheme. They don't want, they want guaranteed income, right?
Yeah, so pension is one sector, which is now given the longevity in the country, right? We have never looked at, longevity risk in India because earlier the life expectancy was around 60, 65. But due to medical advancements, life expectancy is around 80 now, right? And you have, so, and you have to finance, 20, 25 years of your non-working life, right? For that you need guaranteed stream of income. And that is where this pension product fits in. So what we did was we made this pension product more affordable. So earlier we only used to have single premium products which were very expensive. So you used to buy a 30 lakh annuity to get an income of say 5-10,000 a month. What we did was we made it into a regular or SIP format wherein you could contribute monthly at an early age starting, and you could also guarantee the income stream. So that was what this product did. So it was new to industry. So I'm happy to report we've already done close to 3,000 crores in this product. And it is very huge mass adoption, given the affordability, the scale, and the potential that the Indian market has. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
थैंक यू सो मच। और देवियों सज्जनों, जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट इंटेलिजेंट यूटिलिटी परफॉर्मेंस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम के लिए सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड प्रदान किया जाता है डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कैटेगरी के लिए। और इसके लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर रेवन्ना चन्नप्पा, हादरीपुरा वाइस प्रेसिडेंट को। आई रिक्वेस्ट सर टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड फॉर द प्रोजेक्ट इंटेलिजेंट यूटिलिटी परफॉर्मेंस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, the Silver Scotch Award NDX category.
Sir, in Geo, the 4G and 5G towers, infra management is one of the key challenges for us, where we try to reduce our carbon footprint by reducing the diesel generation usage from the across the towers. So by maintaining the health of the battery, and also we're trying to put some solar and put some IoT sensors and everything. The majorly our Geo objective to reduce the carbon footprint. I think we are going towards, and he was meeting our chairman vision to make by 2035 our Geo will become our Reliance will become a carbon net zero company and everything. So we are going towards that one by implementing this solution, and already we have reduced some around 60% of diesel usage across the towers. That is the achievement right now we have done.
Congratulations.
देवियों सज्जनों, इसी के साथ हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड कोलकाता को उनके प्रोजेक्ट सुरक्षा के साथ के लिए सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड ESG कैटेगरी में प्रदान किया जाता है। मैं मिस्टर हरिराम गोविंद, साइट डायरेक्टर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर हरिराम गोविंद जी, साइट डायरेक्टर, टू काइंडली बी हियर एंड रिसीव द अवार्ड. दिस इज फॉर हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड कोलकाता, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट सुरक्षा के साथ.
Hindustan Unilever Limited, Kedarpur factory, Kolkata, 60 years old plant, and there was old mines and old infrastructures. So we did work in two type, means in hardware and behavioral safety. So after that we achieved 7 TRFR from last 7.5 years.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. इसी के साथ हम गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड्स की तरफ अग्रसर हो रहे हैं. ESG कैटेगरी में ये अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है ब्रिटानिया इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट न्यूट्रिशन फाउंडेशन इनिशिएटिव टू रिड्यूस माल न्यूट्रिशन. मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर इंद्रनील गुप्ता, जनरल मैनेजर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, एंड मिस्टर मुकेश कुमार बेहरा, हेड EHS. आप मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को आप रिसीव करें. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gold Scotch Award in category ESG for Britannia Industries Limited. The project is Nutrition Foundation Initiative to reduce malnutrition. Mr. Indranil Gupta and ma'am is here to receive the award. We also have Mr. Mukesh Kumar Behra.
Tell us about the project.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity, and thank you to Britannia to reach out to the nooks and corners of the country to address the issue of malnutrition in the most undeserving communities that you can think of. So thank you so much.
Congratulations.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. देवियों सज्जनों, जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट JPL's रेडियो एंड 5G कॉम्बो कोर रिडिफाइनिंग कनेक्टिविटी के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड DX कैटेगरी के अंदर प्रदान किया जा रहा है. मैं मिस्टर जीवन तिलगांवकर से निवेदन करूंगी, आप एक बार फिर से मंच पर आएँ. मिस्टर जीवन तिलगांवकर, SVP. Ladies and gentlemen, Jio Platform Limited receiving this award for JPL's radio and 5G combo core redefining connectivity. This is Gold Scotch for Digital Transformation. Mr. Jeevan Tilgaonkar is here to receive the award, and one more gentleman with him.
So, India has to rediscover the hardware story, as I mentioned, and since I come from the industry, very close to my heart. Tell us about this.
Yeah, sorry, this is about hardware. Because radio is globally dominated by the European players. And Jio has started making its own radios since 2016. So the 5G radios which you see in Jio network, especially the small cells, are 100% indigenous. They're manufactured in Chennai. So now we are moving up the value chain in making the macros as well. So very soon we'll see macros in India as well from our own organization. Thank you.
Congratulations.
बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और इसी के साथ मैं हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड दुमदुमा के लिए उनके प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड मैनेजमेंट के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करती हूँ। ये ESG कैटेगरी के लिए है। मैं मिस्टर विक्रमजीत तामुले साइट सेफ्टी मैनेजर से निवेदन करूँगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ। मिस्टर विक्रमजीत तामुले, आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज टू रिसीव दिस अवार्ड फॉर हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड दुमदुमा for the project waste management, and this is, ladies and gentlemen, Gold Scotch Award in category ESG.
Thank you, Scotch, for giving this award. And Hindustan Dumduma factory is situated in Assam, and we have worked in reducing the waste. At the same time, we have maximized the recycling of the waste and to reuse the waste. That is the main project.
One of the wonderful things about HUL is that they volunteered assessment of 20 of their factories. And they shared all information and data. This is called, क्या मतलब जिगर भी चाहिए और विश्वास है कि जो हम कर रहे हैं ठीक कर रहे हैं.
थैंक यू सर। और इसी के साथ हम लिमिटेड फूड्स LT फूड्स लिमिटेड के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं उनके प्रोजेक्ट सस्टेनेबल राइस प्लेटफॉर्म दैट इज़ SRP के लिए। मैं मिस मोनिका चावला जागिया से निवेदन करूंगी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट फिनेंस एंड स्ट्रेटजी, की वो मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को आप रिसीव करें। लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज़ गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड इन कैटेगरी ESG फॉर LT फूड्स लिमिटेड फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट सस्टेनेबल राइस प्लेटफॉर्म।
As you may be aware, rice is one of the most water consuming crops, and it's ecologically quite a disaster. So when you export rice, means you're exporting water, and this company has done some incredible work in minimizing that. So would you like to talk about your project?
Yeah, sure. So thank you everyone. Thank you, Scotch. So the way it is, like, the water is very highly consumed by the rice companies. So there's one project that we have done that's called WEPRO. That's a water the production program that we have done, where the whole objective was to work with the farmers, that how they can reduce the water consumption and how we can help
members. More than 1.6 lakh farmers have joined this, out of which 35% of them are women. And they're so grateful, they're delighted that for the very first time in their life, they started receiving their income directly onto their account digitally. They have been insured, their animals are insured, they get timely veterinary advice online, without wasting half days of time and losing their wage. They get advisory on nutrition on time. They get to know the best practices in the industry all on digital platform. So one day, I really, really hope, and I'm very positive that all those 8 crore dairy farmers in the country do get access to the formal dairy segment, and they get predictable income stream, and they get their due recognition, because they are the ones who are providing the nation the most affordable form of protein. So I think they are due for their recognition, and we are very proud that we are doing our bit to support them. Thank you very much for your honor, sir.
Thank you. Let me also share with you that at Scotch, dairy industry is something which is very close to our hearts. And till about 2 years back, there was a lot of noise about India signing up a China-led trade bloc called RCEP. A lot of money was given to a lot of public policy think tanks and organizations to champion that cause, that RCEP is good for India. We were given no money. We spent a lot of our money building an argument that India should not sign RCEP. And the Honorable Prime Minister even went for the RCEP conference, and at the last minute he did not sign it. And our basic argument was it is going to kill India's dairy industry. So compliments on what you're doing to keep the industry alive and thriving and keep the flag flying.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू। और इसी के साथ हम कॉरपोरेट एक्सीलेंस की हमारी श्रेणी में अब सिल्वर अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। अवार्ड प्रदान किया जा रहा है HDFC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनी लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट HDFC लाइफ स्मार्ट प्रोटेक्ट प्लान के लिए। और मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर अविनाश कुमार AVP और मिस्टर रौनक ठक्कर चीफ प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर को। आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव दिस अवार्ड। दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर HDFC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनी लिमिटेड for their project HDFC Life Smart Protect Plan, and this is, ladies and gentlemen, our Silver Scotch Award under the category Corporate Excellence.
So, as we are all aware, the insurance density, life insurance density currently in the country as compared to the developed economies is quite low. And our Honorable Prime Minister has set the 2047 goals that the entire country should have life insurance. So it's a vision which will require 20-25 years of hard work. So this is just a small step. So our product, it basically tries to solve for the life cover and how the family can be taken care of after the breadwinner of the family passes away. So it is a small effort in that direction to ensure that the whole country gets access to insurance.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। और इसी के साथ हम जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड के लिए उनके प्रोजेक्ट जियो ट्रू कनेक्ट ब्लॉकचेन फॉर बिलियन इंडियंस, इस प्रोजेक्ट के लिए सिल्वर अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत। हम मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं मिस्टर बाबू जयराज VP टेक्नोलॉजी ब्लॉकचेन ई-कॉमर्स। मिस्टर बाबू जयराज, हम आपसे निवेदन करेंगे कि आप मंच पर आएँ। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर Babu Jairaj ji to kindly be on the stage to receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver Scotch Award for Digital Transformation for Jio Platforms Limited for their project Jio True Connect Blockchain for Billion Indians.
Sorry, I'm Chirag and this is Dinesh. Babu could not join, so I'm just receiving on his behalf. But with regards to True Connect, it actually started with the blockchain initiative for DND, TRICE blockchain initiative. And then this platform has transformed from more than just a DND registry platform into a platform which helps telemarketers and businesses to enable their SMS communications. So yeah, I mean, now it has, from a small initiative, I mean, a government initiative into a platform that helps everyone.
Thank you very much.
दिव्य सज्जनों, इसी के साथ अब हम हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट प्रभात के लिए सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड प्रदान करते हैं। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूं मिस्टर शाइबल चैटर्जी, सीनियर लीड इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट प्रभात। आपसे निवेदन है आप मंच पर आएं। दिव्य सज्जनों, यह हमारा सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड है। ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड को यह अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है उनके प्रोजेक्ट प्रभात के लिए।
First of all, a very happy birthday to you, sir. Thank you. So Prabhat is a sustainable community development initiative of HUL. And when we say sustainable community development initiative, which means that primarily we are working on the major components of livelihood, health of maternal and adolescent girls, and nutrition of women, and also waste management at the household level and water conservation. And overall, we have impacted around 10 million lives overall till now.
Congratulations.
बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और इसी के साथ हम एक बार फिर से डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। ये अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट आई स्मार्ट के लिए। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर आशीष जाधव को, सीनियर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर आशीष जाधव जी टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज टू रिसीव दिस अवार्ड। दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट आई स्मार्ट। Mr. Ashish Jadhav ji, Senior Vice President, request him to kindly be on the stage to receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver Scotch Award for digital transformation.
Sorry, again, iSmart team is also not there, so collecting on their behalf. So firstly, thank you, sir, for acknowledging Geo platforms for the digital transformation initiative in your presentation. So again, iSmart is a AI-based platform that enables a lot of AI tools and technologies on top of, I mean, you can call it the face recognition, and it provides a lot of other services which are, not available on a single platform. So that's what iSmart is. Thanks.
Congratulations.
बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और इसी के साथ हम कॉर्पोरेट एक्सीलेंस की हमारी कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत, इस श्रेणी के अंतर्गत हम गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड इस समय दिया जा रहा है अपोलो हॉस्पिटल्स को उनके प्रोजेक्ट पेशेंट डिस्चार्ज जर्नी एंड एनिग्मा डिकोडेड के लिए। मैं मिस योग माया नायक, DGM क्वालिटी एंड ऑपरेशन से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ। Ladies and gentlemen, I request Miss Yog Maya Nayak ji, if she is here to receive this award, or anyone from Apollo Hospital right now here with us, we request to receive the award. इसी के साथ हम जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट फ्लोरिक्स प्लेटफॉर्म लो कोड इंटीग्रेशन एंड डिजिटल प्रोसेस ऑटोमेशन प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। ये अवार्ड डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन श्रेणी के अंतर्गत सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड है। मैं मिस्टर राजेश रंजन सिन्हा, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, और साथ ही मिस्टर नीलेश जैन, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को आप रिसीव करें। Geo Platforms Limited for low-code integration and digital process automation platform. This is Florworks platform, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Rajesh Ranjan ji and Mr. Nilesh Jain ji here to receive this award. This is our Silver Scotch Award for digital transformation.
So Flowworks is event-driven low-code general purpose orchestration engine, especially the system orchestrated flow you can define. Objective was to design this project to have a time to market. Another important things to reduce the as much as per the computing resources. When we talk the computing resources, is like less CPU utilization, less memory, as well as the network bandwidth. Another important things, previously implementation was the orchestration logic and business logic is the combined. If we made some changes, we have to do the regression of whole component. So now we have divided the business logic, orchestration logic is totally decoupled from orchestration and business logic. A lot of people talk about the hybrid cloud, right? So this architecture support, if you want to run the orchestration related data in the cloud, but you have compliance issue, you can keep your business data or business logic on premises. And each business logic implemented each function as a service. That means as much as a smaller, the changes required, you have to just the one piece of things. And this worker have a self-contained life cycle management, including the code. Okay. So why we say the low code? The orchestration logic is totally no code, but integration capability or business logic be abstracted and provide the SDK in the language agnostic. You can write the business logic in the Java or Go as per your developer is available in the market. So that's one of the objective of the project.
I could understand about 1% of that, but the main message I got, it's something that helps you do a lot more for less. Isn't it? Congrats.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। और इसी के साथ साथ हम ब्रिटानिया इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट सस्टेनेबिलिटी हॉलिस्टिक अप्रोच टू बिजनेस ग्रोथ के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड प्रदान करते हैं। मैं मिस्टर इंद्रनील गुप्ता, जनरल मैनेजर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, और मिस्टर मुकेश कुमार बेहरा, हेड EHS से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, लेट्स हैव अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज। दिस इज आवर गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड in the category ESG. This is for Britannia Industries Limited for sustainability holistic approach to business growth. Congratulations to the team, Mr. Indraneel Gupta and Mr. Mukesh Kumar Behra, and the team is actually here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Gold Scotch Award in ESG category.
So I am very much new to Britannia. It's been only 2 months in Britannia, but I can very well say that Britannia has started off with a very good sustainability strategy. So we have a strategy resting on the 4 pillars of people, resources, governance, and growth. So we have set targets, KPIs and targets across identified programs. And I'm also very happy to share that all the metrics, it is being overseen by our ExCom. So there is a governance overlook on the sustainability strategy.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
थैंक यू सर। और इसी के साथ हम जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट जियो पार्टनर वर्ल्ड प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। ये अवार्ड डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन श्रेणी के अंतर्गत दिया जा रहा है। मैं मिस्टर तरुण कामरा, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ। I request Mr. Tarun Kamra, Vice President, to kindly be on the stage to receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for Jio Platforms Limited for their project Jio Partner World Platform, and this is our Gold Scotch Award for digital transformation.
Thank you so much. Jio Partner World is our premier platform for the last mile delivery of product and services used by all our businesses, and we are doing more than 1 million work orders a day, right? And the best part is that all the businesses can customize their workflows, and their field force training, everything can be done through this platform. It has grown from a product to platform in nearly three years. I think post-COVID, we have got the entire boost that entire world now is moving towards the last mile services. So this platform is catering to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच। और इसी के साथ साथ हम इस्टेब्लिशमेंट ऑफ बोन मैरो प्रोजेक्ट के लिए क्रिश्चियन मेडिकल कॉलेज लुधियाना को गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। ये अवार्ड ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत दिया जा रहा है। डॉक्टर M. जोसेफ जॉन, प्रोफेसर एंड हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ क्लिनिकल हेमेटोलॉजी एंड बोन मैरो स्टेम सेल ट्रांसप्लांटेशंस, आप मंच पर हैं।
Ours is a regional success, I would say, or regional contribution in Punjab to start the first transplant program there. A lot of challenges to start a program in a state where transplant is not heard of initially, that we started in 2007. So we had to innovate and train many people along the way, and we are able to do a thalassemia project and mainly catering to transplant for thalassemias and patients of needy. And CMC Ludhiana stands for Service, Education and Research, and we have been able to raise funds to cater to these patients with a success equivalent to other standards in the world.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू। और इसी के साथ साथ हम श्रीराम लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कॉरपोरेट लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट क्लेम्स मैनेजमेंट के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड प्रदान करते हैं। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूं मिस्टर रितेश कुमार श्रीवास्तव, जनरल मैनेजर को। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर रितेश कुमार श्रीवास्तव टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज। मिस्टर रितेश कुमार श्रीवास्तव, हम एक बार फिर से जियो प्लेटफॉर्म लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट डिजिटल API प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए गोल्ड अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। ये अवार्ड डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन श्रेणी के अंतर्गत दिया जा रहा है। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर राजेश रंजन सिन्हा, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट को। मिस्टर राजेश रंजन सिन्हा, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, अगर वो मंच पर हैं तो। दिस इज़ फॉर जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड for their project digital API platform.
He's busy being interviewed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Gold Scotch Award for digital transformation, and this is for Geo Platforms Limited for their project digital API platform.
अब आप पाइथन में मत भूलिएगा, इंग्लिश में 2 सेंटेंस में बताइए अच्छा क्यों है।
Okay, so few technical words.
two technical words are enough.
Okay, so this in the Geo, right? If you see the all customer interaction partner and the agent is through have a different channel like My Geo for self-service, call center. And there is a chatbot also, agent is the POS. Everything is powered by the API. Okay, that this platform provide to build your API as well as the management of the API, either your microservices or event-driven architecture and different style of API with the using the open standard, industry open standard specification and protocol. Thank you.
इतना मुझे भी आता है। API is application program interface, right? तो अगर विभिन्न भाषा में इनके जो इकोसिस्टम है वो बात करते हैं और उनको जियो से बात करनी है तो ये एक ट्रांसलेशन अनुवादक का काम करता है, उनको जोड़ देता है उसके साथ। ये हाँ, मैंने एक भी टेक्निकल वर्ड नहीं यूज़ किया।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। और इसी के साथ साथ हमारे अवार्ड्स के इस सेक्शन के हम आखिरी अवार्ड की अब घोषणा करते हैं। ये अवार्ड है हमारा प्लेटिनम स्कॉच अवार्ड, ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत दिया जा रहा है अडानी रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट इंटीग्रेटेड एमिशन मैनेजमेंट के लिए। और मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर संजीव कोशेश, हेड बिजनेस एक्सीलेंस एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर संजीव कोशेश to kindly be on the stage to receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. This is our platinum award in category ESG for Adani Road Transport Limited for their project integrated emission management.
This is Akshay Kumar Singh, standing in place of Mr. Koshish. He could not come. So regarding this award, I am very happy that we got the recognition. And when we are into roads, metro, rail, and water sector. So basically, in road sector, people have lot of complaint that lot of emission is happening, lot of wastage is happening. So this department is only 5 to 6 years old. So since beginning, as a group philosophy, we are utilizing at every stage, be a design or the construction methodology or the construction in the field, the machinery, maintenance, everything in all the processes till the product is delivered, the optimization at every level, which leads to saving as well as the better optimization and better utilization of the material. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Samir sir, we thank you so much for giving away this
Let me share
award.
an anecdote with
Please,
you.
sir, please.
You know, as we are recognizing best practices, let me tell you, this tool is a best practice. We give a lot of awards. पहले ना मैं ऐसे करके, at the end of the day, my back used to give up. So then I went to this, my son's convocation in UCL London. तो वहाँ पे वो ना स्टूल पे ऐसे करके नील कराते हैं अंग्रेज लोग for giving an award. So he says, why can't we do that? So we got a stool made and we said, now we will give an award only on a stool. So it's a best practice because giving so many awards, I don't have to do this. My back says thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick setup on the stage and we will be back. We will move towards our second panel discussion of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not taking any break here. I request you to kindly be seated with us. We are about to begin our second panel discussion. Just in few seconds, I request you to kindly put the house in order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I request all of you to kindly be seated so that we can move forward with our second panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion is based on how to ESG faster and better. And for this, we have our esteemed panelists among us. I request them to kindly join us on the stage. Meanwhile, the stage is getting set up. Allow me to introduce our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Rajneesh Bansal, Senior VP Procurement and Supply Chain. Adani Wilmer among us. I welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rajneesh Bansal is having 30 years of experience in various fields, including business development and corporate communication, agriculture, and the FMCG sector. Before joining Adani Wilmer, he worked at Adani Port Limited and the Indian Space Research Organization. Mr. Rajneesh Bansal, I thank you and thank you so much for joining us on the stage. I welcome you, sir. I also request Mr. Sandeep Dave, General Manager, S&L, CC and CSR Gujarat Gas, to kindly join us on the stage. Mr. Sandeep Dave, in 25 years of corporate experience, he has handled various assignments for the GSPC group of companies, including the public issues of GSPC group company, implementation of corporate governance framework, scheme of merger and demerger, negotiation of shareholders and agreements and joint ventures, agreements with various stakeholders of GSPC group of companies, and managed various high-stake litigations as well. So we welcome you. I also request Mr. Jagdish Joshi, Executive Vice President, Ajanta Pharma Limited, to kindly join us on the stage. I request Mr. Jagdish Joshi to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, he joined Ajanta Pharma in 1989 and has not looked back. 35 years of being at one company is a great achievement. He is responsible for overall Ajanta Pharma operations at manufacturing side and is also associated with different social initiatives and is actively working for well-being of society. Mr. Jagdish Joshi, we welcome you on the stage. Thank you so much for joining. I also request Dr. Sushil Kumar Dash to kindly join us on the stage. Distinguished Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation, Visiting Scientist, DST Center of Excellence in Climate Modeling, IIT Delhi. Dr. Sushil Kumar, I request you to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, he is formerly a professor and head at the Center for Atmospheric Sciences, IIT Delhi. He was elected as the president of Indian Meteorological Society IMS for the period 2018 to 2020. At present, he is continuing his R&D interest as a visiting scientist at the DST Center of Excellence in Climate Modeling at IIT Delhi. Dr. Sushil Kumar Dash, we welcome you on the stage. Thank you so much for joining. I also request Mr. Indranil Gupta, General Manager, Manufacturing, Britannia Industry Limited, to kindly join us on the stage. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. He has over 30 years of comprehensive experience in manufacturing, supply chain, projects procurement, manufacturing excellence, new product development and scale-up across multinational and Indian FMCG companies. He is a mechanical engineer and has worked extensively in India and abroad. Thank you so much, sir. Last but not the least, as a moderator, I request Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH Group, to kindly be on the stage and moderate this session, sir.
Well, thank you so much. This, in fact, is a very interesting panel. Can you increase the sound level, please? Talking about ESG, how much of ESG do we really understand? That's the first question. How much of ESG is something which is what India understands? That's the second question. What exactly is ESG? Mr. Kocher talked about our assessment on ESG. It was not really an easy task. Most of the projects that qualified, that we actually studied and qualified, as you all saw, related to environment and climate. Environment, climate, water, these have been there even in the SDG goals. So are we doing ESG or are we doing SDG? That's one big dilemma that we face. Although the national voluntary guidelines that we've been talking about, they were released in the year 2011 and made mandatory only in 2018. The only reporting standards in the name of ESG are set by SEBI. That too only for the top 1,000 listed companies in the country. This poses another question. Do we have the ESG standards in the country? Third one is, which is the GRI. Now there is a talk that those standards are going to be adopted by India. So when the stage is not yet set for a complete understanding of ESG, how to speed it up, how to do it better. Adopting standards which are set globally to be implemented in India is also going to create trade barriers. Because soon enough, we'll be told that you have to be compliant with the global standards, and we are not doing that enough ESG. So this poses a few questions in front of us. So let me open the discussion by asking our panelists, starting with Mr. Rajneesh, how do you do ESG?
Hello. See, I belong to an FMCG company, and I personally am taking care of the entire supply chain. So looking from a very, very limited view of moving goods from one place to another and using green energy, and also using some kind of transportation wherein you are saving your carbon emissions is the main goal of the company. Now having, like you said, ESG is still evolving in our country today. But within that framework of environment, social and governance, there could be some good takeouts that we can take and then implement those strategies which align ourselves with whatever Indian milestones or Indian statistics that we have, and also the global ones. In our case, for example, when we started doing ESG implementation in our supply chain, we have actually moved our number from 10% to 25% using multimodal. Now everybody understands that railways are the least carbon emission in the country today. So we have actually saved on 50,000 tons of equivalent carbon emissions in the country in last 2 years. And our goal is to reach to 35% during financial year 25. So this is one way that we have actually tried to reduce or optimize our carbon emission in the country. On the second side, we have entirely digitized our supply chain. We are doing 400,000 shipments a year, which is a huge number. We are moving 5 million tons of cargo from one place to another, crisscrossing the entire country. So what we did was, instead of using a paper system, we have made it entirely paperless. Now earlier, with each shipment, we were using 12 papers. Now that is being consolidated only into 7 papers. So we are saving 5 papers per shipment, and we are likely to save 2.5 million paper sheets per year in our operations. So this is the way we have tried to digitize the whole operations and using multimodal to reduce our carbon footprint. So this is apart from whatever we have been doing as ESG in Adani Wilmar Limited. For example, we have ZLDs installed in our plants. We are saving 2.3 million liters of water every day being recycled. Given a perspective, we are actually giving water to 15,000 people in an urban area equivalent with this 2.3 million liters of water saved every day. We have installed solar panels across our plants. About 10 megawatt of electricity is being generated in our own units. So that is the kind of comprehensive work that the Adani Wilmar Limited has been using in our plants, in our supply chain.
Moving over to a pharma company, how would you do ESG?
Yeah. Like rightly you said about India's journey just began. But in other words, it was there in some other forms, which we may call in a different worlds, that I will come later. And what he rightly told in various aspects, or you opened up this really a challenge for any industry, not only a pharma. And pharma more important because they are dealing with the medicines, and that too, basically it's a form of chemicals there. So pharma has a dual responsibility of this environment and the healthcare. Like in our case, Ajanta Pharma, I do remember I joined this company in 88, and last 35 years I am working there. The terminology is changing from ESG to SDG and all of the things. But what I remember, this water conservation, it's not a new, but now it comes under a SEBI regulation. So we are taking it on a paper, and from paper to going to a digital platforms like then quoted to AI. Now, if you see this, if you see from an ancient time, this water conservation system is going on, and environment control or energy. So this all we started there, like for energy, if you say solar, like he told rightly, we also did around 12.5 megawatt our own plants. We have 7 manufacturing units. All the units are now with the rooftop solars, or somewhere is the rooftop not possible. We are going purchasing a land, and there we have installed around 6 megawatt solar plant. And for other, and we are in a different region of India, like Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Assam. So in some states to state regulations are there changing. Like in Assam, there is right now the solar permission becomes like they have to make some policies and do that. Now they are doing in a very faster way, and we are going ahead with the open land and other thing into that area also. So in that way, we are perceiving to the geographical society for the importance of this energy and other thing. So in other way like energy, then water, then the waste management also. The waste management, pharma is very critical. It's a chemical for a normal person. Though it is not a toxic, but still it's a chemical. Now in that way, our social responsibility comes from not from today, it's right from beginning to treat it properly and to dispose it of properly. Now in some of the states, like not in all states, some of the states, we started it. Giving to some industries like cement industries. Our waste goes there and that becomes their power. So in that way recycling has been started. Like our effluent there. Effluent we are doing totally with the RO recycling and utilizing that water for our chiller and our other things. So in that way that recycling has been started. Now we have kept our targets like and what year, how we should go, and we are have measurements and a complete roadmap how we will be going into that direction. Energy, then water, and then social, like being social, we are society for our people, for our employees in healthcare and education. We have our deep roots to the villages and to the prisons and to the other areas. And governance, it's a well-defined like organization structure, policies, integrity, and we believe in ethical and being a pharma. And we are having around our 2 plants are USFDA approved there. So quality high standards in that way, like we started this thing, and now this is a part of like SEBI, you rightly told this has come as a regulation right now. This is coming onto the paper and paper to a digitalization, and we are also into that direction. He rightly mentioned about the paper. I'll just take a few minutes.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
You know, there is a lot more to discuss.
Okay.
You have set the tone right. Let me move over to Britannia. What's been your story? Are you doing ESG and how?
Yeah, we have started reporting about 2 years back. Hello. Yeah. Our ESG, it is whatever other people said, it is almost in the same line. We are focusing on renewable energy. So today our overall consumptions, 30% is renewable energy. And in next 1.5 years time, that value will move to 60% of renewable energy. We are focusing on reducing plastic usages, like our products are biscuits, cakes, which uses a lot of plastic, laminates, plastic trays. So we have taken a target to remove our plastic trays to 100%. We have achieved 50% of it. In another 2 years time, we will be reducing it to 0. And also the plastics what we are using, 70% of them are reusable plastics. So that is another thing. As a company, we are plastic neutral, by the way, in the sense that whatever plastics we use, we are also engaged different parties who utilizes those plastics more than 100% as on today. Coming back to society, I don't know whether people consider it as a ESG program or not, but our focus is to increase the women employment to a very great extent. For example, about 4 or 5 years back, if I go back to my factories, hardly any female employees you could see. Today, we are 46% of our total employment is from female, and in next 2 years' time, it will move up to 60%. That is our target internally, what we have taken. Apart from that, for which we got a prize also today, is we do a lot of work on malnutrition in the very nook and corner of the country where people even don't reach today. And all these programs are based around our factory locations, which are obviously, we know it is not in the metro cities, it is in places where factories are remotely located. So we attack those areas where really ladies are having malnutrition. We provide specific biscuits to them, which is specially designed for them to improve their nutrition levels, and after that we also monitor how that malnutrition thing is improving or not. And it is medically proven. And I don't know whether all of us know it or not, a few years back, our MD had got recognized for this Britannia Nutrition Foundation effort by US President Bill Clinton many years back. And we are taking that drive forward and expanding our base is very
That
regularly.
really sounds good. So I'll ask you to save the rest of the comments for the next one.
And also women employment is 100% part of ESG diversity.
So the environment, sustainability, these are really the buzzwords which are covered under SDG 7, 12 and 13. And that actually is CSR. So in your opinion, you are doing CSR or you are doing ESG?
We are doing ESG. Like, let me start with the little bit of background on the company. We are into business of providing natural gas, right? For a natural gas economy to boom and to have put it in place, you need ecosystem to be in place. It's not a case that you build some isolated units and it will work. You need a complete pipeline network, which we have in Gujarat. More than 2,700 kilometers of pipeline network is in place in Gujarat. That is being done by my parent company, Gujarat State Petronet Limited. Gujarat Gas, we are into city gas distribution business, where we have got more than 30,000 kilometers of pipeline network. One can imagine the pain and difficulty which involves to lay a pipeline network of more than 30,000 kilometers, reach every nook and corner of the state. We have not restricted ourselves only to urban areas. We have gone to more than 1,000 villages, which one can't even think of. When people are thinking of urbanization, we have also adopted rurbanization. That's the concept we also follow. So we have touched upon lives of more than 1,000 villages, very remote areas. Now, when we speak about gas, there is natural advantage. We have been doing supply of gas for a long time, but unfortunately, there was no BRSR report kind of a stuff, where our efforts towards the community, efforts towards the environment has actually come into black and white. BRS, I'm thankful to SEBI, thankful to the regulators who actually brought out that kind of a report where we can showcase and we can actually demonstrate the effort which we have made. We are connected to more than 20 lakh households in Gujarat and 6 other states surrounding Gujarat. We have more than 800 CNG stations, more than 15,000 commercial customers, around 4,000 to 5,000 industrial customers. Just one small example. The one fine day, sometime back in past, there was an NGT order saying that the Morbi cluster, which is known for ceramic world over, the highest quality, the ceramic industry was asked to shut down because of use of some polluting fuel. And we were there, we took up the challenge. We worked with them hand in hand, 24/7, 365 days, and created the network, enhanced our capacity, and made available natural gas, which is not only environment friendly, but also increasing efficiency and quality at their end. So that's the kind of effort which we have undertaken, but somewhere it goes unnoticed. When we talk of a benefit of natural gas, because of we are selling around 9 to 9.5 MSCMD kind of a gas on daily basis. If we convert to competing polluting fuels which we have replaced, not less than 13,000 metric ton of coal per day. The pollution which it causes, we have replaced by natural gas. Almost 2,400 kind of petrol, liters of petrol and diesel, what kind of pollution it will cause, it has been replaced by us by CNG. And we are not stopping there. It's not that we are happy and we are satisfied, we say we have done enough. We are also looking forward to the fuel of the future. Fuel of the future, we talk about hydrogen. We talk about compressed biogas. We talk about EV charging. We are the only company, and I am proudly saying this, we are the only company in India which has actually implemented a pilot project with 5% hydrogen blending in a local community. Got node and approval from the regulator after third-party verification. And we have increased this level from 5% to 8%. Our target is to go much higher. World over, that average is 20%. But to achieve this feat and say that, yes, this is doable in India, this is something which we can achieve, was a lot of satisfaction at our end. Even on the compressed biogas, we can proudly say that we are the first company which has commingled and PNG and supplied that on a pilot project basis. So there are a lot of things we have done on environment, which is supporting and definitely helping the cause of protecting the environment, the climate change which we are facing.
I'll come to you
Sure.
with the next question. So let me move over to Professor Dash. How to speed up the process, how to do it better and faster?
Let me first of all introduce myself. I have no exposure to corporate sector. I don't have any experience. Basically, I am a climate researcher in addition to my teaching, and mostly I have been doing climate modeling and predicting the future. But last 10 years or so after my retirement, when I was emeritus professor, I started with some projects which are very close to the community, like city level interaction and then project evaluation. I have done for Scotch also, and ACRB, DST. From that I have learned about these issues, societal issues. So the question is about the, what do I just do?
How to do ESG faster and better?
How to do it faster. Today is the age of automation. So as some examples were given, and also the prizes given by the Scotch, ours given by Scotch, it has been shown that automation would be the best way to have faster. You can also do better, not only faster, but you can do better. These projects, whether it is close to the society or environment or society or the governance. But I will tell interesting thing that how it is becoming complicated. In some people's mind, it is the only environment or only society or only governance. But today's world, because of the climate change, there are certain issues cropping up where the global temperature rise or climate change are also affecting the societal issues, mostly in countries like India, because the less vulnerable and less privileged and the poor people are mostly living, and there are some examples like COVID, etc., and cyclone, super cyclone, etc. There the first way was to have collaboration together, data sharing, and digitization. If I give example of the super cyclone in Orissa in 1999, it was a almost ESG problem, and there are many NGOs were involved. Then more than 10,000 people died. But in the next super cyclones, the case was different. It was made faster. How? The faster and more efficient with less property and lives lost. In the operational agency, that is the weather forecasters, worked harder, faster. They gave the warning faster. There should be a gap period before give a warning. If the gap period is 5 days, then it is helpful for remedies, that is taking the disaster management. And they gave 5 days before. Nowadays they are giving 5 days before by using the automation and computer modeling, etc. Then comes the local administration. So information moves faster because of the faster channels and the technology available today. And the local, these NGOs and the government agencies and other stakeholders, even the citizens, they are given the information faster to the technology. So that is one way. That is, automation has to be there. There is no doubt about that. And the other way of making faster is that you have to, the data should be saved and archived rather, and shared properly and make transparent. In that case, one will learn from the other.
So, Dr. Dash, in fact, you raised a very important point there, that there has to be an element of automation. In fact, that exactly is the discussion area in our next panel discussion, wherein we say ESG and IT are joined at the hip. Without IT, ESG cannot happen. But yes, it's a very wider domain. We're talking of green technologies, we're talking of green data centers, we're talking of green IT and so on and so forth. But going back to Sorry to interrupt here. You also raised another very good point that when we are talking in terms of addressing the local problems, our problems happen to be different than the problems that the West faces. If climate change is a problem, it is created by the West. It is not created by India. So they have created standards right from carbon disclosures and stuff like that, suiting to them. Now, if they are also making standards relating to ESG, which does not relate with us, our problem is employment. Our problem is poverty reduction. Our problem is gender empowerment and equalization and so on and so forth. So, going and emulating what West is doing, is it not going to be a hindrance for us to do ESG faster and better? Maybe start with you.
I think to whatever extent you have said, it might be possible that by just emulating the global standards, we might hinder our growth. But if you look at the ESG framework, if you are, for example, Europe has destroyed their entire environment in the late 19th and 20th century. But if we continue to do the similar activities in our country, possibly we would also end up where they have ended up today. So if they have done something and we can take something good out of it, employment generation is one part of it. But for example, we have seen in our company, if you save water, it is good for everybody. It is good for the nearer towns and villages, and as a country, if we are saving our water and if we are saving on electricity being generated by coal, it is good, I think.
We do not have a seat on the ESG agenda globally yet. How do we get there?
Yeah.
So that we don't get impacted.
Yes. He rightly said this is like started from a Western, and then if we see towards like a globe totally, today or tomorrow that will come to us, and more or less if we see some of the areas we already have such issues. Like he mentioned that I'm not going into that area more, but I look into a different angle here. This ESG taking implementation, either it may be a global standard or we generate our own standard based on our some issues plus or minus. Based on that we can just modify, but we can take it. Why? There are two reasons. This is definitely going to help to India and to the global, so because we cannot aside from a globe there. Another thing, it will be energy saving. Like you talk in another way, poverty and unemployment in India. Yeah, it's a major issue for us today. Now, how does ESG also helps to come out of that? I got a very good example in my company there. A reduction of a energy cost, a reduction of a water consumption, reduction of a waste, this convert to a wealth that definitely reduce the production cost. Now, my volumes are getting increased, my production cost gets reduced, that goes to a people, public, that helps to, they get a medicine at an affordable cost. Now, because of the business growth, the employment will also grows. So in that way, if we go with ESG, it does not mean that our poverty and unemployment will unfocus. No, it will go to some extent hand to hand there, and this will definitely help us. In that angle, we look into that direction there. So I think no 100%, but we can have a roadmap, our own standards, and that will, I think, come out. It is on the way of discussion and other thing. But more or less, these problems will be with us either today to some extent, and tomorrow the gravity will increase. So I think we cannot say if these are European standard and our problems are different and we cannot absorb this. Yeah, we'll have to go with that. And another thing, we are now, India is a global hub for export, like in pharmaceutical majority. So when they come for inspection or other thing, they see what we are following there. So to meet that also criteria, one of the thing, and we'll have to be a global player. So in that angle also, statutory requirement also, we'll have to do based on their country's requirement. This is what I think about this ESG and Europe like that.
All right. Mr. Gupta.
My view is similar to what Rajneesh ji told. that we should take the good part of the global standards and incorporate our problems also in and have the ability to influence the world, because poverty like India, it will be a bigger challenge for many other countries who may not be having the strength to represent in the global forum. So I think we should put our challenges, try to incorporate it in the global standards which is suitable, which is required for us as well, like water, electricity reduction, all these things is a requirement for us as well, and have the ability to influence the world forum.
See, there is a very thin dividing line between CSR and ESG. Since you come from a background wherein you have done CSR all your life, and now you're going to be graduating to include the elements of ESG in that. CSR essentially happens to be socially outward facing, and the ESG practices are there to improve the efficiencies, both operational as well as the governance and the social level within the organization, which is what you talked about. The women workforce, which is what you have added to that. So that's exactly where lies the challenge. So how do you see a balance between the two and then adopting to the global best practices?
Before we move to this, I have some perspective on the earlier question which you raised. With your permission, can I?
Please go ahead.
I have very limited thoughts on that. The first one is that there has to be a level playing field. When we talk about global standards applied to a developing country or a growing country, is there a level playing field or not? That's the first question one has to answer. Just to give a perspective and example from my industry, like in New York, recently they have started resistance on using of PNG. They feel gas is causing too much of pollution. That's their perspective after this much level of maturity. While for here, moving an industry from coal or FO to gas is a significant saving on environment front, right? So there has to be some parameter, some parity to fine tune this and understand when one is starting. So one simple way could be that how much you are contributing on ESG front from where you are, rather than having a standard benchmark, try to fix everyone in the boxes. That's the first principle. Second, the maturity level of community around, the maturity of consumers, the maturity of investor community. Like proxy advisories in US will be advising their clients not only on the governance part, but also on the ESG front as a whole. We are yet to see a report here where proxy advisory started thinking on ESG front. Their focus area has been to a great extent on the governance part, right? So one must see what the maturity level is, what you are contributing on ESG front, and then only probably one should evaluate what is the contribution on the ESG front. I think that's the limited thought I'll express myself.
I just want to add one point.
Go ahead.
Just related to, we use a lot of gases. A few years back, if you see our consumption, fuel is one of the main cost parameters for us, we are a baking industry. So, and most of our factories used to use furnace oil or HSD as a fuel. We have, that used to be a ratio of 80% of FO or HSD versus 20% of other fuels. Now that ratio has changed to, it has just reversed. Now 70 to 80% is based on gas and 20% on, so that has reduced the carbon footprint to a great extent. We have gone one step forward by started using biofuels. And that has a lesser carbon footprint from with respect to gas also. So many of our factories with a new technology, we have moved into using biomasses like cashew shells or rice husk as a fuel. So we have moved from furnace oil to gas and now moving towards biomass as a fuel, which will progressively reducing the carbon footprint.
Yeah, a quick one from you.
Yeah, I would like to respond to your question that you see the standards we're talking about. The concept is that climate crisis or emergency, whatever you say, and low carbon economy, basically. So it is more aligned to the environment. That is what I understand. But in our country like ours, the issue is that the change, the environment is not constant. It's not stationary. It is changing. So we're talking today, everything we're talking in terms of the change, climate change. Climate is changing, environment is changing, the societal issues are also changing. For example, when there is a cyclone or some catastrophe, natural disaster happens, schools are destroyed. So for many days, the students don't come to the class and education is affected. Education is hampered. When there was a COVID, economy was destroyed because there is a migration. And then poor village to rural to urban area, there is movement up because of the farmers' distress, food security, malnutrition. You were given one award on malnutrition. And you will be also surprised to know that studies have shown that air pollution, which is an environmental issue, because of the rise in the air pollution, the immunity system is affected. So these are the latest studies which show that because climate is changing, had it been and coming in a very faster way, there is sort of emergency. So we cannot keep the same social issues and think of a standard which has been accepted by many countries, advanced countries, because the issues are completely different. We were aligned more towards the social, which is not stationary, that environment change is affecting the social issue to a very large extent. So weightage is on the social and governance, both. Because of the social problem, there are governance issues also. So what my understanding, I think that we have to think of a slightly different standard. Obviously, we'll take the good points from others. So we have to keep our data, whatever efforts are being going on by the corporates, they are doing tremendous job and very fantastic job in whether it's water conservation or energy, reduction in energy, all these things are good. But we have to share that data and think of, with brainstorming, how to decide these standards so that the society will be affected in the changing world. Things are changing, it's not stationary. So we have to change a little bit our concept and do everything. And wherever it is, another very important thing is that although climate issue is global, the effect is local. It is not same everywhere. Every place is not affected by cyclone. Every place doesn't have drought. Every place doesn't have what you call flash flood. Every place doesn't have farmers' distress. So it has to be, we have to think in the local terms.
Yeah, ESG, largely speaking, we also talk in terms of increasing the shareholder value. There are ESG bonds, there are ESG investing that's happening across the globe. But they really have not done very well. There have not been very many takers. So if we are also moving in the same direction, how are we actually adding to the shareholder value? How are we actually looking at increasing the investment more towards the ESG so that our compliance, which is first internal, and then only we're looking at what's happening globally, is to be enhanced. Probably that is one way of making it faster. Jagdishji?
Yeah, just you can repeat your question.
I said that how to increase the shareholder value. Because that's really what the objective of ESG is, that if you're doing all the parameters, if you're doing full ESG, right now it appears to be more of a tick mark and a checkbox items about 4, 5, 6 large areas which are cutting across mostly environment and a part towards social, and only a bit which is compulsory BRSR filing.
Yeah. It's like good governance, and this. See, apart there are 2-3 parts like ESG there, and really a stakeholder or a shareholder, he looks towards us like compliance and company growth and other thing. Why he will invest into us? Because he see our leadership and other thing, and our governance practices, our commitment towards the social activities, toward the environment, and how the company is growing. And we are very transparent and very clear communication with the stakeholders there. So they get a confidence into that area towards us, towards the company. And like this has come for around 250 countries as reports into annual reports there. So it become like very structured way there. So the stakeholder gets a complete information, what company's vision, what company's policies, and what company is looking towards overall ESG or the other factors and all these things. So he get a complete idea and he get a more confidence about his own company because he is investing into that. In that angle we look into it, and that definitely will help, including into annual report and other thing. because he is the main pillar of any organization, stakeholder. So, and company is accountable and responsible for that.
Rajneesh.
I think in my view, I would keep the stock market separate, investing separate, and ESG practices separately. See, ESG, for example, when we talk about plastic recyclability, today in our company, 98% of the packing material that we use is all recyclable. It is hardly last 2% bit, which is laminates, we are trying to avoid them. So I think we are not looking at any kind of share price being increased by this kind of initiative that we have taken. Or if we are doing some kind of supposition, that is once again an NGO kind of CSR activity that we have been doing across India in 1,300 villages, reaching to 250,000 females, 150,000 young girls, and 120,000 malnourished kids. I think the company is not looking at the kind of returns that we would make in the stock exchange. It is through a larger purpose in the life of an individual and in the life of a company that we have been taking all these initiatives. So I would rather keep these two things side by side. ESG is giving you, nudging you to do betterment in the society. That is what my take would be on this.
Well, the shareholders, the traditional thought process has been the shareholder and wealth creation. Right? That has been the principle. Now, we'll have to move to a different maturity level to move from wealth creation to a value creation. And that will require a lot of maturity on the part of shareholders. It will not come overnight. I mean, it's a long effort, a long journey which we'll all have to run through. And I think benchmarking has to be done by the institutional investors. And rightly so, SEBI has come up with guidelines for mutual funds. There are identified mutual funds having schemes only on ESG kind of companies. Right? That's the focus area we require. It's a wonderful beginning. There is a regulatory framework. In fact, it has provided to the extent that if a mutual fund having ESG focused scheme and that particular scheme has voted against a particular company in some resolution, was it related to ESG aspect or not? That needs to be highlighted. That's the mandate of the regulator. So that's the kind of maturity level we'll have to move. It will require some time. It will not be easy. Like we interact with investors, some of the big ticket investors, and they are very happy with our effort that we are providing free gas to crematoriums in Gujarat. More than 50 crematoriums in Gujarat are covered by our gas connection. And we take it as a part of our CSR initiative. I mean, they are very appreciative of that effort, and they appreciate, they are genuinely saying that this is something which is wonderful. Why don't you do it in other states as well?
Just want to add, in our company we find most of our ESG initiatives are also creating value for the stakeholders. Reduction of energy consumption, electricity consumption, going into RE has actually reduced our electricity bill. Moving into biomass has reduced our fuel cost to a great extent. These are all adding to the, in addition to what all of you said, is also adding to the bottom line of the company, which is ultimately shareholders' interest, immediate interest. And also we have seen, for example, our diversity improvement to 46% and moving to 60%. We have seen our productivity in the factories have improved to a great extent.
Just to add to the shareholder activism we were talking about, or the kind of value creation we were talking about, I recalled one example where ExxonMobil was forced by, there is a hedge fund called Engine One. They mobilized support from other shareholders, the institutional investors, and forced ExxonMobil to appoint a director with dedicated focus on reduction of carbon footprint. I'll be happy to see such kind of initiative in India sooner.
Just I'd like to add over here, ESG, if I take it in like one of the part is like a CSR we were doing right from beginning. I keep it aside and the shareholder. And I look as an industry as a whole only. In an operational, like he rightly mentioned, we went into a bracket fire, solar energy, water conservation, environment and all this. See, these are going parallelly helping to industry to grow. And if you see like solar, if you go for a solar, energy cost comes 50%. If you conserve water, your water cost goes, no doubt it helps to the society also, water conservation will help tomorrow, but cost of company gets reduced. If you reduce your effluent, you reduce your waste, definitely that's waste converted to a wealth and your productivity get increased. And with this confined controls into operations, people with this automation and the digitalization, thanks to that, and India is growing very fast into that area, utilizing that, putting that figures in front of the team, how we are progressing, how does this helps. Now that definitely will give a speed up to this one ESG. And this ESG is not only like if we keep social, that is a stakeholder different, but this definitely helps to industry to reduce its operation cost. And today what is happening in the globally, there India is like a very, looks like all the world looks India towards like an industrial hub. And how we optimize our cost and improve our efficiency there in that manner, I think my view is ESG stakeholder is one thing, but trust increases into a company when it comes onto paper, how my company is doing. And that way these two values goes in.
I agree,
Yeah, in our company, we have also taken some kind of initiative where we are incentivizing use of CNG in our operations. In fact, our secondary transportation has doubled from 6% to 12% last year. Going forward, we would increase it. But having said that, we have given actually an incentive of 60 rupees a ton for the freight. On the other side, when we did entire end-to-end digitalization of supply chain, we actually ended up saving 83 rupees. So you see, on one hand, we have started incentivizing our truck transporters, our fleet owners, using a green energy. On the other side, we have saved 83 rupees. So in net to net, we have saved 23 rupees per ton. And when you look at 5 million tons of transportation happening across India, it's a substantial number. And possibly this value would come back to us with increased attention of the stakeholders in our company.
I think from a different point of view, these are all correct views given that cost will be reduced, etc. But I am looking from a different point of view. ESG is anyway going to stay. It has started. So don't you think that your compliance with ESG and better performance will earn you the credibility and show this general public, because everybody wants to go green. In this today's green energy, water saving, everybody knows about that. Newspapers full of all these issues. So it will enhance your credibility. That's why probably stock market will come up.
No, that's true, because when we are talking of different perspectives, but we are all coming down to one simple conclusion that all the efforts that we have made in the name of ESG, however little or minuscule they have been, we are scaling up. And these are helping us create value for the organization. It is helping us improve our supply chains. It is also helping us save costs, the operational cost. And you are in a position to take it further. But always it so happens that the low-hanging fruit will be the first to do a check mark. And in the wake of these net zero and carbon credits and whatever, now we are talking of 2070 targets. And coming from that perspective, it is likely that what we have in hand is going to move faster. But yes, our adoption perhaps has been faster than many other countries because we've been very, very conscious of all these environmental issues. And CSR, ever since it was made mandatory in 2014, and BRSR happening much later, and National Voluntary Guidelines being made mandatory. So there has been a journey, which is what we have been through. Yes, moving forward, it has to be speeded up with whatever nuts and bolts that need to be added. So let me open the house for a couple of questions if you have to any of the panelists.
Yeah, very, very itching. Thank you very much. My name is Panish Rao. I am the Chief Sustainability Officer working with LTI Mindtree. I have 2 comments to make and 2 questions to ask. One is that globally, I think each country is at a very different maturity level as far as ESG is concerned. You will see a huge difference between the Western Europe and the Eastern Europe itself. And some of the Eastern European countries, you could compare them with India. And there was a comment by the panel that said that, SDG is not applicable to India. That is fairly true. But, follow the Niti Aayog development guidelines, and they have 39 indicators as against 17 of SDG, which are very, very customized to India. So that is one comment, sir. The second is, I heard the gentleman from Adani Wilmar say that investment and reputation can't be separated.
investment should be separated, and I believe that it can't be separated because nobody is funding anymore unless you show ESG focus, ESG objectives, and you include ESG in your business. And I also believe, coming from my HR background, that unless you become a responsible organization, your ability to attract good people is also becoming difficult. Your reputational issues with the society in terms of stockbroking or stock buying or selling also matters hugely. I remember when I was the Chief People Officer with LTI Mindtree during the COVID period, IT went down like a stone, and there were talks about laying off people. And I was the first one to say to my CEO and the board that we will gulp the loss, but we will not lay off people, and we will go to the investors and say, we saved so many jobs, so many families, instead of giving profits. Please bear with us because it's only a matter of 2 years. So I think we did that, and that hugely improved our reputation. I don't think anybody is looking to an immediate result in the ESG effort once putting. This is a long journey, and as long as you are showing intent, as long as you are showing progress, I think you will be respected, and that's very important. Now, 2 questions. One is to the gentleman from Britannia. You said your plastic is reusable. Please tell me, how can it be reused in houses like ours where we buy biscuits from you once again? And the second question is to the gentleman from Ajanta. I believe you also make toothbrushes, which has been a big environmental hazard. If you don't make any more, that's okay. But you know, toothbrush, the plastic can't be burnt, can't be thrown on in the land. It's a hazard. How do we recycle that? Because I do remember some time back, Colgate said, we will give you a place where you can come and deposit all your old toothbrushes, but I don't see those places anymore.
I'll take your question first. So I said 2 things. I said we are focusing on reducing usage of plastic. So we use a lot of plastic trays currently. 50% we have reduced in last 2-3 years, and going forward we want to make it 0. That is the reduction part, which is important. Recyclability is that we send our plastic wastes from factories to cement manufacturing industry and road manufacturing companies. So the tar what we use on road, our plastic wastes can be used in making the roads. So there we send. There are many companies who come and take those plastic wastes from our factories, as well as in cement industry.
The problem is there is so much of plastic accumulated with the consumers, and I do know that all our city corporations have said they need to be segregated, but at the end of it, they mix it somewhere. So how can you take the responsibility of that plastic also?
The one which consumers are using, and so that's why we have employed countrywide small parties who collect our plastics and give it to granule manufacturing companies or these other companies.
Oh, please let me know, because I'll socialize it with our employees.
Sure, I'll let you know.
Can I add here? Because we are also using quite a bit of plastic in Adani Wilmar Limited. Today we are collecting back 32,000 tons of plastic from the Indian streets. So this is brand neutral and geography neutral as of now.
Yes.
So for example, if you're throwing something in say Delhi, you can always collect it outside Delhi. So this is one. Second, coming back to your original question, any single chain plastic is recyclable. So any PET bottle that you see here on the table can be recycled. Only thing is, it cannot go as virgin plastic. So it cannot be used as for food, but it can go to any other application later on. You can make chairs out of it, you can make tables out of it, you can make pallets out of it, and with the same kind of strength. It cannot go back to the original shape. Reliance is trying to do it. They have come out with a product called rPET, recycled PET. So what they do is they take the entire plastic PET out, recycle it as it is doing as far as a crude process is concerned, and make it as virgin plastic as possible.
So just to extend, and I'll give you an example. I belong to the IT industry. And we have a lot of electronic waste.
Yeah.
Huge electronic waste. And we have the responsibility to make sure that every product that we waste reaches the end of life somehow, and we track every asset to the end of life. Is it possible for companies like yourself and Britannia also to make sure whatever you bring to the market and consumed by the consumer also has an end of life, either by education or by providing a process or by providing avenues, whatever way, I don't know. Because there's something called digital passport that's come now in our industry, where right from manufacturing or sourcing to manufacturing to supply to end of life is tracked through this passport of every bit of electronic item that comes into the market.
It's the same thing Government of India has done. Whatever plastic that I buy from any of the manufacturer, he has to put in that portal. So he would say Adani Wilmar Limited has bought 100 tons from me. When I send it out, I put up the entire data on the portal as to which geographical area it is going. And when I'm collecting back, that data also I'm uploading onto the government portal. So now we find it difficult to, expect that the entire 100% that we consume today is getting recollected, is getting recycled.
The delta is the problem, sir.
Which delta, sir?
Difference between what you put to difference between what you collect in terms of recycling and the difference that is residual, that is not collected and put to end of life is the problem in the
No, sir, today it is 100%. For example, when I buy 3,000 tons of plastic today, I have to give data on the entire 3,000 ton back to the government. That I have collected back everything.
See, it
goes exactly by HDP, by PET, by multiple layer plastic, everything.
Only thing, government has not make it brand specific. So I cannot go and find out Britannia wrapper.
I think, yeah.
So that's why the tonnage balancing is done as per the government law.
Tonnage balancing is also good enough.
Good enough.
Because if I am collecting back PET from the market, whatever I have consumed, it is good enough.
Exactly. That is the reason.
I think his question is ki I am manufacturing products, sending into market, and I am collecting that. I am responsible. Like that you are saying, or it's a balancing of a quantity. A balancing of quantity is happening right now. That government has started.
Yeah, that point is very clear.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So moving over to Mr. Kochar.
I really just wanted to take the level to maybe a bird's eye view. See, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, everyone knows that. And ESG is very new, and whenever these things are discussed, whatever is the available wisdom at that point in time, so you tend to react on the basis of that. I happen to be a reform historian, so I also look at the past and see how many times has India stumbled similarly. So the way ESG is fashionable today, WTO and ITA was fashionable in early 90s. And no one could disagree that IT was not good. IT is very good. We must do digital. There must be free flow of IT products and services. So there should be zero tariff on software. There should be zero tariff on hardware. Clap, clap, clap. Very good. And we were the single voice, even at that time, saying, don't make this mistake. Don't sign, because when you are signing, they have a manufacturing capability, they will send you hardware. But your manufacturing capability for software is people. So you cannot say zero tariff on hardware and no free flow of people. But India signed, rest is history. Okay. So if you say, aapka to hardware sara aa gaya, so the end result was our hardware industry died. Software industry, we could not capture as large a percentage as we could have because of the visa-based barriers. And then something unthinkable happened. 10 years later, China signed WTO and walked away with everybody's manufacturing lunch. So that is why I tell everyone, let's be very wary of anything which is coming as a very, fashionable standard. This is ESG, this is very good, we are doing for community, this, that and the other. बोलो कि बहुत जरा एक बारी pause कर लो कि इसके बाद क्या होगा. Now, if the whole world has a problem with the generics, and there's little that they can do about India exporting generics, I can tell you 3 years later they'll come back and tell you कि जी आपका ESG ठीक नहीं है, आप कर लो. So there is a country level competitiveness issue, whether we see it today or we don't, but it's coming. So we must have a seat at the standards table. Like he said, we are moving from fossil to gas. I mean, who the hell says you have to go to hydrogen straight, यार? अब आप खुद बोल रहे हैं कि आप क्रेमेटोरियम में आप गैस फ्री दे रहे हैं, उसको आप ESG नहीं मानते, क्यों नहीं मानते भी आप? वुड बर्निंग तो आपने रोकी, उसमें कार्बन इमिशन तो उसके अंदर कम हुआ. So this whole game, that is why this panel, how to ESG faster and better. Even if it's a brownie pound ना, जो आपको लगता है कि आपने बड़ा दान धर्म का काम किया है, क्रेमेटोरियम को आप गैस दे रहे हो, हिसाब रखिए उसका और वो ग्लोबल बॉडीज में स्टैंडर्ड में ESG के खाते में लिखवाइए. क्योंकि जब वो देश का बही खाता बनेगा ना कि भारत ने क्या किया, तो उसमें जो है 80% चीज़, तो हम तो इतने धर्मात्मा लोग हैं कि जो हमने दान दे दिया, धर्म दे दिया, वो तो हमने गिना ही नहीं, वो अंग्रेज लोग तो नहीं करते. So please count every little bit and let's not do this hair splitting between CSR and ESG, because what they call ESG we call CSR, and the point he made on Niti Aayog, we've actually done even a bigger hair splitting on that, and we have 141 parameters. So our national priorities are what is listed by Niti Aayog. What is further subset of that is listed by us, and we are documenting each one of them. And we must go back and say, hey, listen, this is also ESG. Right? So let's not lose that advantage. You know, clearly I see everyone eager to do a lot more. जितना कर रहे हैं उसको तो गिनवाओ ना. Less, more, whatever. But it is a kilogram game. Carbon neutrality and all of these things are kilogram games. And we need everyone's 1 gram adding up to those tons.
Sir, fully agree with you. I think that's an area where we need to strengthen a lot. We have been doing quite a bit, but there is no documentation. That's an area where probably one of the weakest link is there. We have also realized, like, when we count and we convert the numbers, it's mind-boggling. Like the kind of coal burning which we are saving, kind of petrol and diesel pollution which we are saving, kind of wood that can be consumed in the crematorium which we are saving, is something fantastic, something phenomenal. Of that realization come, we have started documenting it, we have started projecting it as our ESG initiative, right? But that's something which needs to be documented well, so that you can project as and when required. You can demonstrate that this is your contribution to the climate, to the ESG.
So that is exactly why we've introduced this India Involved Evaluation and Awards. If we have awarded 50 people, all 50 case studies are available. कि इनको इनाम क्यों मिला है, इन्होंने क्या किया, क्या बदला, क्या बदलाव आया, सिटीजन लेवल की लाइफ में क्या बदला, देश के लिए क्या बदला. We are going to be the first such report in the world. There is no, you just Google it, any ESG report, other than the top level tick mark, there is nothing. There is absolutely nothing.
Project level research has not been done.
Has not been done. So this is the first report where there is project level research, and if you've done something and he can emulate that, why not? Why don't we copy it? आप मतलब आप ये बता रहे हो कि आप गैस देते हो क्रेमेटोरियम को. मेनका गांधी जी ने शुरू किया ये जो गोबर के लॉग्स बनाना, कि लकड़ी बहुत वेस्ट होती है, फॉरेस्ट जलता है, तो गोबर तो हम फेंक देते हैं. गोबर तो वो भी तो ESG है भाई, गिनो ना.
बिल्कुल compressed biogas, sir. That's what exactly it is. Now it is mandatory in fact by government to co-mingle with CNG.
तो इसका citizens audit बाहर से उसको enable करना, and also as an advisory service to organizations such as you, कि आप देखिए आप ये अच्छा कर रहे हैं, इसको आप लिखते क्यों नहीं, हम आपकी हेल्प करते हैं ना डॉक्यूमेंट, दोनों मिलकर करते हैं. सेंटिमेंटल नहीं होना है, एक एक पैसा गिनना है.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. Somebody has. नहीं, that's not. We are counting each molecule of gas which we are supplying, right? Whether to industry, and we are also counting it to the polluting industry, polluting fuel which they were using before we started supplying gas.
So many million square kilometers of forest saved because of this. That's how they present it.
True.
Why can't we do it?
तो किसी ने सर वो बहुत सही बोला है कि ये जो ESG का जो भी फॉर्मेटिंग है, जो भी डिस्क्लोजर है, वो ESG का सारा डिस्क्लोजर इट्स अ नॉन फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग which will have maximum financial impact.
Actually, data should be saved, as you rightly told. Data should be saved, documented, and the success stories should be marketed. It should be visible. Success stories.
So we are making an online repository.
Yeah.
And we are doing all of that. The challenge that we are facing is how do we fund all of this?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's another story. So I'll come with my begging bowl sometime or the other. I'll help you do your reporting better, but you know, there is a little fee for that.
काटने जाते हैं जंगल में, लोग मर जाते हैं because of animals and snake bites and all. वो भी तो जिंदगी बचता है if you did this. That is also sustainable.
Wonderful. So back to
Yeah,
the
I just want to add one thing
Last
here.
point.
In this discussion, you want to continue?
No, no, no.
Sure.
Go ahead. I'll
Like what you
conclude
told me, that data is very important because my personal experience, that data give me a path for a future, where I am, and what my company's value and what I am looking towards my company or social other thing. That gives a direction. And on the side, I agree with him also. That also helps to others to look into that area and they can correct themselves because it's not like this thing has come. We learn from each other also. So that's I do agree with you and his views and other things.
Let's share with you. So data is king. I saw that there is a greenfield report on ESG in India. Somebody has said this methodology is being evaluated by National Stock Exchange and some Amarchand Mangal Das or something like that, and here's the report. Now, first of all, you ask what is the competence of National Stock Exchange or Amarchand Mangal Das on ESG. It's endorsed. Then you read the report, and it gives all the data that is publicly available with SEBI, this, and says the biggest constraint the study had was lack of reliable data. तो भाई आप इतनी उठा पटक कर क्यों रहे हो? आपने रिपोर्ट भी छाप दिया, सेबी का भी नाम लगा दिया, एनएससी का भी निकाल, शरदुल अमरचंद मंगलदास का भी लगा दिया, पूरी रिपोर्ट छाप दी, उसके बाद के आई टेक नो ओनरशिप ऑफ दिस डाटा बीइंग रिलायबल.
Now, while evaluating the project also I found many cases, there is no quantification. You have to tell that if you have done in 1 year, how much you have saved or how much you have energy you have reduced.
So that is the problem we are trying to address, and I'm saying it impacts everybody in corporate India. Today or tomorrow, if we do not make ESG our competitive strength, it's going to come back and bite us as a country.
It has to be analyzed, the data has to be, and the rate of how fast you are doing, that is very important. You don't have to always talk of carbon emission, there are other issues also.
Please go ahead.
I am Shabal Chatterjee from Hindustan Unilever. There was a mention when Sir said that HUL has been brave enough to allow all 20 factories to be studied for this evaluation. Now, has anybody ever thought that what gave that confidence to HUL? So that's basically its compass, it's a philosophy which HUL has undertaken, which is known, not HUL, but Unilever globally has undertaken, which is called Unilever Compass, which addresses the issue of society, health and well-being, as well as climate and planet. Now there, I mean, the goals have been fixed for each and every business function. It's not just the CSR or the HR which will do it. Every business function, right from supply chain to manufacturing to R&D to HR, every business function, and the ownership is with the highest level of the management committee. And that level of integration of, I would say, sustainability, not ESG, because sustainability is a broader term, ESG is a part of that. Sustainability has to become a gene of the broader DNA of an organization. And this is a good success story. I would request anybody who is interested to go through the website of Unilever and HUL and search Compass, and there you will find, as Sir was saying, accountability. Number accountability is there, time accountability is there, that every year, and it is a part of our annual report.
That precisely is the idea when we talk about, a subject on a common platform. After having gone through hundreds of such projects which are evaluated at the project level, that there should be a cross-pollination of ideas and a mutual learning, sharing experience. Like the way you are saying, anybody who is there in the house would like to understand and know more about what you are doing, can there be a learning? And similarly, so whatever has been shared here, and including you, which is what, this gentleman says that, he's going to be connecting with you later on, to find out more as to know how we can leverage on each other's capabilities. So this is how only the India will grow. So our assessment, our work essentially revolves around this fact only, that aggregate all the best practices, put them on one platform, so that there is an institutional memory that has been created. Because maybe 6 months later, you will come back and say that, how you did Now it's been written over because you have done 2 more things on top of that. And that is something which can be taken note of and learned from by anybody who would like to leverage this.
Also, just talk about the task force that we made an invite.
Yeah, so as Ms. Kocher was talking about in the morning, I also mentioned that for the endpoint security, we formed a task force last year, which was the CIO Agenda Task Force. And now we have formed the second task force, which is including all the practitioners from the field of ESG. So it's ESG Agenda Task Force, including yourself, the practitioners, and the CFOs, and everybody else. So this is where we are going to be now talking about this particular subject, how to do it faster and better. How do we get...
One line slogan, giving India voice.
And a voice, yeah, voice on the global platform. So that's precisely what our objective is, and this fight is something which cannot be fought alone. This is the battle where everybody has to be together on one platform, and Scotch happens to be one good platform where you already are present and become part of that. So I welcome you all. I'm co-opting you all in the ESG Agenda Task Force, and I've taken it as a yes from you. So I hope it's a yes. If anyone decides, we'll take a picture. All right. So thank you very much for sharing your wisdom. Yep.
Respect to this slogan what you have taken, faster than later. I just recollect what individual can think on that direction. I'll just take your 2 minutes for your lunch and other thing, but I think it's important to share because it's the IT team and other team in there that is helping us. What happens in our laboratory testing, we use around 200 to 300 liter per day in my one plant, acetonitrile and methanol. I have 7 plants. So more or less you see my consumption. Now, what our team and including our MD and other thing thought of how we can use the technology to reduce this. Again, ESG comes there. So we brought one equipment from US that is costing very high. I don't want to go into that, but I'm utilizing that. My testing happens earlier on 36 hours. Now it happens in 5 minutes. I have to take only sample and put into that equipment. And we are developing a method in our laboratory there. Now, a lot of solvents getting utilized, going to the waste, going to the recycling has been stopped. So, how we can use technology for this, making it faster? It's an Indian industry, I must appreciate and be proud. They are very fastly adapting this technology change. Yes. And really our IT sector, Indian IT sector, I must salute them. And what way they are taking India to ahead. We must utilize that platform to us. Another thing what we did, like a grassroots can help to coming to ESG and then the cost reduction and the increasing the standards also. How does it help? Like he mentioned, we went into fuel, we went to energy, we went into going to a transportation. So these are the logical ways of moving toward that. Illogical how we can move towards a grassroots road. He made a paperless supply chain. The impact of that is very high. What I have seen that using digital platform, making a data integrity issue gets resolved there 100%. Your paper gets saved. Your like stakeholder or anybody or your patient or myself get confident that my medicines has been manufactured in a complete way. In that way, I think if we think using technology, and another thing, we are doing like 252 companies in a balance sheet presentation. Our role is we should restore supply chain and other thing. Those who are supplying, giving importance to them, how they can now align with us, slowly grow, and we all jointly make India.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Indeed, an illuminating session. और समीर सर के अंदाज में आप सभी को प्रीति भोज के लिए हम आमंत्रित करते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, here we take a short lunch break, but I request you to kindly be here as soon as possible so that we can begin with our post-lunch sessions with your lovely presence. Thank you so much. the panel discussion of the day, or you can say our first panel discussion post-lunch. And this panel discussion is based on ESG and IT, joined at the hip. For this session, may I please invite on the stage Mr. Shriji Gopinathan, Chief Information Officer, Lupin Limited. I request Mr. Shriji Gopinathan to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gopinathan is a Chief Information Officer, CIO at Lupin Limited, and leads the end-to-end IT and digital portfolio of the company. Shriji brings to Lupin over 20 years of significant domain expertise and global experience. He has also been associated with companies like Philips, Procter & Gamble, ISRO, and Asia Brown Boveri. Sir, I welcome you to the stage. Request you to kindly take your seats, sir. Thank you so much. I request Mr. Panish Rao, Chief Sustainability Officer, LTI Mindtree, to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a senior leader with more than 3 decades of experience in managing human resources across industries and geographies. In his current role, he drives LTI Mindtree's ESG commitment, vital to companies' vision of balancing growth and sustainability in building long-term stakeholder value for society at large. He also leads the company's corporate social responsibility program and DE&I. Sir, I welcome you to the stage, and to moderate this session, may I please call upon Mr. Karsi Tavadia, Distinguished Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation, to kindly join us on the stage. He has over 42 years of vast industry experience in IT, software development, infrastructure services, and cyber security for organizations operating in financial services, capital markets, and manufacturing industry. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, and I request you to kindly moderate this session, sir.
Well, thank you, good afternoon, and welcome back. So I hope everybody has excellent lunch. Thanks to Samir. So please be awake. Okay. And the topic might look very funny, ESG and IT joined at the hip. I don't know above the hip or below the hip, like, no. So I'm just trying to, don't know where the head is and where the tail is for the IT. Because I'm an IT person myself, so I don't know whether I sit on the head side or the tail side. So I'll ask Gursharan, uska meaning kya hai, mujhe nahi pata hai. But taking a cue from the previous session, like whatever was discussed with the ESG and IT. The previous session, if you see, like all the people who participated were largely from the manufacturing, retail, right? They're producing goods and services. And if you compare the kind of work that they're doing, but if you try and compare one of the first slides which Samir showed us in the morning, the type of industries which they represent. Whereas if you see the participation, like more than 25 to 40% was from the ITS financial services. Whereas the manufacturing, the other industries contributed very lower are the people who are participating in the ESG kind of thing. So what our thing is, even if they are doing their best of the thing, yet if you see the Indian and the kind of people participation in this movement of ESG is still very low. Coming back to, again, what all these people have said is they are trying to reform something or something at the end. At the end of it, everybody needs IT for doing the transformation. In fact, one of the speakers did mention about automation. Now, automation is nothing a new word. Again, there are a lot of jargons in IT, I keep saying. It's again, in one of the previous, like I would say, decades, like we used to call it business process re-engineering. So anything we try to improve upon was called business process re-engineering. We try to improve upon the processes, and that's what people have been talking about, ESGs and improvement or the efficient ways of doing it. So jargons will keep flowing it, like what you save, like what do we try to save on the fossil fuel from the wood to the fossil fuels, what we are trying to use. It's nothing but a journey of progression of trying to use the best technology available at this point in time. So somehow I also feel that ESG is also like a jargon, like that's not gonna, everybody has been doing good work. It is at that time these technologies are not available, these processes were not available. So we are trying to evolve and doing the best. The good part is it's a continuous improvement. That is what ESG is like. You try and to, if you did something, somebody was talking about the lunch that who knows after 30 years what will happen. but at least can we keep a milestone that every 5 years we keep a milestone that in 5 years we need to target this, in next 5 years, and then we give the next 5-year milestone in the 5th year, rather than giving me a 50-year vision or a 25-year vision, which is, we don't know whether we will. So somewhere down the line, we need to do that. So that's why in a reality check, so because since I come from an IT background, and we definitely in IT there is nothing more than 3 years. If you try to plan anything for next 10 years, it's a, so we always have short or small goals. Okay, so I would ask you, like, what is your perception when you're saying about the IT as a joint? IT is, I would say, an enabler, whether you do it for the business process or the ESG. Without IT today, none of the organizations are moving ahead. So whether you are joined upwards or downwards, it doesn't matter where you are joining it. What do you think is the IT's role, in this?
Yeah. Can you hear me? This is on.
It's very soft. Can you make it louder?
Can you increase the volume, please? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Tavadia, for the question. So even though it is called as ESG and IT, I would tend to now start saying ESG and technology. As a CIO or as a professional IT person, in the past we used to talk primarily about the infrastructure and the applications that we deploy for an organization. But now more and more digitization and automation is happening on the OT side, which is the operational technology side, which is the shop floor, factory, right? And that's where probably a big chunk of the ESG factor is sitting in. And we also heard the previous panel talking about supply chain. That's another area. So in the shop floor, there is a lot of digitization happening. One, to understand how we can leverage the data to improve, let's say, the yield of a line, or to find out the golden batch parameters and stuff like that. But more importantly, when you look at it from an environmental and social point of view, the cost optimization is the driver, but in the end, it is actually resulting in utility consumption optimization. So it could be electricity, it could be water, it could be steam. In a pharma type of industry where I come from, where we manufacturing active pharmaceutical ingredients, it's a power guzzling plant. Huge amounts of power gets consumed, and huge amount of effluent and waste comes out of it. Now, how do I optimize the consumption on one hand, like utility, and on the other hand, how do I make sure the disposal and the recycling process is managed in a very traceable manner to the most effective manner? This is where technology comes in, right? As you said, one way or another, this was being done in the past. There were manufacturing people trying to improve the yield of a line by hook or crook in the past. But now, by digitizing the line, we are getting to see what the line parameters are, the quality parameters are, temperature, humidity, vibration, whatnot. With all the data that is coming in, we are able to do something called electronic data assessment, we call it EDA, and then figure out which parameters has the maximum impact in terms of optimizing the yield of a line. Now, that's an advanced analytics mechanism. It could be different algorithms that we use. Don't want to get into too much technicality there. But once we figure that out, let's say our yield currently was 95%, and let's say our target is to get to 97%. Now that 2% improvement, which variable can be controlled in what manner, so that for the same amount of raw material, same amount of other softer input material that gets consumed, how do I get a better yield at a shortest possible time from a line? So this is one use case that I can talk about. Similarly, there are many other use cases like utility.
So again here what we are trying to use is, we are trying to use the IT for optimization. Basically, you're using the data itself. In the first panel also, we talked about the lack of data. Here the data is there but not getting analyzed correctly, but you're using tools to analyze now. So that...
Yes, okay. Absolutely. Yeah, that's what we try and do. Just to add one more sentence there, just like yield optimization, what we've also done in one of our most power hungry plant is, how do I get all the BMS systems, as well as how do I sensorize and put IoT devices in the plant, in addition to the PLC data that I get, how do I control consumption of electricity? And that itself is saving around 4% of my utility cost in one plant. That's a humongous amount. If you look at it, absolute amount of cost that I'm talking about, humongous. But what is the environmental impact of that? That is what plays into ESG.
Good. So again, coming to you, Finish, from a manufacturing versus your, say, a consulting type of an industry, like, no, where do you see is like how the IT is getting used? Like, no, here is more of a like it's an OT and IT combined together. Like in their case, like, no, basically that's the use case. In your industry, like how would you put it that way?
So, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I have always believed that IT is an enabler. IT by itself can't deliver anything. So having said that, some of the places where we use IT extensively to support us in our ESG initiatives are in energy management, water management, and I'll talk in depth about it later, in financial inclusion, in corporate governance. You know, whenever you need to submit reports, you need to go for certifications, ratings and rankings, whether with CDP or EcoVadis or MSCI and organizations like that. You need to fill up humongous data points. You know, it's about 300, 400 pages of submission, so I think it enables there. It enables in climate change monitoring, it enables in health and wellness, and what a beautiful example of usage of IT when COVID happened and vaccine was being distributed, and you know, we were tracking of who got the first dose, who got the second dose, and how many got both the doses, etc. I think the new one that's coming up, and I was watching TV this morning, is the Prime Minister is talking about cervical cancer vaccine, right? I think IT enables there hugely. Deforestation monitoring and employment discrimination. Apart from that, a few other places where we use IT hugely is in waste management, you know, tracking the waste right up to the end of life, and also the water management. And big time use of IT is in education. You know, given that we are such a huge country and there are small little places which we don't even know the names of, where there are people living and there's education that has to be delivered, where there are schools but no teachers. If there are teachers, there are no infrastructure. So, you know, doing digital classrooms and having virtual teachers from anywhere in the country or the world connecting through the IT and delivering classroom sessions. So these are some of the places where we use IT extensively.
So coming back to, can you call it as a name, as a, like we could call it as digital transformations. So do you think that for every ESG there has to be a digital transformation within the organization, or digital transformation will itself result into ESG?
You know, some of them I would say that we discover because there's a need for it. For example, when the COVID happened and the schools were shut and everybody like us, you know, were working from home, the students had to do classroom sessions from home. There were no computers with many people. So, you know, giving them computers, giving them the internet connections and connecting them through the internet with the teachers and continuing education are some of those that I believe that we learned in the process because of the situation. Some of them we have proactively, like governance part of it, we have proactively created IT as an enabler because of the humongous data issue. And some of them, you know, I would also say that they are important to make sure that your audits and reportings are right, because now BRSR is saying that you need to audit your returns through a competent authority who can audit the data that you are producing, right? Now that data, for example, if I were to tell you water, how much do I use the water, how much of water do I drain out, how much water do I collect from the drain, how much of that do I recycle, and how much do I reuse that water, is something that, you know, we can't do on Excel. It has to be IT enabled. So it requires instruments collect data, they pass on to the system, and the system generates reports. So that is where the application of IT would be.
So does it give so when you talked about this specific use cases, I'll just take an example of this. who audits this? Like, do you have enough skill sets to audit this? Because it's your own business process is that you're trying to give it out. Now, this another fact which is coming out, that everything has to be audited. Now, do we have any people who know your business better than you, who can audit you?
So everybody, you know, sustainability also, we developed the knowledge over a period of time. In the last 5 years, I would say, I didn't know sustainability before that. Of course, I knew what water is, what wastage is, and, you know, we should be cautious about that and stuff like that. But it never converted into reporting till it was mandated. Now, all the audit firms like EY, KPMG, etc., do the audit. They have the capability. And there is an organization like DNV that we use. Of course, you know, some charge huge money, some charge less money. But the one that we have been working with for the last 10 years, as we have been producing our sustainability report, I think they have also gained the expertise over time. And they have a better understanding than the new ones who are coming up, who are saying, we also do ESG audit.
No, why I'm coming from this whole morning, what we are talking about is, we have our own standards, and whatever, I am not naming any auditors, you named them, okay. They have their own set of checklists, whereas India is a very different, like we talked about in the morning also, that there are our problems are different, our use cases are different, our priorities are different. So if you try and match with their standards on this, is this because ultimately people are seeing the reports, and we are paying to get, you also said that, you're paying somebody to get the reports done. So ultimately, you're getting an ESG report by paying somebody trying to...
So you probably, if you don't have the in-house capability, you're paying somebody to make a report for you, but of course you're producing data to them. They can't make a report without the data. The second is, you know, you have these audit firms who are going to be liable, like they are liable, and take the responsibility for the financial reporting that they sign. They're going to be liable for the ESG reporting also that they're going to sign. So there is a responsibility, and they are also creating that expertise, you know, with manufacturing, with IT, with pharma, with, you know, and they are verticalizing in terms of ESG audits also.
So let me add to that. I mean, these consulting companies that we talked about and other specific ESG auditors, I don't think they are making up the checklist. There are standards which we discussed earlier as well in one of the sessions, GRI, SASB, you know, European standards, American standards. Unfortunately, India doesn't have.
Yeah, so that's what our companies.
But there are checklists. It is, and I think if you look at GRI website, there is a document which is like 1,200 pages or something. But they also have an Excel template there, which is classifying by the type of ESG impact areas and what are the parameters to be measured. And then there is certain guideline on how to measure it as well. So that's not very, how do you say, prescriptive. There is some subjectivity to it on how you measure it, because what we also heard, a lot of this is qualitative. Now, how do we put a quantifying measure onto that? Now, the consulting companies, as well as other, there are smaller companies also which has come out with tools, which has now created a very structured way of segregating the data that you capture, either in a digital manner or from Excel sheets or from manual punching in. And then that, once put into the system, it is creating reports for you. And you can actually then say, okay, I was probably somewhere here last year, I'm here today, tomorrow I want to be there. So you create a roadmap for that. In our company itself, 2 years ago, we were a laggard as far as the ESG parameters were concerned. Today, we are one of the leaders in the sector. Okay, 2 years, you know, we have gone there. But based on what? Based on the parameters that we have looked up, you know, from these kind of checklists, and then we have measured ourselves against it, and then we have audited as well, and it is also reported in the integrated report, which gets published every year.
But you know, I must tell you that from various submissions that we have made around the world in terms of our ESG returns, I would actually say that our BRSR reporting has been the most difficult one and the most detailed one, and I think the best one. The number of parameters that it asks and captures, I think, is humongous and extremely detailed. So to that extent, I will appreciate it than the other reports that we have submitted.
So why can't we just follow that and leave this as a promote that? That is the way we can...
No, but then somebody has to authenticate that whatever you are putting there is the right data that you have put, therefore the audit is required. Somebody has to certify other than yourself. It's like you can't submit an answer sheet and also evaluate it yourself. Somebody else has to do it for you.
No, okay, fine. So the idea was to tell that IT as a, so do I see the role of the IT is like, if you say like now you're getting one more hat as the ESG contributor to the ESG also, because when the CISO community came up, like the IT CIO was the CISO also. Then they said you have to separate CISO and the CIO or the CTO separate. Now your CDO, CIO, CTO. So now again, when you're talking about every digital transformation, which is an IT initiative, does it become a CIO responsibility?
So let me tell you, I was the chief people officer of the company when I was also managing sustainability. And sustainability was becoming so big and so important that, I chose the path to go the sustainability way. And I relinquished my HR responsibility. I thought life's going to be easy, but now I realize that life was easier then than now. So, the job is just becoming big and it's becoming more demanding. I'm engaging with clients more than before. And there is no RFP that goes without the ESG input. It can go without a HR input, but it doesn't go without a ESG input. Your condition to even give you a request for proposal is basis if you showed any progress in the ESG initiatives. Your qualification to bid for the business or your selection will also depend on the progress that you made on the ESG front. So, and you get marks on that, right? And therefore, I think, it's become a business imperative. Your business is dependent on that because the whole world has to collaborate together to make a sustainable world for tomorrow. Individually, you and I can't do. And I think in the previous session, there was a cohort that was being formed where all of us get together to work together for the same goal, common goal, that is creating a better world tomorrow. I think that's going to continue hugely. It's going to be big time.
Coming back to your question of whether we will have another chief technology officer for ESG, I don't think so. I think the current form of CIO, CDO, whatever we call, they will be held responsible for this. The difference is, as I said in the beginning, IT is not the traditional IT anymore. The boundary lines between IT, engineering, and the shop floor automation is blurring. Right? So there is increased scope for a CIO or a CDO to make sure that these things are also incorporated into the scope of work. But I don't think there is going to be another C, whatever, O coming up.
Karsiji, why would you ask that? Finance function, HR functions, manufacturing has been there for ages before sustainability came in. We never had a CIO for manufacturing separately, for finance separately, for HR separately. These are applications, package software that came, that was used. Of course, implementation, you did a bit of customization. So similarly, you continue to use IT as an enabler, and the vertical expertise come from the practitioners of sustainability to give the input so that your software provides you the result that you want.
But to add on to that, as I said, the knowledge that is needed, the capability that is needed in your IT team is becoming broader, and that needs to be built or acquired. It will include IoT devices, sensors, the technology that you put out there for monitoring the waste outflow, whatever it is, right? And then the data that is coming out of that as well. So the engineering part of that, probably the conventional engineers in a manufacturing plant is also not very acquainted with that. This is a mixture of IT and engineering that is coming out. So here, that capability building has to happen inside that.
That's correct. So now here what we are saying, this maybe the CTO role is, or it's like you say, it's a blurring of both the things. Maybe the engineering, the OT engineering and the IT engineering has to become, at some point it has to converge. Like.
Absolutely. I think everything that you used to deliver your other functions in terms of IT is going to be used in sustainability too.
Yeah, because traditionally it is like, no, IT people says, give me the specifications, I'll do it. Like, don't ask me. If you give me wrong specification, that's your problem.
That day is over. That day is over now. Yeah. Even in our agile world, where we build solutions for, even if it is a sales solution or a marketing solution, forget the manufacturing, the day of asking a sales guy or a marketing guy to tell you what they want is over. We know that they also don't know. right? So we have to jointly build it, jointly create it. You put your neck in the game and get it done. That's what I would say.
So if you gave a wrong input and the wrong algorithm, there is a bad result that's coming out of it. That's also part of the audit firm to see if your system is capturing rightly, analyzing rightly, and producing the right result. So it's part of those organizations who are auditing you and certifying that whatever you are publishing as part of your sustainability report is right, and they're putting their neck in the block.
So any other areas, like for example, you mentioned about the, suppose now people are doing a bigger use cases of education and then the edutech businesses. So where do you think today, is there a maturity in that education business for an ESG?
Yeah, so that's a social part of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So again, in the previous panel, Gosharan talked about lines between CSR and ESG. And I think there is no line, it should all merge. So what we do, for example, as part of our CSR activity, we go down into the communities and we create awareness campaigns, education campaigns for women, children, and also the underprivileged on how to pick up signals of diseases early on, and how to go and consult, and how to get help from the doctors and healthcare professionals using a digital platform. We are doing this. So we have built a digital platform for the CSR activity that we do, and this is primarily around the manufacturing sites that we have, so that there is a sort of a heart connect as well that happens with the community around you. So that's one thing that we are doing. Second thing is actually a business line that we have created, but it has a huge social impact, which I mentioned earlier when I talked when I was asking the question from the audience. This is a business called Life, LYFE. This is for pre and post incident support of cardiovascular diabetes patients. So if somebody has that condition, and in this day and age, most of the kids are away from home. They're abroad, they're somewhere else, older parents are at home. How do you provide a proactive care to them? So this is being achieved through a digital platform where all the data is coming from the devices or the sensors or an app. And the doctor prescribes this to a potential patient who is at a risk, and then a company like ours goes and engages with that patient, creates an ecosystem around that, which includes a caregiver, ambulance facility if needed, a teleconsult if needed, all those paraphernalia that is needed to create an ecosystem to provide that care to that patient. Of course, there is a cost involved in this, and this is a business line, but there is a clear social thinking behind this business line. Because in this country, older aged parents does not have a good support system around them, and how do we create that, and of course create a business line as well. So there are multiple initiatives like this that we are doing in organizations like ours.
That's good. You were saying about from the educational part of it.
Yeah. So let me first add on to what Shiji is saying on healthcare. There's a small little village near Aurangabad, which literally is the poorest of the poor that I have seen so far. And people don't have clothes to wear, they don't have shelter to live in, they don't have food to eat, but there are people absolutely malnutrition. So we engaged with that village for healthcare, and our ASHA workers go there and they do some basic tests, urine test, blood test and stuff like that, their BP monitoring. And they have a tablet, they feed all the information. The tablet, the message, the information is accessed by doctors in Mumbai, and the doctors prescribe. These ASHA workers go back to the nearest town possible, they procure the medicines, they come and administer, and they continue the check to see if the progress is happening. That's the usage of IT there. The other one, I would say in terms of education is, I think we educate close to 300,000 plus students across the country digitally. So we have built the digital classrooms. We have 2,000 plus of our own employees are engaged in delivering classroom sessions. They teach different subjects like math, English, in the vernacular language. And and we see good progress in terms of their results, their learning ability. The third one I would say is on the environment side of it. The energy that we use is all centrally monitored. It switches off and switches on depending on the number of people there in the building. We have smart buildings everywhere now. And if it can't do on its own, it tells people who are in the monitoring room of, what is the occupancy, what is the consumption, whether it's required so much or not, and you can actually operate the lights and the ACs in those places sitting in Bangalore, in any other town in the country. So that is how the application of IT has been. The other application on the water side is, we have now meters. There are meters attached to every tap, and every meter tells you how much water was consumed from the tap, how much was drained out, and how much was recycled, and how much was reused. It's all IoT-based, meter controlled. The other one is on the waste. We collect waste, we segregate waste. Each waste is weighed. They have the RFID tags. We can track where it's gone through the vendors, where it was recycled, and what was the result of it, etc., etc. Everything can now be tracked through IT. So that is the application of IT on the E pillar of ESG, on the S pillar of ESG, and also on the governance, the reporting part, of course, it takes care.
So so again, coming back to the same point of data, like all these examples generates tons of data, where is getting collected so that it can be, where you can help it, collect it, and trying to give us a meaningful report out of it.
I think our maturity curve is really not very high in this area. The starting point is the detailed file that we have, which all data we need across different categories. And then we did a detailed audit of what is digitized or semi-digitized, or what can be digitized as a low-hanging fruit. Those are done in the last couple of years. Now, the remaining are the difficult ones, either needing a heavy investment, or it doesn't make business sense. There is that angle also. Doesn't make business sense to digitize that. And hence the call is that we will continue doing that manually until it makes sense. Because there will be certain plans which is probably not big enough to go and digitize that. Okay, as opposed to a huge plan where it makes sense to digitize it. So that's the kind of journey that we are in. And the data that is getting captured, it starts from our ERP, SAP, it starts from our laboratory systems, online batch processing systems, BMS, the water monitoring systems. All those systems are giving us the data, and that is either coming into a system that is already existing, or we have taken that to our data warehouse, and from where all of this combined gets into the data lake, which is where the reporting happens. So it's a combination of different points in time, points in solutions that we have, and that is maturing as we go. And my expectation is in the next couple of years, this will actually mature very, very fast, and we will be in probably an 80% mark in terms of digitized data, and the 20% will probably not get digitized at all.
We are fully automated on everything, and one another case study that I am very proud of is we have green covered about 12,000 acres of land in the country today, and every little sapling and tree that we have put is geotagged, and sitting in one place we can monitor which is growing at what speed, which is bearing fruit, which is dying, which requires attention, etc., sitting in one place. So to that extent, we have automated ourselves, and we work with just about 5 or 6 people in the ESG function, and all supported by IT.
And somebody wants it, this data is available?
Absolutely. Yeah. You're welcome to come to our command center, and we'll be very happy to show it to you.
Because today people keep it as a secret, so I don't know why they just don't.
No, unless you show that this has been IT enabled, my word of mouth is not going to be accepted by any auditor or any competent person or the authority that we submit the data to. So it has to be proven. Even a handwritten thing or an Excel is not going to be supported. So it has to be captured in the system, and
No, the idea is marketing it. The idea is, because when you have the data, but if nobody knows about you, the kind of work.
No, it is published in the integrated report now.
Yeah.
In the last 2 years, before that it was not.
Maybe some people are doing, not everybody is doing in such a detailed manner.
I think it is kind of becoming a mandate now, isn't it?
Of automation?
Integrated report.
Integrated reporting is a mandate now.
No, but people are not reporting this, the actual value in value term, what is the savings, how much you're...
See, where they can't provide evidence, the auditor is not signing, which is not being reported. But some of them, they are still reporting somewhere they can provide the evidences.
So it's depends on the quality of your data.
Absolutely. Therefore, you know, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India calls for a special award for the integrated reporting and the BRSR reporting. Yeah. And we've been very proud to say that, you know, when it wasn't even mandatory, we experimented and we got an award that year.
Good. So one more thing from my side is, at the end of the day, where do you think the IT role will again be responsible for this data collection, data providing, or you see that people getting into it and becoming an ESG officer themselves? Like, no?
So as Mr. Panish was saying earlier, IT by itself won't be able to do any of this, right? It is going to be driven by a need in the organization. In LTI, there is an ESG specific office which is driving it. In most of the organizations, that is where it is at now. If not, those organizations will have to get there. So there will be people dedicated working on ESG, working with...
So there's more employment as for people like becoming
No,
ESG department.
Actually, in our organization, the only headcount that was added was one. Rest was all dual roles. Like he was saying, he was doing people officer role and ESG role. Now it has become dedicated. But we added one headcount. Rest was all shared responsibility within the different functions. So it was not like a huge number of people getting added.
It always, whenever it starts, it always starts also.
But then, you know, as a CIO, my responsibility is that there is somebody in my team, not somebody actually. There is a manufacturing vertical for me. There is a R&D vertical for me. Different verticals. From each of these verticals, I have people nominated who is working with that team, not just to enable the reporting, but also to mature that data collection and making sure the data integrity is taken care of as well. So this is maturing up very, very fast. So IT has a significant role, but again, it's an enabling role which is driven by the ESG function or the other functions.
Good, thanks. So I would like to end. So any other comments you would like to make? Because I still feel that without IT will still remain an enabler and not the driver. You can call it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think IT will always remain in
because
LTI. In
business
LTI
has to be the driver.
No, but in LTI probably not. In LTI, is
no, but that is a business.
Technology.
It's in a business of ESG.
In an organization like ours, it will always remain.
Okay, so that's what there is a business of ESG, and people are doing ESG by compliance. Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, one is we are doing it because we are a conscientious company, and we believe that we need to leave a better world for generations to come. Second is, you know, our global business depends on the progress that we show. And the third is it's compliance issue too, reputational issue. So we do it for all three reasons. And we love doing what we're doing. In fact, you know, it gives us a kick every time we get a recognition and somebody praises us. Lots of our clients said that, you know, you do better than us. It gives us a good feeling.
Good, congratulations. So with that, any other questions from the audience? Yes, ma'am. The first table, can you have the mic on the first table, please?
In between this discussion, there were some time spent on, you know, getting the data audited, the ESG data audited, and there was a comment coming up that, you know, you are paying somebody to audit the data, so the report is likely to be in your favor. But that doesn't happen this way. Auditing is only, or we call it data assurance, not audit. So data assurance is done by reputed companies, recognized companies. And it is to say that, you know, whatever you are reporting is correct. They check your processes, they check your numbers, they see what you are reporting, whether the same number exists in your systems or not. For example, if I say my scope 1 emission is this much, that is related to fuel consumption. So they'll come and check, you know, in my SAP, how much we have paid for that fuel. So that is the assurance process. So don't be in this kind of mindset that we are paying to say something wrong to be right. Absolutely. The money we pay is for the effort they are making. and not for certifying something wrong.
No, I agree with you. You know, that way we will always doubt the ISO audits, the quality audits that we go through, or the financial audits that we go through. Everything is a paid service. It's just a third party coming into the organization to certify that whatever you have shown, whatever you have done, whatever you're producing and reporting is correct. So that is the purpose of the audit. I think that was jokingly asked by him. It wasn't a serious doubt.
The next thing which I'm hearing from morning is the Indian standards and the GRI as the global standard. And you know, somehow maybe they are not enablers. So it's very clear that BRSR is a subset from GRI. They are no different. You know, it's just that, you know, GRI has little bit more. But since we just started 2 years ago, so BRSR was just mandated in FY23. It's just a 2-year journey, second year of reporting now. So maybe Indian standards would become stricter than GRI. We just don't know. It's just the beginning, the first few steps we are taking. So we cannot say that these are different than GRI. They are not different than GRI. You look into their structure, you look the kind of things we are pointing out. They're the same requirements.
I think the point there was not about what we are measuring or what we are reporting. The point is, are we counting properly and reporting what we are actually doing, which may not be there in that template?
It's the same template. Whenever you have a deeper look, it's the same template.
No, fully agree with you. You know, it's evolving. You know, when it was made a voluntary reporting on BRSR to now being mandated, you will see a huge difference that has taken place in the form itself. And I think as the government learns, as the authorities learn in terms of what is being reported and the progress shown and whether it's sufficient, not sufficient for the country itself, it is going to get itself populated and is going to become more and more detailed. And I think we welcome that.
And in any case, large Indian corporates, they are reporting, disclosing on the global frameworks, DJSI, CDP, most of the large corporates, they are doing. For them, BRSR reporting is not a big task.
No, can we have only one reporting? That is the question.
So can we have one financial rating? If we can have one financial rating, then maybe one ESG rating too.
Because I'm going from the CIO's
No,
perspective,
you know,
because
you
if
can't
you're trying
have
to
one
do multiple audits, like you said, everything is a subset of each other. So once you do a one superset, like an audit of that, why can't we have, so that will reduce the workload. See, at that same time, you have to, once you know a certain parameters are the same, it's just that you're putting it in different buckets and reporting it differently.
So BRSR is not rating, but you know, if you're talking of rating and ranking organizations, by region they are differently recognized, and by purpose, reason also they are differently recognized. Some of them of course could be common, but they could be different. And all of them, for a company like us who has a huge presence in the European region as well as in the Americas, we have to satisfy both the region customers. So we go for all.
Yes, we have to go for all, because still there is not one global standard. And that is why I said, you know, why don't we then have one financial rating? We have not been able to be there on one financial rating. Different companies rate you, even on financial parameters, differently. Same thing is happening in the ESG world also. So we'll have to live with it for the time being.
Yeah, I guess so.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you then, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Indeed, an illuminating session. I thank Mr. Shriji Gopinathan, Mr. Panish Rao, and moderator of this session, Mr. Karsita Vadia, for this session. Thank you so much. Like to be here for the photographs, please. Thank you so much once again, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this now we are heading towards the second section of our prestigious SKOCH Awards under the Digital Transformation, Corporate Excellence and Environmental, Social and Governance categories. For this, we'll have a quick stage setup. And here I request Mr. Samir Kocher, Chairman SKOCH Group, to kindly give away the awards. I request Samir sir to kindly be on the stage. दिव्य सज्जनों, इसी के साथ हम हमारे सेकेंड सेक्शन की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, जिसमें हम प्रेस्टिजियस स्कॉच अवार्ड्स की घोषणा कर रहे हैं। सबसे पहले ESG कैटेगरी में सिल्वर अवार्ड, और ये दिया जाता है अजंता फार्मा लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट क्लीन एंड ग्रीन एनर्जी यूटिलाइजेशन के लिए। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर जगदीश जोशी को, एग्जीक्यूटिव वाइस प्रेसिडेंट। आपसे निवेदन है आप मंच पर आएँ। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर जगदीश जोशी जी टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज। Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver Scotch Award under the category ESG for Ajanta Pharma Limited for their project Clean and Green Energy Utilization. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate the organization and the recipients here.
Tell us about the project.
Yeah, this is regarding our solar energy particularly, and this is around 12 megawatt as a whole company we have gone, and around 30% of our consumption we are now achieved in all our operations. We are targeting 50% by 26, and around 2032 around 100% will be achieving this energy conservation.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। इसी के साथ डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की कैटेगरी में सिल्वर अवार्ड हम देते हैं जियो।
हेलो,
सॉरी।
Thank you, Mr. Kocher, and thank you, Scotch, for this award. And this gives recognitions to us for the work that we are doing on the solar energy front, and it keeps us motivated to do it more and more in the years to come. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर। जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट जियो रेटिंग एंड चार्जिंग सिस्टम के लिए हम सिल्वर अवार्ड से सम्मानित कर रहे हैं। ये सिल्वर अवार्ड DX कैटेगरी के अंदर है, और मैं मिस्टर मनीष गांधी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर मनीष गांधी जी टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव द अवार्ड। दिस इज फॉर जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट जियो रेटिंग एंड चार्जिंग सिस्टम।
Excellent work. Come, hold this. Let's see a picture. So, what is this rating and charging system about? If you could tell us.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so this project was about the replacement of the likes of the SAP with our in-house rating and charge system. That, I mean, you would have seen that the 1 GB per day plans of the Jio, which was launched in year 2017. So all this is happening through our system now. Okay.
So you must have saved a ton of money if you've kind of replaced SAP.
Yes.
He's smiling both ways, you know, with the award and the money saved. See you.
थैंक यू सर। इसी के साथ ब्रिटानिया इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट वाटर स्टीवर्डशिप प्रोग्राम के लिए हम सिल्वर अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। ये अवार्ड ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत दिया जा रहा है। मैं मिस्टर इंद्रनील गुप्ता जनरल मैनेजर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और मिस्टर मुकेश कुमार बेहरा हेड EHS से निवेदन करूंगी कि आप मंच पर आएँ। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर इंद्रनील गुप्ता एंड मिस्टर मुकेश कुमार बेहरा टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव द अवार्ड for Britannia Industries Limited for their project Water Stewardship Program.
Very good afternoon all, and thank you Scotch team for this award.
So the main objective of this water stewardship program is to become water neutral in 4 years of time. So we have when we started our sustainability journey in 2019, so we have taken an objective that 100% of the water we consume for our manufacturing operations has to be recharged back and give it back to the society. And as a part of this program, we have done a water reduction measures in our operations across all the 16 factories. And we have went for the internal rainwater harvesting and the community recharge. So with this, we have, against the 30% of reduction, we have achieved 34% up to this year. And up to last year, we have recharged close to 50%, and we are assuming that we will be recharging by 80% of rainwater by end of this year. And going forward, by next year, we will be achieving this objective.
Oh, wonderful. Very, very heartening to hear that. Congratulations.
थैंक यू सो मच। और इसी के साथ हम हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी के लिए ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत सिल्वर अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। मैं मिस साइश्री से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ। मिस साइश्री, फैक्ट्री इंजीनियर, आपसे निवेदन है आप मंच पर आ जाएं। Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver Scotch Award under the category ESG for Energy Efficiency Project of Hindustan Unilever Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the ladies here.
Who can tell us about the project?
So we manufacture instant and conventional coffee in our plant, and instant coffee manufacturing is very energy and water intensive when it comes to manufacturing. So when we actually started off our energy savings projects, our target was to reduce our energy consumption, specific energy consumption by 15% over the previous year. For this, we tried to identify our losses across the various unit operations, and extraction, which is the crucial unit operation in coffee manufacturing, was one of the major unit operations where we tried to reduce our energy consumption. And for this, we have leveraged not only reducing the manufacturing losses, but also digital, which is very important in Industry 4.0 to reduce our specific energy consumption. Thank you.
Congratulations again.
थैंक यू सो मच दिव्या सज्जनों। इसी के साथ साथ हम स्पार्क मिंडा ग्रुप के लिए उनके प्रोजेक्ट सक्षम एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटी के लिए सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर भारत भूषण, एसोसिएट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑपरेशंस मिंडा कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड। वी रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर भारत भूषण टू काइंडली जॉइन अस ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव दिस अवार्ड फॉर स्पार्क मिंडा ग्रुप फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट सक्षम एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज। Ladies and gentlemen, this is Silver Scotch Award under the category ESG.
Yeah, I am Gaganpreet Singh. I am accepting this award on behalf of Spark Pinda Foundation. The Saksham project is our flagship project in which we empower local guys and give training on the various job-oriented courses. So likewise, we have trained about more than 18,000 people till now. So we operate these projects in 5 states. Thank you.
Congratulations.
इसी के साथ साथ हम जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड के लिए उनके प्रोजेक्ट जियो स्ट्रीम के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर आदित्य बल, सीनियर प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर को। आपसे निवेदन आप मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को आप रिसीव करें। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज आवर गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड अंडर DX कैटेगरी। डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए ये अवार्ड, गोल्ड अवार्ड, आपको प्रदान किया जाता है फॉर जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड उनके प्रोजेक्ट जियो स्ट्रीम के लिए।
Thank you. Happy birthday to you.
Thank
firstly.
you so much.
Yeah, and so basically our leadership imbibes a lot of entrepreneurship in our company. So we have started a product called GeoStream. Essentially, it helps video commerce. You can convert any product and sell it via video commerce. We are able to increase the conversions by 3x. So if you have, say, water pumps, or you have financial products which require high learning curve, or which require a high amount of explaining and a large amount of time to convert a consumer into a customer, we help that with this video commerce product. Yeah?
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Now I have a difficult question. We have this conference and everything that we're doing is on video. Does anyone know of any AI product which can actually index it and transcribe it for us?
We are the one. We will connect with you.
इसको जाने मत देना. No, so I'll take you up on that.
Yes, yes.
Otherwise I'll take the award back.
कंग्रेचुलेशंस एंड थैंक यू सो मच. और इसी के साथ साथ हम अडानी रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट रिसोर्स कंजर्वेशन कंपोजिट पेवमेंट्स के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं. मैं मंच पर मिस्टर संजीव कोशिश से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए, हेड बिजनेस एक्सीलेंस एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी.
Please tell us about this project.
Yeah, this is all about reducing carbon footprint in construction of our project. So it involves right from design till the completion of the project. At every process, we use green products. So that is all in nutshell.
Congratulations again.
थैंक यू सर. हम अडानी विल्बर लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट क्लीन लॉजिस्टिक के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं. ये ESG कैटेगरी के लिए है. मैं मिस्टर रजनीश बंसल सीनियर VP प्रोक्यूरमेंट एंड सप्लाई चेन से निवेदन करूंगी कि आप मंच पर आएं और इस अवार्ड को रिसीव करें. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर अडानी विल्बर लिमिटेड फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट क्लीन लॉजिस्टिक. लेट्स हैव अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. लेट्स पुट सम एनर्जी इन द हाउस.
नहीं, एक्सप्लेन तो कर ही दिया था मैंने पहले. क्लीन टेक्नोलॉजी में हम CNG व्हीकल्स काफ़ी यूज़ कर रहे हैं, एंड देन वी आर ऑल्सो यूजिंग मल्टी मोडल, एंड गोइंग फॉरवर्ड वी आर ट्राइंग टू इंक्रीज द नंबर टू मैक्सिमम पॉसिबल. 50% का टारगेट रखा है, देखते हैं अभी नेक्स्ट ईयर तक.
Congratulations.
थैंक यू.
Thank you.
और अब हम जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट माई जियो फॉर एवरीथिंग जियो के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं. डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की कैटेगरी में ये अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है. मैं मंच पर मिस दिव्या मेहरोत्रा को आमंत्रित करती हूँ, इस अवार्ड को आप रिसीव करें. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज फॉर जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट माई जियो फॉर एवरीथिंग जियो.
So tell us about this project.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening. This is a platform that has been designed, which started off as a telco product for giving the customers the ability to manage what data meant for them, how they can see it, view it, and now it has scaled to be the ability for users to how to consume this data, the various avenues that you have, not just in telecom or connectivity, but in e-commerce, finance, healthcare, and so much more. So I think this is just the start of how MyJio is, and we have a long way to go. So thank you so much for this honor here.
Congratulations.
और इसी के साथ हमारे कॉर्पोरेट एक्सीलेंस की श्रेणी में गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया जाता है HDFC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनी लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट HDFC लाइफ क्लिक टू प्रोटेक्ट सुपर के लिए. और मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर अविनाश कुमार AVP और साथ ही मिस्टर रौनक ठक्कर चीफ प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर को. आपसे निवेदन, आप मंच पर आएं. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited for their project HDFC Life Click to Protect Super. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again and congratulate the awardees and the organization.
Certainly, sir. So thank you very much, sir, for the honor. So talking about C2B Super, this was the idea which was initiated in the year 2022. So our idea was to remove the whole mentality of term insurance, what we have right now in India. So ultimately in India, where people are not aware of how insurance works, their mentality is a product which I buy, a policy which I buy in term insurance, it will be only beneficial when I die for my loved ones. So we thought, why not transform that mentality altogether and be a part of human life? So with Click to Protect Super, what we introduce is we try to be a part of the journey, the life stage journey of a customer, a policyholder. So this product is offering a lot of unique features which was not there in industry before 2022, like smart exit benefit, where a customer, if he's in need, he can get all his premium paid back at once without any questions. He can cover his spouse without any additional cost. He can get waiver of premium option in case of critical illness and many more. So this is being one of our top performing products from 2022 till date in our term insurance. So thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations.
और इसी के साथ साथ हम हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड मैसूर को उनके प्रोजेक्ट ग्रीन एनर्जी के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। ये ESG कैटेगरी के लिए है और मैं मिस नूर निशा फैक्ट्री इंजीनियर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस नूर निशा टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव दिस अवार्ड फॉर हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड मैसूर फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट ग्रीन एनर्जी।
Hello, hi. Thank you so much, Scotch, for giving HUL Mysore factory such a wonderful opportunity. Thank you. Green energy, or I should say Project Nirantar. This consisted of two parts, one thermal energy, second electrical energy. In thermal energy, we completely eliminated furnace oil in our boiler operations. We also eliminated furnace oil in hot air generator. Not only this, but in the roaster operations, which we use for roasting green coffee beans into roasted beans, we switched from high-speed diesel to biodiesel. Though it was very challenging, but site has completely done this. And in electrical energy also, right now we are sitting at more than 96% of solar power. So sitting in 2024, I can say that Mysore factory stands at more than 99% of renewable energy consumption. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
और इसी के साथ डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की कैटेगरी में अब हम प्लेटिनम अवार्ड से सम्मानित कर रहे हैं जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट जियो इवा नेक्स्ट जनरेशन कस्टमर एंगेजमेंट के लिए। और इसके लिए मैं मंच पर मिस्टर अभिषेक फरकड़े SVP को आमंत्रित करती हूं कि आप मंच पर आएं। देवी सज्जनों, आइए तालियों से हम सब अपना सम्मान प्रकट करें। यह हमारा प्लेटिनम अवार्ड है, डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कैटेगरी में जाता है जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को जियो इवा नेक्स्ट जनरेशन कस्टमर एंगेजमेंट के लिए।
Sure. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Kochar, and thank you, Scotch, for this award for my product, Geo Yuva. So, if I talk about Geo Yuva, as currently know, almost any business wants to make their customer engagement / customer care near perfect. So, when any end consumer calls to any business, businesses want that their problem should get solved instantly, or rather near instantly. But currently there are challenges in the industry. When we make a phone call to a customer care, there are some tedious IVRs wherein we have to press certain keys, which is time consuming. After that is over, again you have to wait for the customer care agent to be available with whom you can talk. And then ultimately you end up losing at least 10 minutes for getting their queries resolved. So this GeoEva product, it's a SaaS platform. It is trying to solve this problem. Rather, it has solved this problem. So what this platform does is it ensures that this customer care is replaced by a bot. So currently, this platform has enabled multiple businesses in India, wherein instead of an IVR, there is a digital assistant, which is answering users' query. So when any end consumer makes a phone call, he can just start speaking, saying that this is my problem, bot gives an answer, and in less than 1 minute, their issues get resolved. And currently, I am proud to say that around 5 million calls are being handled by this platform daily. So that's about GeoEva. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. So do you have any international competition or?
Currently, we are not ventured in international arena.
Is somebody competing with you from outside India?
Yeah, there are certain products, but our USP is that ours is a low-cost product. What it means to say is there are international players, but they charge a lot more. So that's an advantage that we have, apart from the quality. I mean, though we do this, it does not mean that we are compromising on the quality.
Yeah. And the biggest USP is it's made in India. That's right. Congratulations.
Congratulations। और इसी के साथ हम फिनकेयर स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक को उनके प्रोजेक्ट संपर्क डिजिटल एजेंट फॉर द फील्ड स्टाफ के लिए सिल्वर अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। ये सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन श्रेणी के अंतर्गत दिया जा रहा है। मैं मिस्टर अनिल जैन चीफ टेक्नोलॉजी ऑफिसर से निवेदन करूंगी कि आप मंच पर आएं और इस अवार्ड को आप हमसे लें। Ladies and gentlemen, this is for Fincare Small Finance Bank for their project Sampark Digital Agent for the Field Staff.
So tell us, what does this digital agent do?
First of all, thank you, Scotch, for recognizing this platform. So I'm happy to receive this award on behalf of Fincare. So this application is basically for our field staff, basically the relationship managers who connect with the customer. So this platform gives them the right information at the right time to connect with right customer, to upsell, cross-sell the products. And also at the same time it doesn't disclose the PIA information of the customer. So all, like when they connect with the customer, the call masking is implemented and they have to connect with the customer using the application only. So at the center, at the corporate office, the leaders can check data that how their relationship managers or field staff connecting with the customer and using this application. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
इसी के साथ हम ESG कैटेगरी के अंदर अब सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड सुमेरपुर को उनके प्रोजेक्ट एलिवेटिंग हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी फॉर जेंडर बैलेंस एंड फ्यूचर फिट वर्कफोर्स। और इसके लिए मैं मिस्टर सतीश येला मंचिली को मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ। मिस्टर सतीश येला मंचिली, फैक्ट्री डायरेक्टर, वी रिक्वेस्ट हिम टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज इफ ही इज अराउंड। Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Hindustan Unilever Limited, Sumerpur, for elevating health and safety for gender balance and the future fit workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver Scotch Award for ESG category.
So Satish is not here, but he's going to tell us about the project.
Well, my colleague Satish is not here, so some other engagements held him back. So actually we have set up a very new factory. We in Sumerpur, we date back to some 30 years back. And it's, as all of you may be knowing, Sumerpur is one of the water-starved areas of the country. And also, I mean, it's in the area where not much of the industries are there. So the new setup which we have put up there is so how we elevate the lives of the people around and along with Shebel and the Prabhat group, and how we can take the do the future of the work at that site, engage more ladies on the shop floor, which is new to the area. So this is the initiative under the whole Hindustan Unilever umbrella, and we are very proud of taking it to the backyards of our own villages and create opportunities for the people out there while we grow out there. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this now we announce a Silver Scotch Award for Digital Transformation category for Geo Platforms Limited for their project Geo RA for revenue insurance. And for this, may I please call upon stage Mr. Moiti Vijay Kumar, Head of Engineering, RAFM. Mr. Moiti Vijay Kumar, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Geo Platforms Limited for their project Geo RA for revenue assurance, and this is our Scotch Silver Award for digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together.
So traditionally, if we talk about revenue assurance, the word itself says to ensure that there is no leakages happening. The main purpose is we have to ensure there is no undercharging happening, saving companies revenue. But when I joined Reliance 11 years back, in our first meeting with our chairman, Sri Mukesh Ambani, he said, your focus should not be undercharging, your first focus should be overcharging. So you first focus on whether if you are having overcharging, fix those overcharging, your revenue will automatically increase. So we reconcile almost 30 billion of record in a day to ensure that all the usages, all the recharge which are happening are correctly billed to the customers and ensuring there is no leakages happening. Both things.
Fantastic. 30 billion, Sally, that's some number here.
थैंक यू सो मच। इसी के साथ हम लुपिन लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट इंटेलिजेंट परफॉर्मेंस मैनेजमेंट के लिए सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कैटेगरी में मैं मिस्टर श्रीजी गोपीनाथन, चीफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर, से निवेदन करूंगी कि आप मंच पर आएं। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर श्रीजी गोपीनाथन, चीफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर, टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव द अवार्ड। Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Lupin Limited for their project Intelligent Performance Management.
Sriji, tell us about this project, or you'll tell us about this?
Yeah, thank you, Sriji, thank you, Sumit. I think last year we started with a program of measuring all the KPIs for the manufacturing and quality. We measure around 68 KPIs and sub KPIs after that. Have multiple drill down levels up to 3 to 5 levels. Go across all manufacturing across India, all plants. So this is what we started with. It includes process automation, it includes visualization, it includes some of the advanced analytics, all the KPI measurements, everything in a single place. So that's where we started with the intelligent process automation project.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again.
थैंक यू सर। और इसी के साथ हम ESG कैटेगरी में अब सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं। ये अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है स्प्रिंगर नेचर इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट एम्पावरिंग वुमेन रिसर्चर। मैं मिस्टर वेंकटेश सर्वसिद्धि मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर से निवेदन करूंगी आप मंच पर आएँ और आप अपने इस अवार्ड को हमसे लें। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर स्प्रिंगर नेचर इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट एम्पावरिंग वुमेन रिसर्चर्स and this is our Silver Scotch Awards for ESG category. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together, let's put some energy in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, we understand this is a post-lunch session, but let's put some energy.
Who will talk about this?
Thank you so much for this award and happy birthday. I heard your birthday today. And this project, Springer Nature is the world's largest scientific research company based out of London with 180 years history and legacy. And in the area of science and research, our objective is to empower scientific research communities. As part of this, we did a very interesting national level bus tour traveling from Delhi, covering 10 states in India, almost 10,800 kilometers. A bunch of researchers, authors, academicians, professors, and student researchers. This objective was primarily to empower the research community, drive more importance on research output, research publications, and also we conducted a lot of boot camps across 15 plus prominent institutions covering IITs, NITs, IIScs, even regional colleges which are in the area of academic research. And as part of this, we reached out to almost 1 lakh young researchers in the country. And we awarded close to 1,000 women researchers because empowering women researchers in this country is the utmost important thing we believe in. And thanks, and that this award belongs to all the young women researchers and also the young researchers in this country. There's a contribution for them in making this happen. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations and God's blessings be added to your work. This is such a wonderful work.
कंग्रेचुलेशंस। और इसी के साथ साथ अगले अवार्ड की तरफ अब हम अग्रसर होते हैं। जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट GOCS रिप्लेसिंग IVR विद वॉइस टेलीफोनी बोट या BOT के लिए हम गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित कर रहे हैं। डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन श्रेणी के अंतर्गत और मैं मिस्टर धवल जेठवा सीनियर मैनेजर से निवेदन करूंगी आप मंच पर आएं और इस अवार्ड को आप हमसे लें. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Jio Platforms Limited for their project GOCS replacing IVR with voice telephony DOT. This is our gold Scotch award for digital transformation.
Sure. Firstly, wishing you many happy returns of the day.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this project is about replacing the traditional IVR with a digital assistant. Currently, it is live in 7 circles of India, handling traffic of 1 million calls per day. And very soon, maybe in 2 to 3 months, we will be live pan-India with handling traffic of 13 million calls per day. So this is about the project.
So, you know, Jio is so enthusiastic about digital transformation that each unit is doing their own. So sometimes 2 units end up making the same product, doing the same thing, but vastly different features. And here, I think this is the second product of the same nature from the Jio.
Yeah. So basically, the GOCS is driven using the Geo EVA itself. Okay. So some part of Geo EVA is being used in GOCS. Basically, the machine learning, the in-house developed telephony system, making it very efficient system. So no cost to be spent additionally. Everything is in-house. So yeah, this is about the project.
And that's reliance for you, backward integration on everything.
थैंक यू सर. ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत अब हम गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा कर रहे हैं. अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है HPCL रमन मंडी रेवाड़ी कानपुर पाइपलाइन को उनके प्रोजेक्ट CSR एजुकेशन के लिए. मंच पर आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं मिस्टर अजयपाल सरोहा को, डिप्टी जनरल मैनेजर. आपसे निवेदन है आप मंच पर आएं, आपका अवार्ड आप ग्रहण करें. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मिस्टर अजयपाल सरोहा, डिप्टी जनरल मैनेजर, would be receiving this award for HPCL रमन मंडी रेवाड़ी कानपुर पाइपलाइन for the project CSR education. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our gold Scotch award for ESG category. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. I request you.
So Mr. Ghosh is going to tell us about the project.
Thank you so much, sir, for this Scotch award. First of all, heartfelt thanks to Scotch. Now, regarding Hindustan Petroleum, some few words I should say. Hindustan Petroleum, you must be knowing, a Maharatna company and a Fortune 500 company, so to say. And actually, we are doing this CSR activity for a pretty long time. And what we are doing actually, see, RRKPL, what she is telling, Rodi Raman Mandi Kanpur pipeline. Now, what we are doing, actually, we are spending crores. How we are spending that? We are going to the far-flung villages. We are going to the very distant villages, and we are trying to improve their conditions. How we are improving their conditions? Schools, the government schools that are there, no private schools, only government schools that are there. We are donating the tables, chairs, then fridge, then water cooler, air cooler. Then we are giving them smart boards. We are going to the hospitals, government hospitals. We are providing them operation beds. We are providing them all sorts of equipments, operation equipments. Then we have made a railway station, so to say, for the villages. Why? Railways are there for making the railway stations. Why we have made? We have made it because the villagers are facing the problem. Instead of boarding the train, they are jumping into the train, they are clinging to the train, and they are going. Like this, it's happening, and every time some accidents or the other are happening. So HPCL has taken it up as a cause, as a great cause, to make up a railway station, and we have made that railway station in 6 to 8 months. I'm telling you, we have spent around 50 crores in that, and a full-fledged railway station has been made. That is near Kanpur. Actually, in one village we have made that, and we have given it to the railways, back to the railways, and now there are 3 regular platforms where express trains and all the trains are stopping, and the villagers are totally delighted. I'm telling you, we are so near to the villagers that we treat them as a family member only. And I should say the last few words, that we shall not pass away quietly to the coldness of the night. We shall not let our voices go untold. We shall not perish under the languishing sky, but strive forward towards the brighter horizon to give a beautiful today and present a safe everlasting tomorrow for generations to come. I have with me Amit Kumar, I have with me Priya Singh, I have with me Dharmendra Kumar. We are all CSR workers, so to say, because we not only do our work, we take care of the villages, we take care of the poor farmers. We want to see that the students who are there in the villages, the facilities that our child is getting in the schools, they should also get those facilities, because a country can only stand if the education system is great, if the education system is robust and strong. That's how a country can progress, that's how a country can grow. That is our firm belief. Our corporation only believes in that. Thank you.
Commendable job, sir, and congratulations. इसी के साथ साथ अगले अवार्ड की तरफ हम अग्रसर होते हैं. हम ESG कैटेगरी में गोल्ड अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं. ये अवार्ड जो है वो दिया जा रहा है हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड सोनीपत को, उनके प्रोजेक्ट अचीव नेट जीरो थ्रू यूज ऑफ 100% बायोफ्यूल्स. मैं मिस्टर अभिषेक जैन, फैक्ट्री डायरेक्टर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज आवर गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड फॉर ESG category. I request Mr. Abhishek Jain, Factory Director, to kindly be on the stage and receive the award. This is for Hindustan Unilever Limited Sonipat for their project Achieve Net Zero through use of 100% biofuels.
Good afternoon all. Thank you Scotch for honoring us. This project is about completely eliminating the fossil fuels both in thermal and electrical utilities, switching over from coal to biomass, and also the diesel to biodiesel in our generator. So we are proud to say that we are net zero factory, which is very, in fact our factory is a highly energy intensive factory. In this scenario, we are proud to announce that we are net zero today. Thank you.
Congratulations.
थैंक यू. इसी के साथ साथ हम डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की श्रेणी में अब गोल्ड अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं, और ये अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को, उनके प्रोजेक्ट क्लाउड एक्सपी, अ क्लाउड मैनेजमेंट प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर द मल्टी क्लाउड एरा. हम मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं मिस्टर योगेश गुंडूराव सोसेल को, CTO एंड इंजीनियरिंग हेड, साथ ही मिस्टर BP सिंह, सीनियर एग्जीक्यूटिव वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, एंड मिस्टर ओम जी नारायण, प्रोडक्ट मार्केटिंग मैनेजर. आपसे निवेदन है आप मंच पर आएं. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Gold Scotch Award under the Digital Transformation category for Geo Platform Limited for their project Cloud XP, a cloud management platform for the multi-cloud era.
So will you kindly tell us what this project is about?
Absolutely. We covered in the morning regarding cloud, right? So Cloud XP is a fully made in India AI-powered platform. We help transform the usage of cloud, making it less complex, more cost-effective, and we work across all the major cloud platforms. Right? So it makes it more inclusive and much more cost-effective for our end users. That's all.
If you could just explain me, because I'm technically dumb, what is a multi-cloud? One cloud is bad enough.
So we have multi-cloud as well as hybrid cloud management, right? Okay. So this takes care of, let's take the example of a Flipkart. They might be on a single cloud for, say, AWS. Over a period of time, they understand that that might not be the most cost-inclusive or cost-effective manner, and they start exploring different clouds and their own legacy systems, etc. Right? So multi-cloud management platform helps you manage multiple clouds, helps you kind of move data between your data center.
So it helps an Oracle cloud come in and you can manage both.
That's right. So we are actually compliant with all the major cloud platforms. So we ease the use of cloud adoption. So the most important things about cloud adoption is security, cost effectiveness and all. So this platform takes care of those things.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
इसी के साथ साथ हम टाटा AIA लाइफ इंश्योरेंस को उनके प्रोजेक्ट कन्वर्सेशनल AI बेस्ड बोट फॉर कस्टमर सर्विसिंग के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड प्रदान करते हैं डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की श्रेणी के अंतर्गत. इस अवार्ड को लेने के लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर देवंजन रेखू, डिजिटल इनोवेशन मैनेजर. आई रिक्वेस्ट सर टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज एंड रिसीव द अवार्ड. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, लेट्स पुट आवर हैंड्स टुगेदर फॉर द अवॉर्डीज. लेट्स पुट सम एनर्जी इन द हाउस एंड दिस इज फॉर टाटा AIA लाइफ इंश्योरेंस, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट कन्वर्सेशनल AI बेस्ड बोट फॉर कस्टमर सर्विसिंग.
Thank you, Scotch team, for conferring this honor on us, and I congratulate all the participants over here who have won this prestigious award, and wish you all the best in future endeavors. So what we have done in Tata AIA is, we have automated nearly 90 to 95% of the customer queries that were earlier been handled by a manual operational team. So when I say this, what right now we are facilitating is that many of you guys might be a life insurance customer, maybe of some other companies as well, right? So whenever you have any query, you want immediate assistance, right? As of now, what you might be doing is maybe approach your agent or call up the customer, and then there is a turnaround time of maybe 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, or whatever it is. So we have identified the top queries which constitute nearly 90 to 95% of our overall bandwidth, and we have automated all those query handling via bot by incorporating the latest ChatGPT technology. Now ChatGPT is a fancy term, but the technology sitting behind this is LLM and NLP. So we have incorporated that, and now any of our customer can come on the chatbot and converse in plain language, like मेरा address अभी change हुआ है, मुझे address update करना है आपके system में. The bot will understand its query, and it will not just create a SR and route it to another manual team for helping the customer, but it will enable the customer to do this entire process in a matter of minutes and close the query. So the customer's, his request is getting rendered real time. And the bot understanding capability of the query is far more. So it's like a conversational digital assistance that is there at the disposal of the customer, and we are enhancing it further in order to enable 100% of the query category automation.
How many languages are you supporting?
So as of now, we are supporting English and Hinglish. We just went live in December. We are continuously improving it. So right now we have observed that 85% of our manual operation bandwidth has been released, and it is now catered by the chatbot.
Thank you. Congratulations.
दिव्य सज्जनों, हमारे इस सेक्शन अवार्ड का हमारा ये जो सेक्शन है, इसके आखिरी अवार्ड की तरफ हम अग्रसर हो रहे हैं, और ये हमारा अवार्ड है प्लैटिनम स्कॉच अवार्ड फॉर डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, और इस अवार्ड को हम प्रदान कर रहे हैं लुपिन लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट यील्ड इम्प्रूवमेंट यूजिंग मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल ऑन IIoT प्लेटफॉर्म, और इसके लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर श्रीजी गोपीनाथन को, चीफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर. आपसे निवेदन, आप मंच पर आए, इस अवार्ड को आप ग्रहण करें. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. This is our Platinum Scotch Award for Digital Transformation, and it is conferred to Lupin Limited for their project Yield Improvement using Machine Learning Model on IIoT Platform.
So Shriji is the rare CIO who ended up making money rather than spending it. So Shriji, how did you do that?
So yeah. So I was also mentioning in the panel, so what we have done here is to really take a target of how do we reduce the cost of operations in one of the most power guzzling plants that we have. So quickly we realized availability of data was the biggest challenge. So most of the effort went into sensorization and implementation of IoT devices, and also then making sure collection of data from already existing systems like PLC, SCADA, and then GE store in databases, implementation of IIoT platform and all those, by streamlining all the master data discrepancies that we had across multiple systems. So that is the bulk of the work. 80% of the work is making sure that digitization is done, data sourcing is done, and then the actual analytics work starts. To be honest, that is probably the easier part. We have good data scientists. I'm not saying it is easy, but we have good data scientists, and they are able to turn this around pretty fast, the modeling and everything else. So at the end of the day, we could reduce 4% of the utility cost, which is a significant absolute number when we look at it. And now this is kind of a product line for us, which we can take to other plants as well.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. The another very important part in this one, what we did is a product which was there running for around 30 years with a set process. Just by using the data and proper data analysis, we've been able to increase the yield without really having any increment in the input cost. We increased the yield by around 4 to 5%. I think that was mind-boggling for all of us, because a lot of other Consultants said that probably not possible, but we did that. And that was another very important aspect of this one. Thank you.
Congratulations. So as I mentioned earlier, the incredible part of this award is the company that you're in. Just look at who all that you have competed with and won. You know, practically all of corporate India is here. And you've been benchmarked against the best. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all the awardees, and thank you so much, Sameer sir, for doing the honor. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, just a very quick setup for our next section, our next session, that is our fourth panel discussion on digital dimension of Indian growth. We'll take just a few seconds for the setup and we shall begin our panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we are heading towards our fourth panel discussion of 97th Scotch Summit. This is based on digital dimension of Indian growth, and we have our esteemed panelists for this session. I welcome all. I request Ms. Vibha Padalkar, MD and CEO HDFC Life, to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ms. Vibha Padalkar. She's Under her stewardship, ladies and gentlemen, the company doubled its performance on all key metrics over the past 4 years. In financial year 23, she also spearheaded the first M&A in the Indian life insurance industry. She joined the company in 2008, and before assuming charges as the MD and CEO in 2018, she was the ED and CFO and was instrumental in the successful listing of HDFC Life in 2017. Ms. Vibha Padalkar ji, we welcome you to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us today. I also request Mr. Shailendra Kumar, Senior Vice President and Regional Managing Director, Oracle India, to kindly join us on the stage. Sir, we welcome you to the stage. Thank you so very much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a committed leader with more than 30 years of executive experience building successful teams and running successful business. As the Regional Managing Director, he serves as a leader, mentor and partner to Oracle's vast community of more than 50,000 employees, customers and partners in India, and many more things, ladies and gentlemen, to his credit. Thank you so much, sir, to join us today. At the same time, I welcome Mr. A.K. Gupta, Director, IT Services, Member Board, IFCO. Sir, I welcome you. I request you to kindly join us on the days. Thank you so much, sir. He also heads the IT and e-commerce division in IFCO, and electrical engineering graduate from NIT, Kurukshetra. Mr. Gupta has been instrumental in leveraging IT to improve the productivity and profitability of the organization by optimizing the business process. Mr. A.K. Gupta, thank you so much for joining us. और इसी के साथ साथ हम डॉक्टर गुरशरण धंजल, वाइस चेयरमैन स्कॉच ग्रुप से निवेदन करेंगे आप मंच पर आएं और इस सत्र की आप अध्यक्षता करें या इसे मॉडरेट करें. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
Well, thank you very much for such a warm introduction. In fact, this is one panel which actually I would call a cross section, because we have a financial services industry, an IT industry, as well as a totally diversified IFCO group, which is again represented by an IT expert, but he's more looking into how to expand the network and support it with the digital assets. When we were discussing that, what should this panel actually be talking about? So the idea was very clear that, when we talk of India 2047, we have large objectives and long-term goals set in front of us. All three stakeholders that we have on our platform today are going to be playing an individual independent role supporting it. So if this is a vision of a $30 trillion economy with $13,000 per capita income, where we are today and how is that going to happen is something which is what I would like each and every panelist to bring to the table. And of course, as we move along, so there's going to be more of an interactive discussion. So Vibhaji, if I have to start with you, financial services industry, talking of insurance, and particularly life insurance, where the penetration has been very, very low. Very recently only we started talking increase in the numbers. And also at the same time, there have also been quite a few defaults, and also at the same time, getting off the bus all along the way. How have you attempted to correct this? And being a leader in the financial services industry, representing life insurance, how do you think we can make it happen as we move forward?
So it's not very difficult, and I see the pathway, even if I were to look at the current CAGR of the life insurance sector, if you're talking about around 12% what 2047 in insurance for all translates to about a 5% CAGR. So the ask rate is not very difficult. Now, how does that happen? There are three components to it. The first one is accessibility. Another one is awareness, and then affordability. This is how we need to solve the how part of it. Now, in terms of awareness, taking that first, what the regulator has done quite rightly is to distribute various states in India to allocate them to different insurers, life, general, and health. For example, HDFC Life has Gujarat and a few other states. And you do a lot of awareness drives before you even start selling insurance. Why is that important? Because various reasons. The trust factor, the notion that it's very difficult, the notion that nothing will happen to me. So it's a combination of various beliefs, customs, socio-economic factors, demographic factors, and so on. So that's step number one, to say, what do I get for this? Why do I need this? And the pandemic did its bit, thankfully. So people are no longer asking, largely, at least in amongst the tier 1 and tier 2, that why do I need this? That's number one. Number two is in terms of accessibility. When you look at the number of branches, touch points, digital journeys, all of that, including the recently notified Bima Sugam, which is a digital platform. Anybody can come onto that platform and buy simple products, and of course integrated with various other things like your other digital assets of the government, and touted to be the UPI moment. So no longer will people figure out, where do I get this, what do I need, is this kosher? It will have regulatory oversight and so on, and hopefully the UI UX will make it reasonably intuitive for simple products. And the third one is in terms of affordability, and that's where data is the oil. With more and more data points, we will be able to underwrite better, which means that today the healthier lives, younger lives are subsidizing older, unhealthier lives in terms of insurance. It's a one size fits all. But as we get more data, and everything, right from has this individual been hospitalized in the last 5 years? If the answer is no, and that individual is below, say, 50 years of age or 45 years of age, then it could just be straight through onboarding of that individual, no questions asked. That sort of thing can mean that affordability, the pricing starts becoming lighter on the pocket, could become modular, could become bite-sized. You know, so I'm going to go on a holiday and undertake some sports that I feel are a little bit out of my comfort zone. Can I just cover it while I'm on a flight or while I'm on a train or whatever it is that I'm doing? A start, stop, for example. Those sorts of avatars are already beginning to emerge, but more of this will happen. And that's why it gives me a great deal of confidence that hopefully a lot before 2047 there will be insurance for all.
As a supplementary to that, you know, there is also a question mark on the capacity. Say, for instance, even if you have a portal now wherein you can go, this initiative is great. But have we done enough capacity building so that, you know, this reaches out to people and people are in a position to go and choose a product for themselves? Also, at the same time, do they have the capacity?
When you look at financialization of savings, all of us thought that we don't know or we're not comfortable dealing online or buying online. And just in the first quarter of the pandemic, we were just pros. Even the naysayers were pros. So it's a question of simpler products, easy to understand, lesser jargon, so all the complexities behind that the customer does not need to see. So I think solving for that simplicity, you're absolutely right. Sometimes too much of technical jargon, the person will just not buy anything. Too many variants, the person will just be flummoxed as to what do I choose, and the fear of making the wrong option, choosing the wrong option. So it's not yet solved for, but we at least know what is it that we need to solve for. And that's what we are all working on collectively. And Bima Sugam will have simpler products, plain vanilla products that the give-get equation becomes very easy. And people, I think, will start not being afraid of buying at least simpler levels of cover.
Add to that one more thing. Insurance, particularly life insurance in India, historically has been looked at as investment, not as a protection or otherwise something which gives you a security. Are you facing any challenges there to change that mindset, change that perception?
It's yes and no. Let's just put it into context. When I joined the industry 15 years ago, pure protection as a percentage, if I was charitable and rounded it off, was 1%. Today, protection between both retail and credit life is about 18 to 20%. So in 15 years, this kind of a trajectory, and even before the pandemic certainly brought right front and center, but even before that, it was trending around 17, 18%. To expect it to go to 100%, I think in one's lifetime, perhaps it can happen, but maybe a little bit longer. So people are realizing it. Younger people are not asking us that, I'm going to pay you all these premiums, nothing's going to happen to me, and you're going to make a lot of money as the insurer, right? Younger people are saying, this is what I spend on a multiplex or an outing one weekend. So what are we even talking about, right? So I think as younger people start coming into the insurability net, some of these questions will just be irrelevant, and you'll start seeing that inflection point. That is one. The other inflection point is per capita GDP. We are at about $2,500. Our big neighbor is $15,000, and the close correlation which should happen, we are talking about today $3 trillion getting up to $29 trillion by 2030. In this time frame, it is bound to happen that people are no longer overly thinking about the outflow of insurance premium to buy a pure protection plan. So this journey is inevitable.
Shelley, coming to you, as we just set the tone that, you know, we have 2047 targets, and you as a technology company, you're providing lots of nuts and bolts to a whole lot of things, you know, realizing that a larger vision. So how are you aligned as an organization with this larger objective of India 2047, and what are you doing about it?
Thanks, Gursharan. Certainly, we are in a very, very vibrant environment. And what we see is there are opportunities galore, and there are possibilities which are quite ripe. Any meeting we go to, we hear about what's the kind of plans they have next 3 years, 5 years, how the business is going to double, or maybe 80%, 90%. I don't think there is anyone who's saying we are not going to grow. So we need to seize the moment. We need to start investing now. We need to manage these changes quite well and ensure that we propel ourselves into a future that is defined by growth, by success. And that's it's really all about. What we have done is we have brought the best of Oracle in India. And in fact, the whole organization got transformed in the last 5 years. And that's what we are taking into our customers. Are we at the right moment? Yes. If we see our demographic dividend, we just started maybe 5 years back compared to Korea, China, Japan when they started, and now they are dipping. We keep talking about our internet penetration, our smart mobiles availability. But what's more important is our aspiration. The way we see technology, the way we have embraced it, it's second to none. There have been various papers that have been written that we are going to be 5 trillion in the next 3 to 4 years, or 7.5 trillion by 2031, or 30 trillion by 2047. I don't think that's going to be any challenge or any problem, the way we are growing. Let me talk about some of the projects we are doing, and really proud of those projects, and that really talk about how the technology is being embraced. Let me pick up banking financial services, which happens to be the biggest vertical for us. And the big example I pick up every time I go and talk to anyone is on UPI. We work with all the banks, all insurance companies, and thanks, Viva, with your company as well, HDFC Life. We work with everyone. And you see, UPI is a case, how do you start managing it? What's the number, how many transactions are going to happen this evening when, say, KKR is going to play RCB? When you have some kind of event, the number of UPI transactions go up. People tend to eat out, people tend to order more food, and you don't know how things are going to change. So we have been able to get everything onto our cloud just to ensure people or banks, the organizations, they have the right kind of scalability. There was one of the biggest projects we did, that was the first one we did, taking National Stock Exchange, the complete IPO process, and the first one we did with them was LIC. Even NSE was quite concerned. They said SEBI may allow, may not allow. But again, aspirations from their side, from our side to work together to make it possible. And 9 a.m. on 7th of May when it happened, the number of transactions going up, everyone was a bit cautious, positively cautious. But things happen, things change and went off quite well. Similarly, you see railways. Now, there was a time when you talk about cloud, it used to be a taboo. Now, everyone wants to say, we want to have cloud first. The whole railway ticketing today happens on cloud, which is such a big achievement. So if we see how things have been changing, and talking about BFSI, continuing on that, we just completed a big project with Max Life Insurance, migrating the whole core insurance program onto cloud. It has never happened. They have some 10 or 12 instances globally, and India was the first country where it happened, and happened very, very successfully. And it's been working for almost 8 months now, working quite well. So that way, if we see, things have been moving. The moment I go to manufacturing, similar kind of things. We are doing a project with Tata Motors, 60,000 dealers across the country, and they have migrated very, very successfully to cloud. That's how they want to see how the technology is working. That is really a big game changer. I talk about supply chain management being embraced by some, ERP or transportation management or logistics being carried out. Things have been different, but at the same time, quite good. When I see towards digital natives, it's a whole ball game altogether. The whole ball game. They start the journey with technology, with cloud, and it's been changing and changing and changing. On education side, it's again something which is really, really heartening the way it's happening in the country. We are doing with Ministry of Education and Ministry of IT on this project called Diksha, which is digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing. 210 million teachers and students accessing a portal, basically content and learning, 100 plus services and available in 35 different languages. So the way we see, it's just the starting point. And are we in the right direction? Yes. Are we doing the right kind of acceleration? The answer is yes. It's all about keep executing and going there at the earliest.
Yeah, that's great. Talking about technology penetrating deeper into the processes, the business processes of an organization will definitely help it improve. The example that you said about Sugam portal, this also would have had, same kind of smart engines to put things together. I'll come back to you probably asking one more question. Let me move over to IFCO. You're also doing a whole lot of innovation, and you're also poised for a next leap in your organization, using nanotechnologies, going nano DAP and so on and so forth. How are you managing all of that, and what's your vision of reaching out to the community of farmers, helping them grow?
Well, IFCO is for the rural India, for the farming community, our customer base. So first thing, we strongly believe in today's time, not only survive, but to move on a faster pace, we have to adopt the technology. So the technology first is our mission of the organization. And fortunately, our main partner is Oracle. Thanks to Mr. Shelley, he is with us throughout our journey. And probably on technology front, IFCO being one of the very early mover, the entire data center from on-premise to the cloud environment. So the journey, after taking that journey on the technology front, we really cherish the benefit of high availability and scalability, and security is the main concern, though all those features are beautifully used and experienced. Primarily, we sell every third bag of conventional fertilizer in India is from IFCO. And we are promoting against the use of this fertilizer. Means we are telling our customer not to use our product, because it is not good for the environment, not good for the soil, and it's a big financial impact on the economy of our country for the government of India in terms of subsidy as well as the forex. Okay. So IFCO has come out with a very innovative product called Nano Urea Liquid and Nano Urea DAP. It's an innovation on a global map in fertilizer sector by IFCO. So a brief is, there is a half-liter bottle of nano urea, like half-liter water bottle. It is replacing 45 kg bag of conventional urea. That's the scale. And in terms of money, the one bag cost conventional urea around 2,000 rupees as a cost of production, which all the fertilizer industry sell around 250 rupees per bag. So around 1,750 rupees goes as a subsidy from the government exchequer. The cost of production, or you can say the selling cost of this product, nano urea bottle, is only 225 rupees. So it means it is reducing the cost by 90%. So by this time, it's a Herculean task for the farmers to start using the nano fertilizer, because they are using the conventional fertilizer for the last almost 50 years. So far, we have produced 7 crores of portal and sold 5 crores of portal. This has resulted in a saving of $1 billion of foreign exchange and around 20,000 crores of Government of India subsidy. So this is a big innovation. This will bring a revolution in the country, and their plant cost like of a conventional urea plant cost is around 15,000 crore, and this plant equivalent capacity of nano urea costs around $200 crores of rupees, and you can build the plant in 1 year, whereas it takes more than 4 years to build that plant. So IFFCO is coming out with the 10 plants. Already 4 plants are in the running condition in the last 2 years. So this is the scale of operation, and to share with all of you, 32 countries have taken an interest as a business partner, or they want to set up the plant of nano urea in their own country. And in the last week only, we got a order, big order from United States of America. We are going to export our product to US also. So that's how it is. It will have a impact. It will change the total the agriculture economy of the country. 60% people are living in the agriculture sector. If you want to increase the income of a farming community, which is a slogan from our Honorable Prime Minister Modi Sahib also, and all of us are also equally concerned for our farming community. So here the input cost is coming, reducing and drastically. Like in case of DAP, the cost of 1 bag of DAP which was sold to the farmer is 1,350 rupees, and cost of 1 bottle equivalent to that DAP is 600 rupees.
Mr. Gupta, that is actually a great achievement, because by having to convert regular urea, which you yourself are saying that you are discouraging the farming community to use, and you are changing, replacing it with nano. How long will it take you to finally complete the process wherein you take the regular urea out of the market?
Yeah, that's like any innovation, it takes time, and we are also waiting for that tipping point which yet to come. Let me share.
I'll interrupt you here. You talked about the tipping point. Let me go back to Vibhaji here. Insurance has always been a crying need, and for any society, I mean, compare India with, when we say that India is going to be a developed country by 2047, and comparing our insurance penetration with a developed country, which probably going to be US, is it actually going to happen at the pace, which is what you said, we are growing at a CAGR? Will we reach there? That is part one. Part two is where we started from. LIC had started a micro insurance product called Jeevan Madhur way back in 2006. It was replaced by Jeevan Madhur Part 2. Both of them were a non-starter. Now with the Jan Dhan, 2 insurances were a kind of bundled along with that. There the settlement rate has been very, very poor. People don't even know they have an insurance. And we also been working very closely with the regulator, asking for a composite product, because you can't be going to 3 different companies asking for life insurance, life, health, and another product along with that. But now when we say that we are looking for a composite product, how difficult the task has been working with the regulator, and how did you manage?
Actually, this has been one of the most supportive regulators ever, and very, very open to having dialogue. And like I mentioned, there have been states that have been allocated across insurers, and the product, exactly to your point, is going to be Bima Vistar. It's going to be called as Bima Vistar, which is going to be a composite product. So it's going to have, while pricing and some of the other things will get rolled out hopefully sooner rather than later, but the architecture is already ready, wherein it will have a bit of life, it will have a bit of health, property and casualty, and it will be sold through Bima Sugam. So it will be only on a handheld digital avatar, and the best part is it's going to be sold through Bima Vahaks, which are village level entrepreneurs, largely women. So many pronged objective of giving local level women employment. Also the fact that MFIs are based on joint liability groups, JLGs, again with women being in the fulcrum. The product will be one-stop shop, product will be digital. So really tick in several boxes. Now the missing piece here is as follows, and you touched upon it in terms of claims people don't know. And this is something that we've also engaged with various regulators, ours as well as the government, to say hypothetically if entire death records are on a digital database that we could ping. So supposing on a quarterly basis, hold the insurers accountable for pinging database, deduping it against lives covered. Through the account aggregator framework, this individual will have a bank account. And this claim will go and sit in that bank account. Nobody has to claim it. Now, who will get hands on the money will be the same person who will get hands on that bank account. Right? So we have all the building blocks. It's a question of connecting them on a digital framework. And this is something that between the government, the regulator, they're very open to solving for where the cracks are there, and which is why the idea is not moving into execution. So I'm reasonably optimistic that once this triangulation happens, then some of the trust deficit that people don't know who's been covered, they don't know, they don't make claims, the product is good, but the claims are not really getting settled. Insurers say, I don't know who, there are 3 Rameshes in that same taluk. With the same PO box number, I don't know which Ramesh you're talking about, and so on. So solvable because we have enough building blocks in place to say this is the individual, this is his Aadhaar number, this is his bank account. So the jam trinity, how can you extend it? And the last missing piece is on health. So anyone who, for example, avails of government health services today can go as Joe Blogs and get serviced, and the insurer will never know. So how do we stop that? For example, in the UK, you have to give your NHS number if you're availing a local hospital. So anything other than a private hospital, you perforce have to give your NHS number. So can we move to that? Government is open to that. So that with, of course, working within DPDP Act, but with customer consent, you can ping to say in the last 5 years, me as a 40-year-old have never got hospitalized. I can give a very differential pricing to that individual. Today I just don't know. So that's really what, to suture up all of these parts is what we need to focus on, but it's very doable. And that's the only way you will have penetration, to all the way down.
This product still is not going to be a self-service product. You still will require intervention in between.
We will require, because insurance worldwide, even the developed countries, people rarely wake up and say, I need to insure myself. Right? It's something that you don't want to think about, mortality, morbidity, catastrophe, and so on. So you need that nudge. Either you need a tax nudge, in which case you will do it yourself. Unfortunately, the tax nudges have more or less gone away. So you need a person nudge to remind you of things. And so that is here to stay. Younger people, I do believe, will buy on the fly, more so on general insurance than on higher ticket life insurance. But that's okay. We are moving fast to digital. So there will be part of the journey which will be DIY digital, and then some level of human intervention to say, okay, these are, I've now honed down, but out of these 3 variants, what's best suited for me? You get into a little bit of advisory model, and then again the fulfillment will be digital. So it will go through that, digital, physical, and then digital. That's okay. But I think to really, for it to penetrate, we just need to connect some of these building blocks that we already have in place.
Shelly, what is the cloud story to this growth?
So very
reduction of costs, increasing efficiencies, bringing in more security, flexibility, and sustainability.
Very pertinent. In fact, this is what we start all the discussions with. because you talk about security, scalability, performance. That's exactly, you need to transform your business, and digital/cloud is the way to go. So how Oracle has differentiated here, it's every organization has different kind of story and different kind of starting points. We have a suite which is complete, that is starting from infrastructure, where you talk about virtualization, the network, compute, or you talk about platform services like database or blockchain, BI, analytics, anything. Or software as a service, where you talk about ERP, supply chain, to human capital management, to customer experience, digital experience. So we have been able to get everything in the market. And for the last 6-7 years, the business has been growing quite well. So thanks. In fact, if you saw recent results globally, our cloud business has grown, and at the global level, approximately 51%, which is quite humongous given at that level. So what are the things we are doing beyond having the complete suite? We are giving complete flexibility to our users. There are a lot of customers who have come back to us who said, I want to use cloud, but I don't want my data to leave my firewalls, my premises. What it means is the cloud has to go to their data center. And that we have done very, very successfully in many of the banks, many of the public sector organizations in India, and that's running extremely well. That is, you want to come to our public data center in Mumbai or Hyderabad, you can do it. You want our cloud to come to your data center within your firewalls, even those kind of things we can do very well. The next level is the kind of products we have brought here, which is really helping with acceleration. Today, we have AI ML embedded into every product we take to the market. You talk about recruitment, you talk about appraisals, you talk about maybe developing a package itself. Today, Oracle database is basically residing in 75 to 80% of the servers globally. So we have come up with a service called Oracle Database AI, which can help you to start building up the LLMs, and once they mature, then you can start getting your data there and change it. The other one is the autonomous database itself, which is completely driven, AI driven, which is self-driving, self-securing, self-recovering. That is having security embedded at every level. To your point, the most important part, because if security fails, the very idea of a digital transformation, doing a digital journey, absolutely fails. The biggest thing what we have done is, we have built up our cloud data centers as Gen 2 compared to Gen 1, which some of the other cloud providers are doing. And the difference is, in Gen 1, you have what we call a shared instance. In Gen 2, which is our cloud, we have a dedicated instance. And the difference is, in shared, you have your neighbors, and generally most in our terms we call the noisy neighbors, that really corrupt your data. Second is the networking, hierarchical networking vis-a-vis flat networking, which talks about the performance, how it changes. The third is on the shapes. You have very fixed shapes on Gen 1, like a 4 CPU or a 8 CPU or a 12 CPU, but if you need 7, 11, those kind of things, becomes very tough. So we have come up with a flexi kind of model. And the biggest differentiator is on the security side. To your point, in Gen 1 or most of our other cloud providers, they're providing Gen 1 where security is bolt-on, provided through APIs or some of the other modules. Whereas in our cloud, it is built at every level. Whether you talk about chip, you talk about network, you talk about the application, it is built at every level. And what we call is, we have a security which is always on. Whatever may happen, it is always on. So these are the things which will really helping us providing scalability, performance, as well as security to all our users, and helping them to embrace it.
Mr. Gupta, when it comes to the field that you serve, innovations apart, you also have to encourage entrepreneurship. You also have to bring in newer practices. It remains a challenge when it comes to technology. So you are adopting, maybe you're bringing in drones, you're bringing in AI, you're also bringing in modern ways of addressing the things. That important part is that when we talk of the growth that we are looking at 2047, it has to be job generative, in addition to enhancing the production with the help of technology. What are you doing about this?
Oh, that's great. In continuation, what I was talking about, now the biggest challenge is to take this new product to our farming community. And at the same time to uplift the life of the rural youth, male and female. So IFCO has come out with a plan where we are going to deploy 2,500 agri drones. So what is the scheme is, we are selecting the rural youth, male and female both. They are trained as a drone pilot. Once they are trained on the RPTO, they go through the multiple tests. And after passing those tests, they are going for rigorous 5 days OEM training on a particular drone. So after that training, we are providing him drone along with additional items like additional 5 set of batteries, gen set for charging the battery, and couple of other items, charging hubs, water, then the insurance to the drone and all the equipments. And to carry all these drone and all the additional items from village to village, we have bundled it with a electric three-wheeler. So all the product, drone, electric three-wheelers and the additional item, the combined cost is around 13 lakhs of rupees. So these we are giving free to this rural entrepreneur. So far we have trained 500 women from the rural background, and 1,000 youth have been trained, and already we have disbursed or given around 800 set of these vehicles. And recently our Prime Minister launched the Namo Drone Didi program on 11th of March, where he has handed over 1,000 drones to the Didi, Namo Drone Didi. So we have contributed the 300 complete set to Namo Drone Didi. So now these pilots, the rural youth, they will be doing the spraying activities in their village. And roughly one pilot can cover around 20 acre of crop in a day. And roughly they charge around 300 to 500 rupees per acre. So you can think it is coming out 6,000 to 7,000 rupees per day. And the cost of running the drone, the vehicle, since all are battery operated, it's only charging cost. We have worked out it varies from 200 rupees to 300 rupees. So this is a potential where a rural youth, man or woman, they can make from 4,000 to 6,000 rupees of income per day. So it is going to be a big change. The youth who is coming to the urban area, the moment he get educated, he doesn't get any income in the village. So they are going to stay back in the village, and they will engage the helper. There will be ecosystem for drone industry. There will be ecosystem for the entire three-wheelers, electric three-wheelers. So it is going to generate a huge employment in the rural India, and it will really not only, it can lead to double or triple the income of the farming community. That's how we are rolling it out. So in the next 6 months, hopefully we will cover 2,500. Taking this model, couple of scheme has been rolled out by Government of India. Even the Modi Sahab has declared to roll out around 15,000 drone for Namo Drone Didi in the next 2 years. And many state government, they have come out with a scheme of providing the drone to the youth at 80% of the subsidy from the government, state government or central government, and 20% will be financed at a lowest interest cost. And the responsibility will be primarily of the fertilizer companies to have the hand-holding of this rural youth. So I think in the couple of years, I will say, the entire country will be using the state-of-the-art technology, the drone, and these drones are AI powered. And in IFCO, what we have done, we are taking the entire flight data, their flying details, crop details, their photographs, their videos, latitude, longitude, all these things we are directly putting it on the cloud, and the entire drone operation in the entire country is being tracked using the Oracle Cloud. We are on it. So I think this will entirely bring a revolution in the or transformation in the entire country.
What you are saying that technology is really going to be technology is proving it to be disruptive, right? So you are going into newer technologies wherein you are looking at exponential growth, not only in providing a boost to the sector, but as far as your organization itself is concerned. Vibhaji, what kind of technology disruptions are you expecting? Because without technology, it seems that you cannot reduce costs, you cannot bring in efficiency. So AI, this is the talk of the day. So what do you expect?
See, I hold that there are really only two modes that a life insurer like us has. One is how we give the best experience to our customers, because increasingly farming is going to become more important than hunting. India is a young nation. We've been focused on hunting, but really the back book and resell and friends and family and word of mouth starts becoming more important. So customer is one mode and the other is technology. Everything else can be copied, and both are interlinked. And hence we have a year ago embarked on a large-scale tech transformation program called Project Inspire, and it looks at 3 or 4 different aspects. Cloud and so on is a means to the end, but what is it that we're trying to solve? Number one is how do I have least friction in terms of customer onboarding? And we talked about some of those things. So how do I encompass lots of data that is available along with a great UI UX, as well as a good sense as to a 360-degree view of the customer and the customer's family, which today I'm largely blindsided. This is my customer, but I have no clue what does that customer have elsewhere outside my ecosystem, who are his family members who are also transacting on his or her behalf, and so on. Can I give pre-approved offers with least friction? So that's one aspect of it. Second aspect is on servicing, that even before a customer knows that he's going to need a servicing, can I be prepared? For example, there is a close correlation between equity market performance and how some of the policies and the NAV, especially on unit linked, that behavior. So can I almost be prepared and start nudging the customer that do not surrender your policy because of XYZ reason? And many more such use cases. And of course, right from cradle to grave, including claims servicing, wherein I really don't need, and that's already operational today, I really don't need them to, or the beneficiary to submit a claims form. I have what I need to have. And I mentioned earlier through the account aggregator framework, claims in the, sitting in the bank account of the nominee. And we're counting within hours and hopefully even faster than that. Third aspect is on risk management, that by utilizing all of this, can I also weed out fraud or minimize fraud so that I can give a better value proposition to the customers who are honest. And a lot of that is also happening. So how can I, through use of analytics and with technology, anticipate what kind of behavior patterns are happening in terms of transactions. Similar to how banks monitor their transactions, so I am also lying in wait in terms of weeding that out. That happens. Fourth aspect is in terms of building a one view of, for example, a one HDFC bank. He has a fixed deposit somewhere. I have no sight of, he has a mortgage, and I would just say, you know, this is a customer who's just bought a 50,000 rupee policy, but actually he has various pockets elsewhere. Of course, again, within DPDP Act, but a lot can be done to maybe build a score of the customer. So again, I'm able to do a lot of nudging, at the same time reduce carpet bombing. So all of these use cases are possible with this kind of tech transformation that we have embarked on. And it's an ongoing process. It's not just once that you do it and you're done with it. It is ongoing, and but this will create that differentiation with not just other insurers but also other financial services companies.
Yeah, I fully appreciate where you're coming from, because talking in terms of technology, we talk about know your customer, but when it comes to insurance, you know only your customer, because so far it has not been aggregated anywhere. So moving forward, perhaps there would also be a need for people who are underinsured or otherwise who are overinsured to offer a specifically tailored product to them, that life is taken care of, but your health is not taken care of, or otherwise the accidental or fire or any other thing. So technology really could play a deeper role. So with your experience in other geographies, how it is done there, which can be replicated here?
I would say, Gurcharan, today the kind of innovation which is happening in the country today, everyone wants to learn what's happening in India. And this is a big change compared to 10 years back when I used to sit and hear about some big stories. But the kind of innovation we are seeing here, the kind of transformation we are seeing here in India is quite commendable. And when we talk about being a 30 trillion economy by 2047, one of the big things is all about digital empowerment. And digital empowerment will give us inclusive growth and very meaningful societal changes, which is very important. Let me give you a few more examples. And these are India examples, and that's the reason I'm proud of the kind of projects we have been associated with, what we have delivered. Two projects which we have done with Prime Minister's office. One is called the Champions of Change. It's all about creating an aspirational district. So what the Prime Minister's office has done is they basically gave us the project and we delivered on that, identifying 110 most backward districts. And every kind of data to be collected, how about in the whole district, what's the kind of education level, health, pregnancy, birth, deaths, everything. And these 110 districts have been identified, and in the last 2 years, many of them have moved forward. And this is such a big change which we have seen, very, very commendable. The other one is on tracking the spurious drugs. And we did a project along with the Apollo Hospitals and Strides Pharma. India is exporting almost $1 billion of spurious drugs, fake drugs every year. It's not about $1 billion of loss, it's all about the kind of challenges you create for others. That could be so it's a blockchain-based solution we created. And if you go to any pharmacy today, you can find out there's a QR code. With your cell phone, you can see the QR code, and you can see the complete track, how it started from the manufacturing unit and how it reached there. So you can track each and everything. In fact, when we were presenting, one of the questions that was asked by one of our architects is, how do we also ensure that the drug which is there, the drug remains in the form it was created? That is, suppose it was created in Chennai and it's coming in a truck to Delhi, for example. On 10th of June, say in Jaipur, driver decides to halt it for 6 hours, 8 hours. So the very veracity of the drug is lost. So we embedded IoT to it to ensure that we can track each and every parameter to ensure that we can tell, yes, this is the safe drug. So these are the kind of challenges projects we have seen, the innovation we have seen, and that's the reason it's very exciting. We have been associated with the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti program, working on a project called SLD, which is Secure Logistic Document Exchange. And first time in the country, what we have is the importer, exporter, their respective banks, but also their respective logistics companies, everyone on one portal and doing the whole transaction. So these are the kind of projects what we have seen, very proud of what's happening in India today. And TikTok, India decided to send off TikTok in 2016, 2017. We are working with many of the Indian organizations that are creating a product much better than what that Chinese company talked about. So overall, I would say the transformation, empowerment, everything is happening, going in the right track, right acceleration. It's all about we holding ourselves together and ensuring we reach our objectives.
Well, thank you so much. That's great. As much time that we had, let's open the floor for comments or questions. So let's see if anybody would like to say anything or add to it. Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Shailendra. This is K.A. Chaudhary from Ever Enviro. Mr. Shailendra, you talked about, digitalization in banking sector, then, manufacturing sector, then railways and all. How do we connect this, digital platform and IT and, industry 4 to agri-industry, which is, in India, that, most of the things, depend on agri. And we also know that, agri, as far as digitalization point of view, as well as technology and innovation projects point of view, I think personally it's getting delayed. Any comments on that, please?
So I would say the whole game changer here is generative AI. What you said, talking about 4.0, absolutely, there were challenges. But the way things are changing, we are doing a project with Maruti, and that's all about high performance computing. The problem statement was very similar to what you just spoke about. But it's all about how do you see the problem, how do you perceive the solution, and then implement.
And sorry, agri sector, not auto.
Agri, yeah, no, I heard about agri only. Yeah. Actually, Mr. Gupta will be the best person to answer about agri. No, what I'm saying is how we see the problem statement and then implementing. And generative AI today is such a thing which is helping us to solve whatever problems we have on the table. You want to add, sir?
We are trying to use the AI in the agriculture sector. Like we have a portal for e-commerce portal exclusively for the farming community, where they can buy the agri input like pesticide, seeds, and that portal we have put into the 12 languages, vernacular language, because the farming community, they all cannot work on English or Hindi. So there we tried. Now there is again challenge for them to operate a portal. Okay, although it's a simple, but we find it's very difficult for them initially to operate the portal also, that community. So what we are trying to do is to integrate, taking the help of Oracle Digital Assistant, we have tried to put in where he can use his or her voice on the mobile for placing the order for the agri inputs. So we are covering almost 26,000 pin codes, and they can order any item, even the cost may be 50 rupees to any amount, and delivery we are keeping free of charge, no delivery charges, so that it reaches to the farming community. So there we tried, but what we are finding still the accent is like that, it is learning. So the moment he speaks, try to give the order using the voice, so a couple of times he has to try. So I think now a lot of things are happening in the entire world. So it will have a better engine, AI based, which will understand their different dialect, and they will able to give this. That's the one attempt. Second, a bit more success we have put in for our internal use for the employees, where they can workflow application using the AI based chatbot. They can, like in an organization, they apply for leave or some financial they get every month, so they can apply on the workflow. There we, what we have observed, around 10% employees who are illiterate in our packaging and bagging section, they take the help of their colleague who can operate the system for them to apply this every month. So there we try to use the voice. So they are able to do it better than what our farming community is doing. Again, the same challenge. Sometimes they have to try 2-3 times for the application to work smoothly. Yeah. But I think with the now new developments, we will able to do it. That's what we have tried on this.
Thank you. Mr. Kochar.
I just wanted to give you my 2 bit of common sense on agriculture. It's one of the most difficult sectors to improve or grow. And unless until there are fundamental changes in the sector itself, the biggest scourge is your MSP. You don't allow market forces to work on agriculture at all, and then say agri-technology adoption less. The guy who's taking 1700 rupees a bag of urea as subsidy, you expect him to invest on IT. Kaun karega? And then you don't allow corporate farming. So capital intensive agriculture kaun karega? So it's a chicken and egg story. So politicians actually have to get it right, whether they want agricultural growth or they don't want. So what the government can do and what people, PSUs like IFCO can do is to try and reduce the subsidy burden, which is what they're doing. And that itself is applaudable. But beyond a point, that stops working unless until you allow market forces to work on agriculture. Where is the investment going to come from? You have fractional lands, you have handkerchief sites, field. What are you going to do? IoT-based agriculture? There's no way you can do it. The whole world is moving towards hydroponics, aquaponics, nano weather control, micro weather control, technology-enabled agriculture. Now you can do all of that, but where will all your employment go? So many people are employed in agriculture. So there are no simple answers. Yes, we are far behind agriculture. It's extremely sad. Am I hopeful about it? The answer is absolutely not.
Yeah, that's the flip side. So there are always 2 sides of the coin. So you heard one part of the story, this is the second part. We also heard the insurance story. So let me ask the house, how many of you have insured yourself upwards of 1 crore? Life insurance. Pure term. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 100, 120 people out here. 7 people have insured themselves upwards of 1 crore. Let's talk about health. Worth 1 crore upwards. 1, 2, 3.
2 put together. Me and my wife.
Okay.
Because
it's a family product. Yeah, composite.
No one gives me that much insurance. Not that I would like to buy it. I don't know anyone gives it to me.
Let's ask her. How? No. What I mean to ask is that when the educated lot sitting here, even they have such a poor penetration. How do we correct this? I mean, is technology providing an answer to it? Because we have grown without technology and now we are in a technology stage. And despite that, we have reached only number 10, which is 10% of the people who are there in the house.
I see it as it used to be 1. Okay, we got to 10. The evolution is as follows. Evolution happens wherein your employer has it, you have nothing by yourself, because in all probability you're going to retire with that employer. Changing now, people are beginning to realize that if I quit my job, then I'm out on my own and I'm going to be older and no insurance company is going to give me at standard rates. That's slowly percolating down. But it used to be wherein employer is looking after me as group insurance and that's enough. So I have insurance, but I don't have insurance in my personal. That's number 1. Number 2 is that I have a credit life. So I'm taking a loan. As long as I have my loan, I don't want to leave my liabilities to my loved ones, so let me cover the loan. It will mirror the reducing balance of your loan, like mortgage, for example. That's number 2, and many more people here might have that if they've taken a mortgage, which is fine, because earlier you were probably leaving liabilities to your loved ones. So that's the second level of realization. Third level of realization is that nothing's going to happen to me, so you guys make a lot of money, so let me buy return of purchase price. It is, of course, more expensive, but at least mentally, and insurance is as much an emotional buy as it is cerebral buy, that is picking up very well. Today, 2/3 of what we sell, especially in tier 2 and 3, is return of premium, because it's exactly this, it's there in case something happens, but at the end of 10 years or 15 years, I'll get my premiums back. That is the next level. The last level of self-actualization is that I need this is part of my basket of goods on which I have to spend on, and that's okay. So these are steps. So we cannot expect India to go from 0 to 100 when your per capita GDP is where it is. And so this is an evolution. We will certainly, we are bound to get there, and more so with the disintegration of the joint family system. So again, it's not in isolation, it is what's happening overall in terms of socio-economic change that India is going through. On the other end of the spectrum, it's pension. We all thought, or our parents said, I'll educate my sons, I'll live with my sons, and I more or less be in the sannyas avatar. Now, I don't think anyone nearing 60 is remotely going to be in sannyas avatar. Most of us are unlikely to live with our kids. We'll say, let's try, living close by is a good outcome. Maybe it's another country, right? And I want to be independent, I want to see the world, I want to have my hobbies, and XYZ, all of that costs money. So both pension and on the other end, dying prematurely, so longevity as well as mortality risks are increasingly better understood, and step by step, we will certainly continue to see progress.
Yeah, as far as this is concerned, I think we really have come a long way, and there is a lot of merit in what you're saying. That there is going to be, that we are going through an evolutionary stage right now, and by, of course, it wasn't the case yesterday what we have today, and definitely tomorrow is going to be 2 or 3x. Yeah.
Regarding insurance, I have a point. Here is the opportunity benefit. I will not say opportunity cost, opportunity benefit. So why I buy insurance? Because I have a fear that if something happens to me, there should be something which my family can fall back on. If I am investing in something else, and if I am making the same amount of money out of it, and without even dying, my family or myself can make use of it. Say, for example, if I am investing in a SAP or in a mutual fund, the same amount of money, I'll be gaining, if not more, equivalent amount, and without even dying, because in insurance, if I die only, then my family gets the benefit out of it. Without even dying also, I am getting the maturity benefit from those investment options. Then why would I buy insurance at all?
So let me explain. It's a question of when one dies, which nobody knows, right? That's where you're missing the point. So let's take mutual funds. You've invested, your goal is to invest, and mutual funds certainly have a place under the sun. It's a question of having a basket of goods. So you invest 10 lakhs every year, thinking at the end of 10 years, leaving aside market fluctuations, I'm going to get 1 crore. What happens if after 1 year? 1 year, if an unfortunate situation happens and the policy holder no longer exists, what will his family get? 10 lakhs, leaving aside the market fluctuations. What will the family get with an insurance, a unit-linked insurance plan or some other plan? 1 crore. So my limited point is, these are two different objectives. If one does not have a crore and your goal is that you should leave your family a pot of 1 crore, then until you get to that 1 crore, have cover. When you get to that goal and you think that much money is enough, stop paying your premiums or move out of that. Confusing the fact that insurance covers this same thing about I want wealth creation, regardless मैं हूँ नहीं हूँ, फिर भी my family will get this. No other product will get you that. And so the wires start getting crossed in terms of returns. And exactly like you said, and rightly, that a unit-linked plan, for example, versus another plan will get you to the same corpus. At the end, the inflection point is 6 years, between 6th year and 7th year, only because fund management charges are capped at 135 basis points versus maybe 200, 225 basis points. Just that math will work out that between 6th and 7th year inflection. On top of it, you get a life cover of at least 10x. It can go up to 400x or 300x or 100x, whatever you can choose. But at the minimum, in my example, 10 lakhs your family in an unfortunate situation will get 1 crore, which will not happen in a bank fixed deposit, mutual fund, government bond, whatever it is. So that's the limited point in terms of needing different things. It's not one or the other, but it's different kinds of risks that one needs to cover. And people are woefully inadequate in covering their loved ones.
I saw one more hand going up. Let's take the last one. Yes, Balaji.
Yeah, this question is for the MD and CEO of HDFC Life. Ma'am, my name is Balaji. I am from Heritage Foods Limited. I am the CEO for the company. As Dr. Gursharan just took a quick survey, we have seen the response on how many of us are covered with typical term insurance. That's fine. It's expected. And I'm really happy to know the aspirational goal of the country of having 100% penetration by in the next maybe 10, 15 years. And I'm also glad that we are ready to capitalize on the JAM Trinity. Wonderful thought. On the as an extension to what we have seen over here, I compare Bima with Bimari. I mean, insurance with something like preventive health care. We all know that walking for an average person is very good, generally, but we don't. I mean, even if I start, I drop out as a typical individual. But then research has actually shown, a research in which I have been a part along with IMA, it has shown that mobile-based nudges have been extremely effective. We have the data related to that, have been extremely effective in terms of making a habitual change in a person. So when we can make that kind of a change in preventive healthcare, why not in Bima? Unless I've missed out something, can you please help me with this?
No, you're absolutely right. And my earlier point that you need those nudges, you need to tap into the emotional aspect of it. For example, the book Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel, I don't know how many of you have read that book, that very nicely puts into how we make decisions that are meant to be rational, but are often fear-based, delight-based. I'm going on a holiday and so I want a corpus. What if something were to happen, I lose my job and what do I do then? That's how we actually make decisions rather than rationally. So we do need a lot of these nudges, lot of whatever it takes to get there. You will see a lot of this of deconstructing into simpler insurance products, insurance on the fly, 2-3 click journey, wherein nothing is asked of me, especially when I'm younger. So that percolation and then word of mouth as well as social media to say, hey, it's not complex at all. But worldwide you will see, it's not an India problem. Worldwide you will see that people put off, it's exactly like exams or tax returns, right? How many of us do it on the last day? Just in time, nick of time, because it's not a pleasure, it's not seen as a pleasurable activity because you're thinking about topics that you don't want to think about, right? Either there's a lot of bravado or there is escapism or some shades in between, right? So it will never be the same as, the excitement in buying a new iPhone, right? And that's what it is. So you need to have this partnership between technology, the manufacturer, the distributor and the customer, to figure out ways of making it exactly like our mom used to say, along with a pill, she'll give you, sugar or something like that to make it less bitter. So that's how it is. But I do find, again, younger people being a lot more amenable, talking about death, talking about illness, getting that out of the way to say, yep, I'm sorted. Why? And we have actually run a campaign which says young and responsible instead of young and irresponsible because a survey actually shows that younger people do make a lot of smart decisions and actually are fairly careful about their money as against the perception. So I do see this paradigm change also beginning to happen. Plus they know they're on their own. Whether they really are or not, they don't want to depend on somebody else, right, financially. So I continue to be an optimist and we do see winds of change coming through. On pension, for example, on the other end of the spectrum, people just did not buy pension. HDFC Life has a target, Sarutha Ki Jio. 25 years ago, people used to not understand why we had a tagline today, and now they say, wow, what a great tagline, and makes a lot of sense because they are today in the retirement phase and think it's a great tagline. So it's a matter of right place, right time, and with technology and with data, we can figure out how to make it a lot less onerous for people.
One last question, if you allow.
Please go ahead.
One last question. As an industry, is insurance willing to collaborate with cross-functional sectors, not necessarily from BFSI? Because you mentioned that younger generation is quite interesting. It's not what we assume, right? So perhaps it may make sense to collaborate with, let's say, a health app, for example, and understand the behavioral aspects of those who are sticking to a program and then target them with differential premium. Will this work? Is this allowed by the regulator? Thank you.
So we do have a collaboration. IVCAP is our accelerator. And on average every year, there are about 100 plus startups that a very core niche team evaluates. Out of that 100, it whittles down to maybe 20, wherein they come and present with some use cases, and finally we might go with 4 or 5. And we've had phenomenal breakthrough with these 4 or 5 or maybe 2 or 3 every year into core changes that we are bringing, what we call it Meditech. Meditech, InsurTech, Health Tech. How do I do diabetes, through my retina scan? How can I look at further age-related illnesses that might be likely, or gait? Many such things. How can I look at having a proxy for cardiac illnesses? So many such use cases, and that is absolutely the way to go. In fact, the draft insurance amendment bill, one of the asks from the sector is for the insurance sector to be able to invest 100% into InsurTech or Meditech, which today I can invest only 9.9%. It's with a view to partner, to collaborate, and then to bring out solutions to nudge as well as look at risk management, differential pricing, newer products, lesser friction on onboarding, better servicing, all that entire food chain using new technology.
Well, thank you so much. So I think it's time, house is just getting warmed up, but we also have to wind up. So let's pull the curtains down for this session, and I thank all my fellow panelists for having shared your wisdom from the field where you come from. And I'm sure it will go a long way, because there has been a high absorption rate of what you just shared with us. So thank you once again to all 3 of you for being with us.
Thank you so much once again, our esteemed panelists. We request you to kindly be here for photographs. We thank Ms. Vibha Badalkar, MD and CEO HDFC Life. At the same time, Mr. Shailendra Kumar, Senior Vice President and Regional Managing Director, Oracle India. We also thank Mr. A.K. Gupta, Director IT Services, Member Board, IFCO. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are about to move forward with our last section of Scotch Awards. I'll just take a few minutes to set the stage. देवियों सज्जनों, इसी के साथ हम एक विशेष अवार्ड की अब आप सबके समक्ष घोषणा कर रहे हैं। हमारे बीच में एक ऐसी शख्सियत मौजूद है जिनका नाम अपने कार्य क्षेत्र में बहुत ही जाना माना है, जिनकी जीवन यात्रा, जिनकी मेहनत, जिनके अथक प्रयास हम सबको प्रेरित करते हैं। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, वी हैव द वैल्यूएबल प्रेजेंस ऑफ विभा पदलकर जी, MD and CEO HDFC Life. We request you to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we salute her for her valuable contribution to India's growth story. मैम, आपके बहुमूल्य योगदान के लिए हम आपको स्कॉच CEO ऑफ द ईयर लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के सम्मान से सम्मानित करते हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Vibha ji.
link between Ministry of Finance and regulators and, you know, cities. And she still found time to be here with us and share, I think, a very enriching learning on what she's trying to do in insurance. If you'd just like to say a few words about what was the magic that happened in HDFC after you took over, and, you know, how did you do the numbers that you did?
I think the mantra is to keep things simple. When you triangulate what we saw in this room, lower levels of penetration, opportunity is huge. We are known as an innovator, we are known as a product leader, and the combination of products that even people don't know that they want, but when they see it, they realize the need, along with a tech platform. I think that's been the winning combination, plus a fantastic team that I have. All of that made it possible. So doubling every 4 years has been the track record, and hopefully that's what we come out in the year next 4 years.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. And they will pack this for you and do hand carry it. And in the aircraft, if they're not checking it in, ask them for special handling. So these are standard operating procedure for the special Scotch Awards, because they are huge. Thank
you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And with this, sir, we move forward to the Scotch Awards. ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत अब सिल्वर अवार्ड की मैं घोषणा करती हूँ. ये अवार्ड गुजरात गैस लिमिटेड को प्रदान किया जा रहा है उनके प्रोजेक्ट सिटी गैस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन प्रोजेक्ट CGD प्रोजेक्ट के लिए. और मैं मिस्टर संदीप दवे, जनरल मैनेजर SNL CCN CSR, साथ ही मिस्टर योगीराज नवादे, एग्जीक्यूटिव वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑपरेशंस, और मिस्टर दिपिन चौहान, सीनियर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट HOD मार्केटिंग BD IT एंड ERP से निवेदन करूंगी आप मंच पर आएं और इस अवार्ड को आप स्वीकार करें. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज आवर सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड फॉर ESG कैटेगरी फॉर गुजरात गैस लिमिटेड सिटी गैस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन प्रोजेक्ट के लिए ये सम्मान आपको प्रदान किया जाता है.
Say a few words.
First of all, thank you for recognizing our efforts. Gujarat Gas is the largest city gas distribution company of India. We are promoting use of cleaner and greener fuel, that is natural gas. We are connected and we are supporting more than 20 lakh domestic customer. More than 4 lakh vehicles per day are serviced through our in-house CNG stations. Around 15 to 20,000 industrial commercial customers are serviced. And we are working relentlessly to expand our network and increase our volume to achieve the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of increasing share of natural gas in Indian energy basket from 6% to 15% by 2030. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again. Thank you.
डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन इस कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत अब सिल्वर अवार्ड प्रदान किया जाता है जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट एनी ट्रैक इंटेलिजेंट सप्लाई चेन एंड कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस के लिए. मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर आशीष जाधव, सीनियर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट को. आप मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को आप स्वीकार करें. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज आवर सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड फॉर digital transformation for Geo Platforms Limited for any track intelligent supply chain and customer experience.
Would you like to tell us about the project?
Hi, thanks for recognizing and giving out this award. So I am here with Dinesh on behalf of Mr. Ashish and the AnyTrack team. So AnyTrack is a inventory management platform which utilizes IoT and RFID technologies to seamlessly connect the physical and digital realms of the retail industry.
Congratulations.
इसी के साथ ESG कैटेगरी में सिल्वर अवार्ड अब प्रदान किया जा रहा है नॉर्दर्न कोल फील्ड्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट ऑल्टरनेट कोल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मेथड के लिए. मैं मिस्टर सुनील प्रसाद सिंह, डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल PNP से निवेदन करूंगी कि आप मंच पर आएं. Ladies and gentlemen, this award has been given to Northern Coalfields Limited for their project alternate coal transportation method, and this is our silver Scotch award in ESG category.
Thanks for the opportunity. Mr. Sunil Prasad Singh, our Director Technical PNP is not available. And myself, General Manager Environment and Forest, Northern Coalfields Limited, is receiving the award on his behalf, on behalf of NCL. So generally, ours is a coal mining company, and coal mining companies are generally notorious for damaging the environment. And being conferred this award for environment speaks volumes for itself. Basically, regarding the first mile projectivity for which we have conferred this award, the pithead stocks, the transportation of pithead stocks to the dispatch points are through trucks, and because of which pollution, there is a lot of pollution through along the roads, and we have pumped in investment to the tune of 3,000 of crores to develop a system of conveyors and computerized loading, thereby containing the pollution. Thereby, other than pollution, there are other aspects as well. The coal, which is locked at the pit head, gets liquidated, and more amount of coal is available to the power plants, and thereby reducing the import of the coal, which is a vision of the Coal India. Thanks all.
Congratulations again.
दिव्य सज्जनों, इसी के साथ हम हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड छिंदवाड़ा को उनके प्रोजेक्ट रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। ये ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत है। मैं मिस पावना सिंधु स्टेज जो फैक्ट्री मैनेजर है उनसे निवेदन करूंगी आप मंच पर आएँ। I request Ms. Pavana Sindhu, Factory Manager, to kindly be on the stage and receive this award for Hindustan Unilever Limited Chhindwara for the project Rainwater Harvesting. This is our Gold Scotch Award in ESG category.
So thank you for this honor. Nissan and I are here representing HUL Chhindwara factory. We are located in Madhya Pradesh, which is a water stressed region. So to conserve and to decrease our groundwater consumption, we have created a pond which stores around 15,000 KL of water, and in 2023 itself, we have reduced our groundwater consumption by 50%. And we have put in filtration systems in place which give us groundwater, pond water at the same quality levels of drinking water. So this is enabling us even in 2024 to achieve a target of 65% reduction in our groundwater consumption. Thank you.
Congratulations again.
थैंक यू। इसी के साथ हम अदानी कॉनिक्स को उनके प्रोजेक्ट सेफ्टी Ladies and gentlemen, with this we present our Gold Scotch Award in ESG category to Adani Conics for their project Safety Analytics Tool, Artificial Intelligence AI based real-time monitoring system by Mr. Shekhar Verma, Site EHS Lead, और Mr. Saurabh Mathur, Senior Manager से निवेदन करूँगे कि वो मंच पर आएं। Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Adani Conics for Safety Analytics Tool, Artificial Intelligence AI-based real-time monitoring system.
Thank you everyone. This project for which we are getting the award is a custom-built product for AI-based solution, wherein we are tracking the entire location, the site, and we are tracking the worker movements and looking at from the safety aspects. And wherever the functional area is there, how many people are moving, what is the pattern they are doing, and it is giving a real-time alerts to different hierarchy levels, and we take corrective measures in case of there is any non-behavior which is getting there. And this has helped us in reducing the safety incidents by about 90%. Even the workers are now more conscious that they have been monitored by a software, and proper reportings are generated, and all these are reported to our headquarters through an automated process. So there is no manual intervention now from the site in any type of reporting. So that's the benefit we are reaping from this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
और इसी के साथ हम असाही इंडिया ग्लास लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित कर रहे हैं। ये डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन श्रेणी के अंतर्गत ये अवार्ड है। हम निवेदन करेंगे मिस्टर संतोष राय CIO से कि आप मंच पर पधारें। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज फॉर असहाय इंडिया ग्लास लिमिटेड फॉर HR digitization by implementing HRMS project.
Thank you, Scotch. And we have, our punchline like we are providing our services and product on Japanese quality, but on an Indian rate. So same way for this, we require a lot of, HR backend processes. And we know that HR is very low light in case of digitalization. And all the CIO in the room can agree with me, like we start with CRM, we start with ERP, right? But we started with a HR platform, and we try to digitize from hire to retire, and it will equip with all type of bot, whether you say AI, ML, and best part is it is a made in India, Indian platform, and we have experimented this with a startup, right? And it's working very fine, and people are working 24/7. So by using this mobile app, you can log in anytime, get a leave, get a pay slip, everything is available on a single click. LMS platform, you can learn while going commuting from the bus or anything, and that also increase our competence level. Thank you.
Congratulations.
और इसी के साथ हम एवर एनविरो रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट ग्रीन एनर्जी के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करते हैं। यह अवार्ड ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत आपको प्रदान किया जा रहा है। हम मिस्टर KA चौधरी से निवेदन करेंगे कि आप मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को स्वीकार करें। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर एवर एनविरो रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड for their project green energy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put some energy in the house and have some claps, ladies and gentlemen.
So tell us about this project.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is K.A. Chaudhary, Chief Operating Officer, Ever Enviro. Basically, we are the company produces RNG, basically green energy. That's in two forms. One is CBG, that is compressed biogas, by using 3 raw materials. The first one is solid municipal waste. The second one is agri-based paddy straw waste. Third one is press mud, comes out of sugarcane industry. So this is one. The second product is we produce electricity from municipal solid waste. We have 12 megawatt plant at Delhi, East Delhi. So this is basically a green energy by using raw material which is a municipal solid waste. And the third one is we have a construction, demolition, waste recycling process plants. Basically, we are the waste management company. We believe that waste is not waste, it's a wealth. And we believe in circular economy. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
इसी के साथ हम हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड सोनीपत को उनके प्रोजेक्ट एयर पॉल्यूशन मैनेजमेंट के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित कर रहे हैं। ये अवार्ड ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत है। मैं मिस्टर अभिषेक जैन, फैक्ट्री डायरेक्टर से निवेदन करूंगी कि आप मंच पर आएं। We request Mr. Abhishek Jain to kindly join us on the stage for the award. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Hindustan Unilever Limited Sonipat for their project Air Pollution Management, and this is our Gold Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen, for ESG category. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. I request you to kindly give some energy. Thank you.
This project is about the reducing the impact of air pollution. We know the bigger impact of air pollution in Delhi region. Our factory is in Delhi NCR, and we used digital as a greater enabler in sourcing multiple biomass waste, particularly paddy straw, which is burnt in the winter season post harvesting. We used digital twin where we make a golden parameters instead of a single fuel. We can use multiple fuel. That is, and the vendor developments. We develop the vendors to source the paddy straw waste and convert into a briquette, and we procure from them and use in our boiler. These small actions will make big difference, that we hope. Thank you.
Congratulations.
और अब हम जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट जियो डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम JDMS के लिए गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित करने जा रहे हैं। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूं मिस्टर शशिकांत पगारे, जनरल मैनेजर प्रोडक्ट आर्किटेक्ट। आपसे निवेदन है आप मंच पर आएँ। दिव्य सज्जनों, ये हमारा गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड है डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कैटेगरी में फॉर जियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स लिमिटेड फॉर जियो डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम।
First of all, good evening everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank entire Scotch Parivar for having me here and recognizing my product at such a grand stage. Today, if you ask me about JDMS, I would just say in one line that it is a made in India document archival system. I mean, I'm proud to say that because today we were talking about patriotism. And see, the JDMS journey started back in 2018 when we felt a need to have complete control of the systems which we're using in Jio. Now this control, right from the code base, we were thinking to have the control. And that wouldn't have been possible with a vendor-driven system. So we thought of something to develop something of our own. And that's how the journey of JDMS started. And today, we are using JDMS for document archival solution across all the verticals of Jio. And we are storing approximately 1 billion documents as on today. So thank you very much.
Congratulations again.
और इसी के साथ यूनिलीवर इंडिया एक्सपोर्ट लिमिटेड को उनके प्रोजेक्ट एनवायरमेंट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के लिए हम गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड से सम्मानित कर रहे हैं। ESG कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत ये अवार्ड प्रदान किया जा रहा है। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर राजेश राजदान, फैक्ट्री मैनेजर साइट हेड को। I request Mr. Rajesh Razdan to kindly be on the stage and receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Unilever India Export Limited for their project Environment Responsibility. This is our Gold Scotch Award for ESG category.
Thank you very much. Thank you for honoring us with this award. And as you mentioned in the morning, Hindustan Liver में दम होना चाहिए to send so many entries and say, yeah, we here in with Unilever, we go with the philosophy, whatever is good for the country is good for the company. So I have been associated with Hindustan Unilever for past many decades now. And I can say every time, every moment, I have always felt honored to work because in every act we do, it's for the country first and then for the country, and whatever is good for both of these is good for me, ultimately. So yeah, so the factory for which we got this award is in a small place in UP, Eta. And it's a very niche kind of an operation, only 2 factories of that kind in the world in Unilever. We produce instant tea powder for the cold water soluble, which is, which draws a lot of water from the environment. So it's an old factory. With new systems, we have the new technologies, we can do all those things. The challenge is when we have to do with the old system and see how we can reduce water consumption, how we can reduce the energy consumption, how we can get the old, not so educated people to adapt to the new technology. And that's what we have been doing. Thank you.
Congratulations.
दिव्य सज्जनों, इसी के साथ हम हमारे प्लैटिनम स्कॉच अवार्ड्स की अब घोषणा करते हैं। हमारा ये प्लैटिनम अवार्ड ESG कैटेगरी के लिए है, प्रदान किया जा रहा है हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर लिमिटेड होसर को उनके प्रोजेक्ट वाटर मैनेजमेंट के लिए। मैं मिस साई श्री से निवेदन करूंगी आप मंच पर आएँ। शी इज़ अ फैक्ट्री इंजीनियर। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मिस साई श्री, we request her to kindly be on the stage, and this is our platinum Scotch award for ESG category for Hindustan Unilever Limited for their project water management.
tell us about the project?
Thank you very much to the Scotch team for this recognition. And as we said earlier, that instant coffee manufacturing is not just highly energy intensive, but it is also highly water intensive process. And we have an internal ambition of becoming a water positive site by 2025. Our site Hosur is in Tamil Nadu, which is a water scarce state. So in order to achieve our ambition of becoming water positive by 2025, we had installed a zero liquid discharge plant, where whatever effluent that goes outside the plant is treated to the quality that it is completely used back in the process. And that has been one of the major achievements for us in the previous year, where we have been operating this plant flawlessly. Apart from that, we have also taken other initiatives like reducing the blowdown in the cooling tower, reusing all the condensate that is generated out of the process, which has led to a significant water reduction. And we are very proud to say that we are the lowest water consuming coffee manufacturing site, at least in India, with the exhaustive benchmarking that we have done. So thank you very much for this honor.
Congratulations. Excellent.
Ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, here I announce Platinum Scotch Award for digital transformation, and it goes to Geo Platforms Limited for their project Geo Engage, innovating a new tech solution. And I request Mr. Raghunath, this is the senior manager. I request him to kindly be on the stage and receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Geo Platforms Limited for their project Geo Engage, innovating new tech solution. This is our Platinum Scotch Award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all the awardees. Actually, आइए हम जोरदार तालियों से सभी awardees को यहाँ पर congratulate करें.
So tell us about this project.
Thank you, Scotch, for having us here. We at Geo Engage transform the digital marketing space in the country. We are a bridge between the brands and their end consumers. May that be a product launch or a new product launch or a brand awareness campaign or a CSR activity or a sales enablement. We are the platform. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Congratulations. So with the India involved theme, you must be wondering that there are some organizations that will possibly be chartering a flight, taking the awards back. Hindustan Unilever, Jio, Adani. So, our theme is India involved. हमारे तो दिल में भारत है. So, and why they have won is Hindustan Unilever may be a transnational company, but I think for all of us it's very much an Indian company, not just in word but in deed as well. Similarly, Jio has done a remarkable job on digital transformation, specifically import substitution. If you look at each one of the products that is being awarded, is as good, if not better, than the world-class product that is competing in that category. And India is spending a huge amount of foreign exchange in importing that. So if you look at Atmanirbharta in software, India exports software to everybody. India develops and designs software, and the patents are not with the Indians. So keeping the family jewel, keeping the family wealth within the country and offering at Indian prices products which are as good, if not better, than the products that are globally available. And I think that's the secret of success for Jio. Similarly, Adani is normally is a company which has possibly in the past 20 years done the most for inclusive growth in India in terms of job generative capacities, in terms of spatial dispersal of growth, and in terms of even equitable growth. So if you just take the Adani group out of the ecosystem, your numbers on some of these parameters may look quite bad. So I think compliments to every winner. You won it fair and square. And just look at the company that you are in and the kind of competition that you have. I mean, God's blessings be added to your work, and I hope I see you back year after year, every year, and I hope I'm around in 2047 when, you know, all of you would have got a Nobel Prize or something by then, not just a Scotch Award. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, here we conclude 97th Scotch Summit, and congratulations once again to all the awardees. May you get the grand success in your life. आप सभी को हम नमस्कार करते हैं. शुभ संध्या. जय हिंद. टी आउटसाइड, जैसा सर ने अनाउंस कर दिया है, आप सभी से हम निवेदन करेंगे आप शाम की चाय के लिए बाहर पधारें.